committee this morning. When are we going to, mark up or deal with BIF, the so-called bipartisan infrastructure plan? And the answer is, we're not. I tried to have a real legislative process. I really thought that that would be the best way to go, despite, the concerns expressed by the minority on the INVEST Act. At least we could have gone through a process that would be fair to both houses and to both sides of the aisle. Unfortunately, we have been told that the bipartisan infrastructure plan is sacrosanct, and it just has to be voted on as is in the House of Representatives, having been written by 10 people, none of whom are ranking members or chairs of committees of jurisdiction in the Senate. That would be Commerce and Banking and, of course, Energy Public Works. So here we are. We are now in the reconciliation process for the second time this year, again, because of the absurd rules of the Senate and the filibuster. We are going to be marking up a bill to try and fix some of the issues with the so-called bipartisan infrastructure plan, which we will not be allowed otherwise to deal with. This was a torturous negotiation, to put it mildly. We have to match the Senate's funding exactly, category by category, committee by committee. And, there are things I would have funded that we were told they just did not have the money to fund, particularly in Energy and Public Works, because a lot of their money is being diverted to a program outside their jurisdiction at the behest of Senate leadership. So that's the constraints we're working under here today. Now, if anyone was up early enough this morning to see the sunrise, I got up early to come to the Hill, and the sunrise was quite colorful. And it was colorful because of the smoke in the upper atmosphere from the western United States. America is burning. We are in the midst of an unprecedented drought. Well, one guy said, well, no, actually, we think back in 1200, there was something similar when the Anasazi disappeared, right? This is a result of climate change. My state has been heavily impacted. When we debated the INVEST Act on the floor, we were under what was called a heat dome. Quite a few people died. It extended all the way into British Columbia. A mountain town of British Columbia had temperatures close to 120 degrees, by far the highest temperature ever recorded in Canada. And meteorologists and climate scientists said, well, this is unprecedented, perhaps 1 in 1,000 year event. Couldn't have happened without climate change and the impacts of humans with carbon pollution, CO2 and methane in particular. And if we don't do something, this will happen once every 10 to 20 years, or maybe even more frequently in the Pacific Northwest and elsewhere around the world. More and more severe weather events. One thing we do have agreement on is resilience, resilience for sea level rise, resilience for severe weather events. What we can't seem to agree on is what's the cause. Some say it's just natural, others are, I don't know what their theory is. But so there are a number of provisions that we will be dealing with today that will address the issue of climate change as relates to transportation, which is the single largest emitter in the United States of America. One will be, we had a mandated greenhouse gas reduction program in the INVEST Act. That was stripped out because the bipartisan so-called bill was written by climate-denying Republicans and a couple of Democratic collaborators. We will be creating an incentive-based program, not a mandate, by the way, to states and cities that believe in and want to deal with fossil fuel pollution as relates to transportation. We will be creating a new, because the president also pledged something about double dipping in with the so-called bipartisan infrastructure plan. So we'll be creating a novel transit program. Transit is a way to get people to and from work outside of single occupancy vehicles, and paving over more of the country and creating more congestion. And this will be jointly administered by the FTA and HUD to access affordable housing, which is a nationwide crisis at this point in time. We will be adding additional funding for high-speed rail, which, if you look at what China's done with high-speed rail in a short period of time, or what Europe's been doing for decades, or what Japan's been doing for decades, our rail system in America is pathetic. And we need to rectify that, and it needs to be the federal government in partnership with states, other entities, metropolitan, transit authorities, and/or, private entities. So we'll be doing that. We are going to create a program in, in economic, the EDA, which I have discussed with the Secretary, and this is one issue still in contention with the Senate, that would provide economic development assistance, pre-development, to communities all across America, chronically depressed communities. In my state, they would be former timber towns. In other states, they may be have related to other industries that have moved on, or are not as prolific as they once were. I believe this program has a tremendous amount of merit to help those communities. There are many other provisions of merit in the bill, and we will proceed today through a markup with amendments to be offered, and we will report the bill to the House, which will be aggregated with the work of other committees as we go through yet again the reconciliation process. I'm sure this is going to be a bit contentious, but let me start out with a joke. Who are the two most powerful senators in Washington, D.C.? I asked someone in the gym this morning. He said, I don't know. And I said, well, they're both from West Virginia. And I said, it's not Shelley Moore Capito, our former colleague on the committee. Wenham's dead. And that's what we're dealing with here. So we will move forward with due dispatch. With that, I yield to
No.
Whoop, oh, wait, I have to read something. Pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, House Rule 11-2H4, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on any question approving any measure or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays is ordered, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. So ordered. Today, the committee will consider a committee print containing legislative proposal to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of S-Con Res 14, the concurrent resolution of the budget fiscal year 2022. All legislative amendment text has been distributed electronically in accordance with the rules. Since it's been a while, reminder to those participating remotely, should I hear any inadvertent background noise or request an amendment, please mute their microphone. Finally, to insert a document into the record, please have your staff email it to documentstni@mail.house.gov. Before Sam? Okay. I now call the committee print up for consideration. The clerk will please report the print.
Committee print, Title 11, Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Without objection, the first reading of the committee print is dispensed with, and the print is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I have an amendment in the nature of substitute. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. DeFazio, number 031.
Without objection, the amendment in nature of substitute shall be considered as read, be considered to base text purposes of further amendment. Oh, well, now would have been my opening statement. I got ahead of myself. I already gave my opening statement, so I now recognize Ranking Member Graves. Sorry to have violated the order there for his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's markup could be the most partisan one that we've had this Congress in what's been an uncharacteristically partisan 9 months for this committee. This divisive markup comes against the backdrop of a very hasty evacuation of civilian and military personnel in Afghanistan, which the administration completely botched. We left behind billions of dollars in military assets to the Taliban, who made very quick use of it against their adversaries. But that is nothing compared to the risk that this administration took with our military and civilian personnel during the evacuation, when lives were lost and many others were left behind. Congress should prioritize the situation in Afghanistan until we bring all Americans left behind, not to mention the need to support the recovery from Hurricane Ida and other disasters across the country, including the wildfires that were mentioned. These are only some of the issues that are more pressing and time-sensitive than the majority's socialist tax and spending plan. Now, having said that, we're clearly going to proceed with today's markup on the Speaker's wish list, which is so reckless and expensive, Republicans will have no choice but to oppose it. This is similar to the infrastructure debate here in the House when Republicans warned against a package that was too expansive and too expensive. However, those warnings were ignored and Republicans were shut out. Yet the Senate and White House, they heeded those warnings and were able to strike a deal by lowering the total cost of the package and focusing on traditional infrastructure, roads, bridges, water, and broadband. So there's no surprise that the House has been sidelined through this whole process. Now the majority is going to try to make up for their lack of input on infrastructure through this $3.5 trillion spending bill. Meanwhile, the Speaker has proudly held the Senate's infrastructure bill hostage. It's completely entangled with the reconciliation package, part of which we are marking up today. Even Democrats asked for an earlier vote on the Senate infrastructure bill to clearly separate it from the multi-trillion-dollar package. But they didn't get it because infrastructure is now just a Trojan horse. The Speaker cares more about pleasing her ultra-progressives than about the toll that this unfettered spending and inflation is going to have on Americans. Prices have surged by 5% for each of the past 3 months, and inflation is expected to stay at 4% over the next 3 years. According to AAA, the average price for gas is $3.18 per gallon. That's almost 50% higher than a year ago. Inflation has the biggest impact on low and middle-class families, and it's gone up every month during the Biden presidency. To continue down this path on reconciliation, when we know it will lead to more inflation, highlights the president's broken promise to not raise taxes on lower and middle classes, because Americans know that inflation is taxation. Democrat economist Larry Summers warned earlier this year that the administration's reckless spending plans being pursued in Congress would lead to a spike in inflation and damage the economic recovery from the pandemic. When will the majority say enough is enough and slam the brakes on this reckless spending? Instead of working across the aisle to deliver on our country's critical infrastructure priorities, we're now facing a lose-lose situation. Either the House gets sidelined again in this process because the Speaker's ultra-partisan approach and because the package is full of provisions that violate both the Senate's Byrd Rule and the agreement by the President not to double dip on issues already litigated in developing the Senate infrastructure package. Or, if the Speaker gets her way, the majority and the President will have rammed through almost $7 trillion of spending in just 9 months, much of it going along party lines. And this is in addition to nearly $6 trillion spent in 2020. These numbers are scaring everyone. We know it's given some key senators pause, and now Senator Manchin is stating that he won't vote for this package. Furthermore, the majority of Americans supporting pumping the brakes because this level of reckless spending will lead to more inflation, more taxation, and more economic stagnation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge opposition to today's reckless spending spree, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Do other members wish to be recognized for opening statements? This is going to be a long day. I see that Mr. Payne wishes to be recognized. Mr. Payne, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Okay, we'll move on. I see that Mr. Carbajal wishes to be recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Carbajal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, for your leadership in bringing forward this important portion of the Build Back Better agenda, which will make significant, informative, transformative investments in our nation's infrastructure and infuse our local economies and create jobs, jobs, jobs. This legislation will jumpstart our much needed effort to reduce the current backlog of infrastructure needs throughout our country and bring our roads and bridges to a state of good repair. The investments included will also ensure that we are funding climate resilient infrastructure and reducing harmful greenhouse gas emissions. As chair of the Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation Subcommittee, I am pleased to see that it includes $300 million for a small shipyard grant program, $100 million for the Maritime Environmental and Technical Assistance Program, and $2.5 billion for port infrastructure within the Maritime Administration. This will reduce carbon emissions from the maritime sector, alleviate port congestion, develop infrastructure necessary to effectively deploy offshore wind, and increase our supply chain resilience. And as our nation continues to face threats in the Arctic, this bill would fund an additional polar security cutter within the United States Coast Guard, critical to our national security interests. Overall, this bill delivers on the current needs of our nation and will benefit all Americans by producing better roads, better infrastructure, and supporting our national security. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important, historic, and transformative bill of investments. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Guest is recognized for 5 minutes. We'll come back to him. We have one other on the Democratic side. Representative Strickland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. I rise in enthusiastic support of the underlying bill. This language represents an investment in the resources that truly matter back home in Washington State that I represent and across the entire nation, regardless of your political affiliation. Affordable housing, transportation, access to clean water for hard-hit communities, funding for projects to mitigate climate change and to further climate justice. By providing $10 billion for the Affordable Housing Access Program, we are affirming a very important thing. We must think of transit and housing together. As the South Puget Sound that I represent and communities across the nation face exorbitant housing crises, and this is because of growing populations and simply lack of supply, this program will provide more transit routes, improve mobility, and create more opportunities to build secure housing near transit. Furthermore, by investing in sustainable fuel and low emission technologies in our aviation sector, addressing port congestion, delivering enhanced technologies for the US Coast Guard, and by investing $10 billion to support our high-speed rail corridors, we are maintaining America's competitiveness on the global stage. We are building back better for generations to come. And yes, we are creating many family wage jobs across the entire sector and enhancing the supply chain right here in the United States. I urge all of my colleagues to support more job creation, to support investing in infrastructure to address climate change, to support equity for marginalized communities, to support increased opportunities for workers, and to support this much needed funding. The American people have been waiting far too long. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Come back to Representative Guest. Okay, all right. I was told he wished to speak. All right, if there are no other opening statements. Yes, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I listened to your opening statement, and as I understand, expressing frustration that the House wasn't going to be given an opportunity to mark up a bipartisan infrastructure bill, and I think your frustrations with what was included and excluded in that bill. Yet we're here in a markup session on this legislation, and I have a feeling that you're going to be opposing every single amendment that we offer, that anyone offers. And so it's interesting to hear you express frustration about the inability of the House to actually have its voice heard, the inability of the House to actually represent the constituents that sent us here, but to lead a markup session where effectively our voices are going to be stopped. Mr. Chairman, this bill includes $3.5 trillion in spending, 3.5 trillion with a T. That amount of money is completely mind-boggling. This is record territory for excessive spending. Yet, I heard you talking about wildfires. Doesn't include funds to recover from wildfires. The community that I represent, we're still picking up the pieces from Hurricane Ida, getting pounded by Nicholas right now. And this bill doesn't do anything. Does absolutely nothing for those folks. But don't worry, because if you go visit the Presidio in San Francisco, California, where the speaker represents, you're going to get a $200 million upgrade to your golf course, your restaurant, and whatever other luxury features this place has. $200 million being invested in the Presidio and Speaker Pelosi's district. Let me put it in perspective. We were looking it up last week. There are 2 homes within like a block that are on sale for $28 million. There's another house within a couple of blocks that's for sale for $46 million. So yeah, this is just like Main Street, average America. This is crazy that here we are spending these absurd dollars in these categories that have absolutely no American priority. They're just 100% pork for the Speaker of the House. Yet this bill doesn't put a penny toward actual recovery from disasters. In fact, this Congress still hasn't done anything, zero, for the victims from 2020's disasters, which includes wildfires, and of course includes Hurricanes Laura, Delta, Zeta, and others. We were hit by 5 hurricanes last year and just got hit by Hurricane Ida. And I want to remind my friends up in New York and New Jersey, look, Pennsylvania and other states get hit. I will work with y'all. I will fight to get you recovery dollars all day long. And I'm very sorry about the rainfall y'all got. We also got winds that were clocked at up to 194 miles an hour and 15 feet of storm surge. We're 2 weeks after, almost. And we still have areas that don't have electricity, don't have cell phone coverage, don't have internet, don't have water, and don't have wastewater. These aren't communities that can afford it. Mr. Chairman, this bill is a slap in the face to millions of Americans. It's an absolute slap in the face. I haven't heard anybody call and say, hey, I want you to put $9 billion in transit on top of the $69 billion that we put in it last year whenever these same transit systems were shut down or running loads 85 to 95% less than they were previously. Can you imagine the public's response if Congress worked 85 to 95% less, but we got that kind of money, but more money for working less? Mr. Chairman, this is disgusting what's happening. I plan on offering a number of amendments to reflect true priorities of true Americans and not go out there and irresponsibly spend $3.5 trillion on priorities that simply don't exist. We represent people, not political parties. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I think the gentleman made a very good case for why we need to deal with climate change. I appreciate that. Every degree the atmosphere goes up, it carries 4% more water. And of course, severe storms like the gentleman referenced are also enhanced by climate change because of the warming oceans. But with that, we'll move to amendments. We will now move to consideration of amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for the committee print. Before doing so, the chair would like to note that while the amendment in the nature of a substitute for the committee print is considered as read and open for amendment at any point for the convenience to members, staff on both sides of the aisle, we will be considering amendments in the order listed on the roster provided to your office electronically. With that in mind, the committee will now proceed to the consideration of amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The first amendment is an amendment by Mr. Crawford, Crawford 073. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Crawford, number 073.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Crawford to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes. Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would acknowledge that we found something we can agree on, the crazy rules of the Senate. And that's the reason we're here today. Unfortunately, I don't know why we're in such a hurry. It's not as though we're trying to organize some sort of a rescue attempt for deserted Americans in Afghanistan, for example, but be that as it may, let's just move on to this amendment. Today, I'm offering an amendment to prohibit funds in this act to be used to impose or support vaccine mandates to access federal buildings. Not only is this unilateral decree condescending, it's counterproductive and ill-informed. It fails to recognize that CDC data is unclear on the vaccine's impact on some individuals, and while we can encourage constituents to make informed decisions for themselves, the federal government is not in a position to mandate the vaccine for all Americans. This committee has jurisdiction over all federal buildings. As such, we have a responsibility now to protect our constituents from this reckless and discriminatory policy of the president. This amendment would ensure individuals who need access to vital services, such as those the Social Security Administration or the Department of Veterans Affairs, are not limited because of the decisions they've made for their own personal health. We all understand how devastating the effects of COVID-19 can be, but this does not give the government an excuse to infringe on individual privacy. I urge support of this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman for his brevity. This amendment prohibits funds from this act from being used to impose vaccine mandates or verification of vaccine status as a condition to enter federal property. Okay, I agree with that. It is the policy of the Biden administration to halt the spread of COVID-19 on January 20th, 21. Executive Order 13991 requires federal workforce individuals interacting with the federal workforce to wear masks, maintain physical distance, and adhere to other public health measures as provided in CDC guidelines. This amendment would not impact that, obviously. On September 9th, 2021, President Biden issued an executive order directing federal agencies to develop and implement a program to require COVID-19 vaccination for all federal employees. This would not impact that. Neither of these executive orders requires the verification of vaccine status as a condition to enter federal property. In fact, the current Safer Federal Workplace Policy states, quote, neither GSA nor the Department of Homeland Security Federal Protective Service, who guard these said buildings, will ask people for their vaccination status when entering a GSA-controlled building. There is no Biden administration policy designed to require verification of vaccine status as a condition to enter federal property. As a result, the amendment is unnecessary, and I will oppose it. Do others wish to be recognized? Mr. Graves. Ranking Member Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, we have heard the Biden administration announce a sweeping new vaccine mandate. And while I have broad concerns about this from a constitutional standpoint and the breadth of the action that's been taken here, I also have specific concerns about privacy, discrimination, and limiting public access to federal services. Now, having said that, I want to be clear that the vaccine is largely proven to be very effective, and the administration ought to be thanking President Trump and his administration for their efforts to get it approved expeditiously. However, getting the vaccine is a personal choice, and vaccine hesitancy is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. What we know is these sweeping mandates are likely going to have unintended and significant discriminatory impacts, cutting people off from jobs, from services, and essential government activities, just to make a political point. And how will we ensure that folks who submit to this mandate do not have their private information leaked? Considering the federal government's recent track record in protecting personal data, I do not believe that we can guarantee that. This amendment would at least ensure that all workers and members of the public will not be barred from accessing public buildings based on the discriminatory and arbitrary mandate. So with that, I would urge support and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, we will move to a, well, are there amendments to the amendment? What?
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Massey from Kentucky. I have an amendment to the amendment
Okay.
at the desk.
Mr. Massey is, oh, wait, does the, the clerk probably doesn't have a copy because apparently it just arrived. Oh, do you? Great, okay. Okay. Yep. The clerk will designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Massey, number 013.
I move to suspend the reading.
Without objections, reading suspended. Apparently, people should check their email. Their staff should check because apparently it just arrived. But the gentleman's recognized to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Crawford has an excellent amendment. It would protect the First Amendment to our Constitution. It's been stated already in the discussion of his amendment that his amendment is not against the federal policy currently, but we have reason to believe that it will be federal policy soon, or reasonable suspicion. In fact, just on Sunday, Dr. Fauci said that he would support vaccine mandates and vaccine passports for travel on airplanes. He said, quote, "I would support that if you want to get on a plane and travel." Also, we've seen this administration and the prior administration use the CDC, Centers for Disease Control, to promulgate a rule that was found unconstitutional, by the way, or at least it was found illegal. They were trying to promulgate an eviction moratorium. Now we've just seen this administration try to use the Department of Labor to promulgate a vaccine mandate. And we have reasonable expectation and concern that this administration will use the Department of Transportation, which is under the purview of this committee, and the TSA or the TSA to promulgate not just vaccine mandates, but vaccine mandates for travel within the United States. In fact, there have been two at least two pieces of legislation introduced in the House to accomplish that. So I do believe that Mr. Crawford's amendment is critical and that we need to pass it. You boil a frog by turning up the temperature 1 degree at a time, and that is what this administration is doing. They announce one thing and then they wait and see if there's protests or whatever, and if there's not, then they announce another thing. So, and the administration has been asked whether they support vaccine passports, and they will not say yes or no on that. So what my amendment seeks to do is it would add to the Crawford amendment, which is an excellent amendment. Mr. Crawford's amendment prohibits vaccine mandates as a condition to enter a federal building or facility. My amendment adds to his amendment and says that no funds made available under this act may be used to impose or support vaccine passport requirements or for verification of vaccine status as a condition to travel freely in the United States on any public or private transportation, including commercial air, rail, bus, watercraft, or other public or private form of transportation. Unfortunately, this is necessary because the vaccine mandates that have been promulgated so far aren't even scientific. Set aside whether they're legal or constitutional, they're not scientific. They do not recognize immunity conferred by prior infection, which has been shown in studies to be, one study out of Israel shows that the immunity conferred by prior infection is 27 times more effective than the vaccine. I am not promoting that people get vaccinated or that people get infected instead of getting vaccinated. They would probably be much better protected by the vaccine if they've not been infected. But if you've been infected, there's no scientific reason that you should have to get a vaccine in order to travel. Yet none of these ideas that have been promulgated or proposed recognize that. So they're unscientific. And I'm not promoting vaccine hesitancy. I am promoting vaccine mandate hesitancy with this amendment. And with that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman for his statement and the amendment to the amendment. The only proposal that I'm aware of for vaccine passports for travel was actually proposed by the private sector, by the airline industry, and it was rejected by the Biden administration. So there are no pending, nor to the best of my knowledge, lurking in the background proposals. There may have been 2 bills introduced in the House. There's been 6,000 or so bills introduced in the House. 99 9/10% of them are going nowhere. So people are free to introduce bills that aren't going anywhere, and I don't expect any consideration of that bill. Are there any others who wish to be recognized on the amendment? The amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Who's that?
it's Mr. Maloney. I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, Mr. Maloney, New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your remarks and for pointing out the absurdity of these amendments, but I also think it shouldn't be lost on the American people that this is part of the ongoing effort of our Republican colleagues to undermine our efforts to encourage people to be vaccinated and to end the pandemic. There are steps being taken by responsible people at every layer of government to try to end this pandemic. And there are irresponsible statements like those that you just heard that are intended to feed this big lie that there's something wrong with the vaccine, that there's some reason people should hang back, when all of us are dealing with this global pandemic because of the nonsense and anti-scientific comments that are being spewed for political reasons by the colleagues we just heard from. I think people watching this hearing should understand that this is irrelevant to what we're doing today, and to go out of our way to talk about this nonsense in an ongoing effort to undermine the efforts to vaccinate the country is irresponsible. And I want every American watching to know that the Democratic Party and these Democratic majorities are going to end this pandemic. The Republican nonsense is going to help spread it. And we need to get back to the business at hand. And I yield back.
I thank you, gentlemen. I would take some disagreement. I think neither of those members suggested that people not get vaccinated, although, again, we already discussed that there is no need for these amendments. Are there others who wish to be heard?
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman, Congresswoman Mace requests a moment to speak on the
Well,
amendment, to the
wait,
amendment.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
She before Rouser? Yes, Mr. Rouser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind my colleagues that I remember very clearly during the presidential campaign who specifically was talking about being cautious about taking the vaccine because it was coming from the Trump administration. Just a point of reminder there. Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Massey.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. I would like to rebut the statement from the other side of the aisle. And I do appreciate the chairman pointing out that I did not criticize the vaccine in my statement. This amendment does not criticize the vaccine. I was very careful to say that I am against vaccine mandates and I'm not against the vaccine. And
The gentleman will suspend if he's still talking because we can't hear or see him. Hold on while we correct this, whatever. Stop the clock, please.
It's not.
Wait.
I believe the time is mine. Unfortunately, we've not been able to hear a word.
The time hasn't expired. You know, if there's.
Pause the clock because
We paused the clock, Mr. Rouser, because we couldn't hear him. Okay.
Right.
Can they hear us now?
Larry, how are we doing?
So how does the chairman want to handle since none of
Well,
us
hold
here
on,
in the-
Mr. Massey, can you hear us? Hold on. We will, we're going to suspend proceedings until we have the electronic glitch fixed, even though they can't hear me out there. We're suspending the hearing. I don't know how to do that.
Please enter the meeting passcode, followed by the pound sign.
for the record,
You
my
are in the
patience
meeting
is
now.
not wearing thin.
I'm just glad to hear you have some.
All right, can the remote participants hear us?
Mr. Rouser, would you yield?
What?
Until Mr. DeFazio comes back to run the meeting, I think we should just be on hold, and Mr. Rouser controls 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
What the committee will suspend, we still have not restored connectivity.
You ignore the science. This is what happens.
All right, we're trying again. Can the remote participants hear us now?
Loud and clear, Mr. Chairman.
All right, now the clock should reflect,
Mr. Chairman,
what, about 3 minutes?
well, actually, it's 4 minutes. I had my eye on it when you said
Okay, all right.
it's 4,
All
it's
right.
4 minutes.
Okay.
And my colleague, Mr. Massey, we could not hear anything that you were saying in the committee room, just so you know.
Well,
So,
if I may,
Mr. Massey, you are recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina for yielding, and we'll try this again. I just wanted to impress upon those who are watching the committee that this is not an anti-vaccine amendment. This is an anti-vaccine mandate amendment. Nowhere in my opening statement or since then in this committee have I criticized the efficacy of the vaccine. I'm not encouraging people to not take the vaccine. All I've done is to state that prior immunity or immunity conferred by a prior infection is real and it's effective. And what's happening with these mandates, ironically and unfortunately, is the mandates are increasing vaccine hesitancy. Those who are wondering if they get the vaccine or not are wondering why these mandates don't follow science, why they, for instance, don't recognize natural immunity from a prior infection. And again, I'm saying nothing here to encourage people to get an infection. I know people will try to take my words out of context, but the reality is there are at least 100 million people, according to CDC and others when they were trying to track this in the United States, who have immunity conferred to them due to a prior infection. Those people are wondering, why would you subject them to a mandate? And these are unconstitutional. So again, we've seen that this administration use the CDC to try to promulgate a mandate on eviction moratoriums. We've seen this administration use the Department of Labor to try and mandate a vaccine. And now the concern is, because this administration will not comment on it, but Dr. Fauci has commented on it, the concern is that the DOT or the TSA will be enlisted. And by the way, those are within the purview of this committee. Don't tell me this is not relevant, that we don't have authority over air travel. The air traffic controllers would be surprised to hear that, and the airlines would be surprised to hear that. We have this authority. This is a germane amendment, and it's necessary. And I will yield back to Mr. Rouser.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman. I don't know where anybody said we don't have authority. I did say that the only proposal was proposed by the private sector, and it was rejected by the administration, and the TSA said it would be impossible to enforce. With that, are there others who wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman, Congresswoman Mace, I move to strike the last word. Congresswoman Mace.
Who is it?
Hold on. Ask if any Democrats would like to.
Are there any Democrats who wish to continue this extraneous debate on speculation?
We're not asking you to.
Okay, thank you. Representative Mace is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a Republican who had COVID last summer, a year ago, and I had a setback this summer. I'm a long hauler. I'm also vaccinated. I still suffer over a year later from symptoms from COVID-19 that I had 14 months ago. I wear a mask when I'm indoors. I'm encouraging everyone to get vaccinated, to wear a mask. But I've seen firsthand with the mandates from the administration, they told us months ago that we wouldn't be mandated to have vaccinations. Now we are. I've listened to both sides, whether that was during the presidential campaign last year in 2020, or whether that's through the vaccination rollout today. Both sides have contributed to the vaccine hesitancy that our country is seeing today. And if we continue to have this argument, we continue to point fingers against a pandemic that is not just in the United States, is it across the entire world? We are not the only ones dealing with it. But if we want people to do the right thing, we want parents to put their kids in masks at schools, if we want people to get vaccinated, we have got to stop attacking one another. We have to truly look at the science. And I'm not an epidemiologist, and I don't think anybody on here is today, but we can't have have unions dictating to the CDC, which we've seen happen. We've got to have a conversation about natural immunity. We've got to have a conversation about the efficacy of masks. Dr. Fauci in March of last year told us masks didn't work. So when he told us that they do, and now studies are coming out, the N95 mask is effective 50% of the time when you wear it. And the cloth masks are effective 10% of the time. But if we don't have an honest conversation about these issues and we continue to polarize everyone across the country, if we continue to politicize the serious nature of COVID-19, I don't care who you are, but we're doing a disservice to the American people. And quite frankly, it has got to stop. And I'm sitting here watching this charade today, pointing fingers against people who want to have an honest conversation, want to talk about natural immunity. No one's taking that into consideration, as my colleague from Kentucky just noted earlier. And yet he's getting, attacked for that. And that shouldn't be the case. We've got to do better than that for the American people. And I'm sick and tired of it. And now we're going to have this charade today on T&I. We're not a single Republican amendment that's been thought through and thoughtful is even going to pass. But I want people to get vaccinated. I want them to wear a mask. I want to put an end to COVID. And the only way we can do that if we stop attacking one another, whether that's in committee or on social media. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady for her very rational and impassioned statement and her own personal experience. So we have now Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also will relay my personal experience. Both my wife and I got COVID-19 back in Thanksgiving Day last year. And my doctor advised me not to get the vaccine for at least 90 days after I come out positive. And so you have a lot of people that will not get vaccinated until at least 90 days after they've had COVID-19 on the advice of their doctor. By the way, my doctor is an infectious disease control doctor, an expert, and one of the top experts at the University of Miami. And so I'm going to listen to her advice before I, have to listen to some other bureaucrat tell me what I need to do. And so I think that this is a good amendment because there's no one size fits all, and we shouldn't be telling people that they have to be vaccinated. By the way, I'm vaccinated. I just got my booster yesterday. And so I believe in vaccination. And as someone who actually, in Miami-Dade County as the mayor, who actually imposed mandates, et cetera, we did that with the realization there was no vaccine. And also that, we had to keep people safe. And so, look, I think this is a good amendment. I think we should pass it because nobody seems to think that it could be coming down the pike, and nobody seems to be saying that it's a bad idea. Why don't we just pass it? That way we make sure that the administration can't mandate this in the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there others who wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman.
Who's that?
Mr. Chairman, Huffman, briefly.
Mr. Huffman is recognized.
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, that if our colleagues are so concerned about vaccine mandates being the end of the world, I have a hard time understanding why they seem to have no problem with all of their own states having a variety of vaccine mandates for mumps and rubella and chickenpox. The reason they're not outraged about these incursions in liberty, the reason these are not the end of the world politically right now, is because they were put in place by Republican states a long time ago. So let's see all of this posturing for what it is. It's politics. It's trying to gum us up in our markup today, and I urge a no vote.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
I yielded back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman says he yielded back his time. Mr. Westerman is recognized to extend this debate over science in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to note that it was mentioned that my colleague from Kentucky's remarks were absurd and unscientific, and I don't believe anything he said was absurd or unscientific, and I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Massey.
Thank you, and don't seek to extend this any longer than necessary, but I would like to just point out to Mr. Huffman, who I have great respect for and like to work across the aisle with, that the measles and mumps and rubella, those vaccinations aren't required to travel freely in the United States. And so that is, if we're using those as an example, I think that's a bad example. That would be an argument for not doing COVID, since those aren't required in order to freely travel in the United States and
But
exercise.
if the gentleman would yield, they're required to attend school. So why would not all of the same outrage?
It's not my time. It's not my time to yield, but I will indulge the gentleman's comment because I do respect him greatly. That's a state thing, and the federal government has never stepped in to enforce that, and not for transportation either. So my amendment is very limited. It doesn't say anything about schools. It doesn't say anything about the vaccine mandates otherwise. And so I appreciate the gentleman's comments, and just want to point out this very limited amendment is just for travel within the United States. And I'll yield back so as not to extend this any longer.
I thank the gentleman.
Now yield back to the chair.
I thank the gentleman. With that, we'll move to the question is on the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor, I'll give you a chance to unmute. Signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, mute. We'll give you a chance to unmute. All those who are opposed signify by saying no. No.
No.
No.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Okay, a recorded vote was requested and will be postponed until a later time. The vote on the Massey amendment I just said that, will be postponed. Are there further amendments to the Crawford amendment? Hearing none, the Crawford amendment is pending. We will move to a vote on the, what?
I'll just do the next amendment.
Well,
We have to wait.
that was an amendment to the amendment.
Roll call vote that later.
All right. The next amendment is the Gibbs Amendment number 065. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Gibbs, number 065.
A point of order question.
Who was that? Mr. Massey.
Massey. When do we vote on the Crawford amendment?
After we dispose of the Massey amendment.
After we dispose of your amendment, there will
Thank you.
be
I apologize.
a vote on that amendment. No, I was confused also, so I forgot because we have to determine yours before we can move on to that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. And so, where was I? The Gibbs. Okay, the clerk will designate Gibbs 065.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Gibbs, number 065.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Gibbs to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prevents any funding from going towards this boondoggle until we have a full accounting of the military equipment left behind in Afghanistan, and the Defense Department can ensure nothing from the Coast Guard or Army Corps of Engineers has fallen into the hands of the Taliban. The Biden administration's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan dealt a blow to America's standing with our allies and will make it more difficult for the United States to prosecute the global war on terror. The Biden administration also failed to evacuate all Americans before our military personnel were removed. We left billions of military hardware originally to be used by the Afghan National Army that is now under the control of the Taliban forces. The Army Corps of Engineers has significant operations in Afghanistan, assisting their government with clean water projects, dam repair and replacement, and hydroelectric power systems. Army Corps equipment was almost certainly left behind and is now under Taliban control. This committee is well aware that both the Army Corps of Engineers and the Coast Guard struggle every year with budget shortfalls, and we should ensure these shortfalls are not made worse by the administration's disorganized retreat from Afghanistan. All of this is to say that Congress should be laser focused on the true emergencies at hand. Yet here we are, debating the majority's tax and spend boondoggle rather than taking steps to mitigate the damage to our military supremacy caused by the Biden's Afghan debacle. My amendment would prevent any reconciliation funding under the Transportation Infrastructure title from being spent until the Comptroller General provides an accounting of any material left behind by the Army Corps of Engineers or the United States Coast Guard. We should not be devoting trillions of dollars to a tax and spend socialist wish list when we in the Coast Guard and the Army Corps go unfunded year after year. I urge support for my amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his brevity. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I certainly agree with the gentleman about the shortfalls in the Coast Guard budget, which this committee has been chipping away at with some success over the last year. And we will provide actually very substantial funds to the Coast Guard for shoreside infrastructure in this reconciliation package. The Coast Guard has major issues with a number of its bases, with sea level rise. They also have decrepit housing, which is very difficult, particularly for the enlisted ranks. I'm very familiar with that issue, even in my own district, which is not as expensive as many other areas where the Coast Guard is deployed around the United States of America, but it's still a critical and unmet need. Coast Guard tries in its spare time to fix up this dilapidated housing, and this bill would provide a large injection of funds to house our coasties. And I think that's absolutely critical. But this bill, this amendment would delay indefinitely, I would say probably forever, any expenditure of those funds or critical funds for the Corps of Engineers, which is also underfunded, which we have dealt with again within the last year by finally unlocking the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund and additional monies that we provided in the Rescue Act. And elsewhere for the Corps. Again, those funds would be indefinitely and probably, very, very indefinitely delayed to attempt to inventory what may have been left behind. U.S. forces attempted to and did to some great degree of success destroy our assets left behind. The most significant, someone's not muted. Someone's not muted. Thank you. Still not muted.
Ms. Titus.
Okay, there we go. But the massive amount of equipment that was left behind is equipment provided to the Afghan army, all 350,000 of them, who laid down their arms. I mean, they did commit great sacrifices for some period of time. So many of them did. A few attempted to resist, and then after that, the deals were cut. And that is where the absolutely huge amount of equipment and weapons has gone to the Taliban. And we must all remember that President Trump negotiated this deal solely with the Taliban, excluding the ongoing illegitimate, well, not illegitimate, theoretically legitimate corrupt government of Afghanistan that we were propping up. And the agreement was that we would be out of there by May 1st. President Biden delayed that. The agreement also said they wouldn't attack U.S. forces if we met the agreement, and they suspended attacks when he entered into the agreement, which was good. But then, you know, unfortunately, the Biden administration did not use those extra 3 months in a coherent way to remove our allies and citizens from Afghanistan, and somewhat inexplicably abandoned Bagram, which was a defensible air base, in favor of the civilian, lightly defended, and mostly indefensible airport in Kabul itself. So there's much to be investigated. Congress will investigate that. But this amendment would prevent necessary investments by the Coast Guard and the Corps of Engineers indefinitely, and for that, I would oppose the amendment. As I understand, Representative Guest wishes to be heard. Representative Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment brings to the forefront the most important issue we should be discussing in Congress. While President Biden continues to push for trillions in spending that would increase our national debt and raise taxes on hardworking Americans, this administration have left billions, if not tens of billions of dollars in equipment and weapons in Afghanistan. I believe that every committee in Congress should be conducting necessary oversight to examine the decision that went into this chaotic withdrawal. In my home state of Mississippi, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Coast Guard, and our National Guard occupy some of the most important assets in our state. The thought that some of this same equipment present in Mississippi may also be in the hands of the Taliban to use against our allies or to conduct attacks on the homeland is deeply concerning. I hope the committee will adopt this amendment to ensure that we understand what we have left in the hands of the enemy and to take the necessary steps to examine our own security in wake of the president's failed withdrawal from Afghanistan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his brevity. Representative Brown is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say that I essentially support the goal of the amendment. The American people should know about the disposition of equipment left in Afghanistan, but I have to oppose the amendment because it's too narrow. It's myopic. It's sort of flimsy. And I think the American people deserve more. And I'm not alone in that. 2 weeks ago, the House Armed Services Committee marked up the National Defense Authorization Act. We accepted more than 15 amendments, 13 that were submitted by Republicans that mandated, required reports and briefings and studies from the Secretary of Defense, everything from over-the-horizon operations, intelligence reports, current and future relationships with the Taliban, and a very important one relevant to the discussion on this amendment is an amendment offered by Representative Don Bacon from Nebraska, my good friend, a retired Air Force general. And in Mr. Bacon's amendment, we go much further than this very narrow amendment offered by Mr. Gibbs. We require the Secretary of the Defense, in consultation with secretaries of the military departments, commander of CENTCOM, to report to Congress on all U.S. equipment, not just Coast Guard and Army Corps of Engineers, equipment, property, classified material that was not only left in Afghanistan, that was abandoned, surrendered, or destroyed in Afghanistan. So, look, we can have a long, drawn-out debate about the Biden administration's withdrawal operations. I disagree with Mr. Guest. I don't think that's an appropriate debate for this committee. I think it's an appropriate debate for Congress, yes, but in committees, it's the Armed Services Committee, it's the Foreign Affairs Committee, it's Homeland Security Committee, and it's the Intelligence Committee. That doesn't mean that members of this committee who don't serve on those committees should not be involved in that debate and that discussion and that oversight. But the Transportation Infrastructure Committee is not a place for that debate. And I know we're going to have other amendments on Afghanistan, And I just say to my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, we've heard this loud and clear. We've heard the American people, we've heard members of Congress, and in a bipartisan way, we adopted more than 15 amendments, very demanding amendments to the administration to report not just equipment, but a whole lot more: evacuations, intelligence, diplomacy, you name it. So I think this is an effort to hold hostage funding for the Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers. I think the amendment should be opposed, and rest assured that when we pass the National Defense Authorization Act next week or the week after off the floor, you'll have ample opportunity to debate that issue then, and then vote in support of the NDAA later this month. And I should point out that a big contrast between this committee and Transportation Infrastructure is that Republicans offered a slew of amendments, which we accepted, and they voted for the Defense Authorization Act. I don't think we'd accept a single amendment from Republicans today, and they would accept or vote for this bill that we're marking up today. And that's the sad reality of this committee, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for clarifying the role of the Armed Services Committee in a much more comprehensive inventory reporting and investigation, which I think is warranted. I understand that Representative Graves wishes to be recognized. Mr. Graves, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Mr. Gibbs for offering this amendment. And I also want to quickly clarify that this committee has jurisdiction over the United States Coast Guard. And this committee has jurisdiction over the Civil Works mission of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Mr. Chairman, we sit here in this committee and we talk often about the great needs of the Corps of Engineers, which, as we know, some estimates indicate that we have a $100 billion backlog, $100 billion backlog on projects such as hurricane protection that's so badly needed in my home state, ecological restoration of our coast, flood protection, dredging, navigation channels, and other missions of the Corps of Engineers. Yet in this case, we're talking about leaving perhaps billions of dollars of equipment back in Afghanistan. That's equipment that's going to have to be made up, money that's going to have to be spent filling that void. The Coast Guard. Everybody on this committee knows that the Coast Guard could use a budget that's double or triple what they're currently allocated each year. We've heaped all of these missions on the men and women of the United States Coast Guard to where they're this Swiss Army knife within the government. We put them out there on the water, and they're every single agency, every single federal law enforcement agency that exists, except for they enforce it all out there on the water, giving them insufficient and outdated, antiquated platforms that we've been working to try to update, but we're so far behind yet. In this case, we're leaving millions or perhaps billions of dollars of equipment back in Afghanistan. And let's be clear, that was entirely preventable. It was an unforced error. The chaos that led from this chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. This amendment simply says that the Comptroller General, the head of the Government Accountability Office, needs to do an evaluation to determine what was left behind. Because you know what? As the Committee of Jurisdiction, it's our job to make sure that the agencies that we're supposed to be exercising oversight over, that they have the equipment, the resources they need. If they've just been dealt a gut punch, if they just left billions of dollars of equipment back, what do we need to do? Should we be spending $200 million on the Presidio in San Francisco to help one of the most affluent zip codes in America to fix up their golf course? Is that a priority? Or should we be providing the men and women in the Coast Guard with the resources, the assets they need to make sure that they 100% of the time have the upper hand when dealing with criminals on the high seas? I think it's a pretty easy answer. Do we need to be spending money on desert fish, I don't even know what that is, as this bill includes funds for, and butterflies, as this bill includes funds for? Or should we be making sure that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has the assets, has the resources that they need, whether it be on the military side, making sure that our warfighters are protected, that they have the best equipment, the best protection possible, or on the civilian side, where we're providing funds for flood control and other things? I think it's an easy answer to these questions. So this is an incredibly reasonable amendment. Let's be clear on what this amendment does. It simply says that you have to do an assessment on the equipment that's left behind in Afghanistan as a result of the Biden administration's unforced error, total disaster that they've caused in Afghanistan, that I think everybody here agrees with, that you just figure out what was left behind. That way we can then exercise our authority, our discretion in this committee. We can properly prioritize the gazillion dollars that are trying to be spent under this bill to figure out if we need to fill voids in the Coast Guard and in the Army Corps of Engineers. That's all it does. It says, do an assessment, give us back a report, help us understand what was left behind, let us understand what the void is, what capabilities the Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers may not have now. It's a report, it's a study. Mr. Brown, the gentleman from Maryland, my friend, said that it's not broad enough. Tell me right now. Well, I'll do a second degree. I'm happy to expand it to include any and everything else that you think should be included in here. This is supposed to be an iterative process. This is supposed to be this committee of jurisdiction exercising our authority, and a report on the equipment left behind, I think is fully within this committee's jurisdiction. I think it's a reasonable amendment, and I want to thank again Mr. Gibbs for offering it, and I urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. If it was only a report, I would support it, but not a report that will delay critical investments by the Coast Guard and shoreside infrastructure, helping our coasties with housing, helping augment their bases against hurricanes, sea level rise, and other things, and deal with their shoreside infrastructure deficit of about $5 billion. And yeah, the Corps has 100 billion is a little higher than I've heard, but many tens of billions of dollars, which we've been trying methodically to deal with. But that is not what this says. It's not just a report about how many ships were left behind in Afghanistan or whatever the Coast Guard could have left behind, the Corps of Engineers, how many earth movers were left behind, whatever. That is going to be much more comprehensively dealt with through the Armed Services Committee. And others who wish to be heard? Hearing none, we will then, I'm not hearing anyone.
Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Larson has his hand raised. Mr. Larson is recognized.
Yes, I assume my sound is okay. Let me just reiterate, being in Congress for 20 years and being here when we were attacked on September 11th, 2001, there's one group I blame for the disaster in Afghanistan, and that's the Taliban. And we should really, when we talk about the disaster in Afghanistan, really focus on the root cause of that, and that's the Taliban. It was then, it is now, and the lack of action by an Afghanistan government over the last 20 years is a further cause of the disaster in Afghanistan. I'd like to hear more people putting the target of their ire on the Taliban going in the future. The second thing I'd note is just underscore what Mr. Brown said. Section 1054 of the defense bill calls for an accounting of all U.S. equipment. If anyone on the committee thinks that's too, in this committee thinks that's too narrow, the NDA is on the floor next week, and amendments can come from any jurisdiction, committee of jurisdiction. And if you feel it needs to be added, the Coast Guard and Army Corps needs to be added, I would recommend an amendment on the floor to be added to a report that already exists that is asking for an accounting of U.S. equipment left in Afghanistan, which would include Coast Guard and Army Corps equipment. So we do have jurisdiction in this committee, but that report's already been called for, and we can do this on the floor next week when the NDA is on the floor. We don't need this amendment to achieve what Mr. Gibbs wants to do if it's just a report and an accounting. But to go further and say no money can be spent to implement this particular piece of part of the reconciliation, it's a bridge too far, and we should vote again. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
No, I yielded back. Thank you.
Okay, well then I'll speak out of order. I will ask the gentleman a question. Did the Armed Services Committee say that the Navy, Army, and Air Force would receive no further funds until such time as this report was rendered?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had that debate too, and that was not included. There's no condition on the armed services, for the U.S. military for the report.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. I
Mr.
reclaim
Chairman.
my time, and I will state now that I would support an amendment on the floor to NDAA, which specifically requires reporting by the Corps, which should already be included under what Armed Services have done, and the Coast Guard, but not to withhold funds in the interim. With that,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rouser,
I yield time to Garrett Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Rouser. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to propose a second degree to this amendment. I heard concerns expressed that the concern with this amendment was that it would actually put a restriction on funds. And so in order to address that concern, I'd like to propose a second degree that would strike line 2 and line 3 up until the word "the." "The" would then be capitalized, and the amendment would say, the revised amendment would say, the Comptroller General of the United States shall provide a report to Congress accounting for any equipment provided by the United States Coast Guard or the Army Corps of Engineers to any prior regime in Afghanistan that has been left behind in Afghanistan. So again, Mr. Chairman, the practical effect is that this would remove the restriction on funds. I urge adoption of the second degree and yield back.
Well, I'd ask the gentleman to withhold until we get to amendments to the amendment. Before that, Mr. Mast wished to be recognized on the amendment itself, as I believe. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast? Okay. We are having a copy of what is going to be proposed in a moment as an amendment to the amendment to members before we might proceed to a discussion and a vote on it. So we will suspend for a few moments until such time as we can do that. It should only take a couple of minutes. So with that, we will be in temporary recess for up to 2 minutes. I will. Committee will return to order. The clerk will designate the amendment to the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana.
Would the clerk read, because I don't know whether we've electronically distributed it.
At the appropriate place in the bill, insert the following section: Prohibition on use of funds. The Comptroller General of the United States shall provide a report to Congress accounting for any equipment provided by the United States Coast Guard or the Army Corps of Engineers to any prior regime in Afghanistan and that has been left behind in Afghanistan.
Thank you. I'd recognize Mr. Graves to speak officially on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to cut and paste my statements from earlier. There was concern that was raised about this restricting funds in the bill. That now it is strictly a report. Yield back.
I am prepared to accept the amendment to the amendment. Are there others who wish to be heard? Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Larson.
Mr. Larson is recognized.
Just quickly, a question for the clerk. The title of that amendment starts with prohibition of funds, but this amendment does not prohibit funds.
What? I'm sorry. I could the clerk hear that? Because I couldn't. What he?
Yeah, he's referencing that the title's still the same. I don't think it matters. I thought we just. Matt just
Doesn't
pointed
have
out
the
the
effect of
same
law.
thing.
We can change it to report if we want.
Yeah, that's fine. But that's what I'm saying.
It still says that, but there is no prohibition. So I'm told the title is not relevant to the actual legislative text.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Yield back, clerk.
All right. All right. Hearing no others who wish to be heard on the amendment. Do we now vote on the amendment? And yes, the question. Oh wait, well, I accepted it, so it's on.
We still need to do this.
Okay. The question is on the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying no. I heard a dog barking.
No.
Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. And now the question is on the amendment as amended. Those in favor, unmute, will signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying no. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. All right. We are now moving on to amendment number 3, which would be Mr. Webster, 055. Clerk will designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Webster, number 055.
Okay. Mr. Webster is recognized for, the clerk designated. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Webster for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a straightforward amendment to help protect our DHS workers and the workforce and local communities in the southwest border from COVID-19. Due to a truly historic influx of migrants and asylum seekers, bolstered by comments from the policies from the current administration, FEMA personnel were sent to the border to play a role in assisting and manage the crisis. According to DHS IG report, which just released today, there was no real testing, vaccination, or mitigation measures in place for migrants apprehended illegally crossing or seeking asylum. They've been detained in a place in pretty close quarters. It's populated, they're packed in other words, and would allow certainly for the spread of the COVID-19. So this does nothing more than just add that part so they can be tested, because right now there's just sporadic testing and the migrants are loaded up on a plane and sent all over the country. My opinion would just direct FEMA to come up with a plan to mitigate the risk of COVID-19 and that it presents at the border, as well as direct the GAO to review to ensure best practices are being allowed to combat COVID-19 and to prevent unnecessary risks to our disaster response workforce. And that's it. The deadly virus is out there, and we've had 662,000 Americans die from it. My amendment is just is critical to ensure FEMA has basic plan kept to keep in place its workforce, because we need them in my district, you may need them in your district, and so I think it's just a health situation following science. I hope we can all come together and adopt this common sense amendment to better protect the from unnecessary risk. Thank you, Chair, and I urge adoption. Yield back.
Rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This would prohibit the Federal Emergency Management Agency from supporting the whole of the federal government's efforts to deal with the influx of migrants. Staff informs me at this point in time, 5 FEMA employees are engaged in that effort. This is under the jurisdiction and purview of the Homeland Security Committee, and whatever efforts to test and or vaccinate these people is far outside of our jurisdiction, but it would be sensible, from my opinion, that they're all being vaccinated and they are all being tested. But I have no idea. Again, not our jurisdiction. And to restrict FEMA's activities, all 5 of them, until the Department of Homeland Security provides Congress with a strategy related to mitigating COVID-19, including any variants. We've already got Mu. I don't know when Epsilon's coming, but we basically have a gigantic petri dish in this country of all the people who are either hesitant or refusing to get vaccinated and follow guidance for masking and spreading the infection and killing people. I think that that is an unnecessary and onerous requirement for all 5 of the FEMA people working there to require the department to distract itself and provide us with a report on their strategy, which is outside of our jurisdiction. It's very simple. Get vaccinated, wear masks, test. And hopefully that is what the strategy is in those areas with those migrants. With that, I would recognize Mr. Stauber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, you need a COVID test to go to Hawaii. You need a COVID test to travel internationally. You needed a COVID test to attend the inauguration. You need a COVID test or a vaccine to attend college. President Biden is now going to also force you to get a vaccine or get tested every week just to go make a living. American citizens even need a COVID test before they are able to return to their own country from traveling abroad. But what about if you're an illegal immigrant coming across the southern border where the positivity rate is at almost 20%? The Biden-Harris administration and some Democrats say, quote, no test needed, come on in, end quote. I support this amendment because the actions taken by this administration are putting our recovery at risk. As many migrants pour into our southern border from COVID hotspots, just know that it is being enabled and encouraged
by President Biden and Vice President Harris. I urge adoption of my colleague's amendment, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Guest is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to echo the statements of Congressman Stauber. The current administration has caused a growing crisis along our southwest border in the midst of a COVID-19 pandemic. What is even more confounding is the administration is not holding illegal immigrants to the same standards as requiring for American citizens. Just last week, we saw President Biden announce unprecedented mandates regarding the COVID-19 vaccine, the outcome of which could affect the employments of up to 100 million hardworking Americans. However, these requirements are not the same for immigrants pouring across our southwest border, even though some 18 to 20% of immigrants are testing positive for the virus. The American people are understandably and rightly frustrated. This amendment would correct the inappropriate use of FEMA at the southwest border. The Department of Homeland Security would be required to have a plan for mitigating COVID-19 at the border. That would include quarantining COVID positive immigrants before FEMA staff is deployed to these locations. This language would also require the U.S. government to review the impact of FEMA involvement on the border for our agency's readiness for other disaster responsibilities. Not only would this amendment help protect the federal workforce and our communities from COVID, it would also ensure that FEMA staff is where they are needed most. And in neighboring states such as Texas and Louisiana, which are, as we speak, being destroyed by Hurricane Nicholas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Representative Van Dyne is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As we reflect on FEMA's mission to help people during and after disasters, it is critical to address and form a strategy around the impact of COVID-19 and the public health and safety of state and local communities, federal personnel, and migrants. At our southwest border, we're currently letting countless people in without masks or COVID tests, while allowing American people to bear the burden and pay the price for it. There have been over 1 million illegal crossings at the southwest border since Biden took office. I rise in favor of the proposed amendment to prohibit FEMA personnel and resources from being diverted away from disaster response efforts to address issues at the southwest border. This will require any DHS activities related to immigration involving FEMA personnel or resources to require COVID testing and a plan for quarantining immigrants and migrants with COVID. In addition, GAO will be required to review the impact of FEMA resources for border activities on disaster readiness. Recently, FEMA senior officials expressed serious concerns about their ability to continue to respond effectively as they are stretched thin to true disasters such as COVID, wildfires, and most recently, Hurricane Ida. If the administration were to declare an emergency at the border and admit that the ongoing crisis is nothing short of a disaster, then it may warrant the use of FEMA officials and resources as well. Customs and Border Patrol has seen over 10,000 federal employees test positive for COVID-19, with 70% of them in states along the southwest border, including Texas. Our crisis at the border has proven time and time again to be a critical issue in need of immediate attention and government action. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to protect our border security and continue to prioritize America's health and safety. These resources are critical and necessary to assist our continuous efforts to secure our border and stop the spread of COVID-19. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady. Representative Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I rise as well with my colleagues in support of the amendment. I just spent some time along the border a few weeks ago, and I know in media reports we hear numbers like 18 to 20% of illegal aliens who are crossing the border. But I talked to many folks along the border, and the number they believe is significantly higher, upwards of 30 or 40% of individuals who are crossing illegally at our southern border have and are being infected with COVID. And they're bringing it into our country. And as it was mentioned by one of my colleagues earlier, if you're traveling outside the United States, and let's say you're going to Mexico, for example, and coming back, you're required to have a negative COVID-19 test, but we don't have the same requirements for those who are entering our country illegally. And this shouldn't be a partisan issue. This is really an American issue whereby we're incentivizing people, hundreds of thousands of people every single month, to break the law rather than to follow the law. And they're bringing COVID with them. And because of the Delta variant, we know how significant and how much more highly contagious the Delta variant is. It's a much more, I think, unsafe and more dangerous time with the spread of COVID-19. And now we're hearing that Lambda is south of the border as well and coming into the United States. And then there's Mu, there are all these different variants now. One of the best things we can do is ensure that before FEMA gets involved at the southern border, if they have to be involved, is to make sure that we have the right measures and the right protocols in place, that we're testing, and that when we are intaking folks, that they're being tested, they're being treated, they're being quarantined, they're wearing masks, they're being vaccinated. The very minimum we could do is make sure we have measures and protocols in place before we have to enlist FEMA. And if we do have to enlist FEMA, it just goes to show how much of a crisis the border is now, is south in the southern part of the United States, where over 10,000 federal employees have tested positive for COVID. And 70% of those cases, as were mentioned earlier, were along the southwest border. So I would just, I think that the administration realizes how bad it is right now. And with some consideration, I arise in support of this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady. I understand that Representative Carbajal wishes to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been to a number of the immigration facilities that I think are being referenced, and I can tell you that the Biden administration has put in place robust quarantining procedures to address any and all individuals that perhaps could come into this country with being infected. But I will say that I'm a little perplexed. On one hand, I'm hearing from my colleagues on the other side about being against mandates, vaccination mandates. But all of a sudden, it's perfectly okay to be very surgical on when they think mandates should be mandated. I'm a little perplexed. Either we're for mandates or we're not. And there seems to be somewhat of a hypocrisy. But I will tell you, though, I've been to those facilities, and I have seen the robust measures that have been put in place. And so therefore, I think this amendment is extraneous, because I think measures are being taken care of to protect the American public, and it would be irresponsible to do otherwise. So just from experience, from actually having visited some of those facilities, just wanted to share that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I feel like I'm in Twilight Zone or something. I just heard a debate earlier by Mr. Crawford, Mr. Massey, offering an amendment having to do with our being allowed into federal buildings and travel and others. And I heard my friends on the other side talk about how we need to protect our citizens. We need to protect our community. We need to prevent the spread of COVID. Yet, in this instance, when we have illegal immigrants that are coming across the border, that, as Mr. Stauber noted, many of which have tested positive for COVID, right in my own hometown, without the notification of the mayor, without the notification of the chief of police, without the notification of the sheriff, our office, anybody. They've had illegal immigrants that have been bused straight into our community, no information, no knowledge on their COVID status. And here we have a pandemic with numbers that are growing in my state. And so it's fascinating that on the one hand, folks want all these protective measures, in other cases they don't. Mr. Chairman, please don't take my word for it. I know that you always do, but in this case, I want you to take a pass. Mr. Chairman, this is a report that came out from the Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security. Just came out, fresh off the press. And I'll read, which, by the way, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that this be included in the record.
Without objection.
Just want to read three things. Number one, what we found without stronger COVID-19 prevention measures in place, DHS is putting its workforce, support staff, communities, and migrants at greater risk of contracting the virus. This is word for word in the report, straight off the press from Homeland Security. And a few of the recommendations include identifying areas for improvement to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 while balancing its primary mission of securing the border, which I'm a big advocate of securing the border. Another recommendation says to coordinate with DHS Chief Medical Officer and provide the resources needed to operate safely and effectively during COVID-19 pandemic and any future public health crisis. Now I want to reiterate this one because it explicitly says to provide the resources needed, which indicates that the resources currently being supplied or the current strategy is insufficient. Mr. Chairman, this isn't just limited to the southwest border. We have a crisis, a disaster in Louisiana right now. We have emergency operations centers all over our state that are operating right now. And we have FEMA people, we have parishes and all sorts of other federal and state and local folks that are all in these EOCs. They're crammed in there. In many cases, Mr. Chairman, because we don't have electricity, water, cell phone service, internet, water, wastewater, these people are literally sleeping on their desk, next to their desk, on the floor. So, I mean, these are very tight confines. This report goes beyond just the border. It looks at DHS operations, FEMA operations. This is something that we do need to be thinking about. As I heard my friends earlier talking about how important it is to protect the health of our citizens, Mr. Webster's amendment does just that. And so I urge adoption of this amendment, and I urge all of you. It's not that long. There aren't a lot of big words, not many pictures, but I urge you to read this. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, hold on. I thank the gentleman. Mr. Siris is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Mr. Chairman, as I sit here and listen to everybody's complaining about money for Ida. I remember Sandy, 2012, where it took us almost 9 months to get funds so we could take care of some of the people that were most impacted. And we even had a Republican governor. So when we talk about, you know, helping and assisting, I have always been there for everyone that needs it. But don't forget that it took us 9 months to get assistance on the Sandy. So, and assistance for Ida is coming, and I will be there for Louisiana, for Alabama, for all those states that got hit by Ida. So let's just not forget the history here about assisting people and assisting the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything else to say.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Babin was next.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I want to say thank you to my colleague from Mr. Webster from Florida for his amendment. And as one who's taken 3 border tours, totaling probably 30 fellow members of the House down to our Texas border, I can attest to the fact that they are not screening these people properly down there. In fact, I can tell you that most of these people coming across, many are tested, but they are not being vaccinated unless this is something that has just started recently. I'll give you an example. McAllen, Texas declared an emergency several weeks ago due to over 7,000 illegals who tested positive for COVID released into the interior. This report that my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, talked about, this report probably was initiated by this declaration of disaster in McAllen, Texas, also in La Jolla, Texas. There have been numerous examples and instances where even the law enforcement agencies were called because of people coughing and acting sick. Were in restaurants. They were questioned, interrogated. They were illegal. They were released. They were supposed to have been quarantined in motels. They were free to go whenever they wanted to. It was not really a quarantine. This is a real problem. Being a Texas congressman myself, I can tell you, as our COVID numbers have spiked, having an open southern border like this is just inexcusable. So I support Mr. Webster's amendment. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. There are others who wish to be heard. Let me say, I am generally opposed to FEMA having to deal with immigrants, legal or illegal, into this country. They are already stretched thin with their key missions, wildfires, hurricanes, floods, et cetera. And I was very unhappy to see that they were designated as the agency to deal with the incoming Afghan legal immigrants. I don't think, they've got the bandwidth to do that. This should all be done by CBC, Customs Border Control. That's their jurisdiction. That's Homeland Security. That's not our jurisdiction. Again, there are a grand total of 5 FEMA people designated to provide advice or assistance on the border. I don't know what their role is. Hopefully they will be redesignated to dealing with the Afghans to not further deplete FEMA's resources. So, I don't support the amendment, and I don't support the administration loading this on to FEMA. With that, we will move to, there are no further, are there amendments to the amendment? Oh, excellent. If not, then the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
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 Opinion
No.
chair, the noes have it. Yes. A roll call is requested. Under the rule, it will be postponed until a later time to be announced. With that, we will move to the next amendment, which will be Mr. Perry 064. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offer Mr. Perry, number 064.
With that, Mr. Perry is recognized. The amendment is considered as read without objection. Are we experiencing problems again? Okay, all right. Mr. Perry is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply requires the Director of the Congressional Budget Office to certify that inflation is below 3% before expending any of the funds in this act. This provides an important economic safeguard as it requires a significant drop in inflation before flooding the economy with another $3.5 trillion in printed spending. By building a pause button into the majority spending plan, the amendment gives the economy breathing room to see if the officials at the White House and the Federal Reserve are correct about inflation being transitory, despite nearly a full year of incorrectly making the exact same claim. It also reassures the vast majority of Americans, 87% of whom have expressed concerns about the inflationary pressures in the economy and the associated rise in consumer prices, that there's competent leadership in Washington overseeing this massive expenditure of their tax dollars. This morning's CPI report bolsters these concerns as August CPI increased 0.3% month over month, rising 5.3% compared to a year ago, meaning annual inflation has exceeded 5% for the 4th straight month. Now, while there will be those in the majority who point out that these numbers beat Wall Street's expectations, the rate of inflation remains significantly above the Fed's 2% target and the White House's 2.5% projection for the next year. Moreover, the danger has yet to pass, as, for instance, the increase in rents as it rebounds after more than a year of being artificially deflated by the eviction moratorium and catches up to the massive spike in housing prices, will begin to add significant inflationary pressures to those already impacting the economy. And for example, the increase in the Producers Price Index reported last week up 8.3% on compared to last year, 0.7% compared to last month, will result in the additional costs being passed along to consumers in the form of higher prices. Inflation is just like taxation. This fact confirmed by the Fed's big book last week that reported businesses across the country anticipated significant hikes in their selling prices in the months ahead. It's difficult to see how such significant hikes almost a year into the current spike in inflation can be defined as transitory, but whatever. Not surprisingly, the goods with the highest increases, meats, plus 14.7%, residential natural gas, plus 5.6%, industrial chemicals, plus 4.9%, and motor vehicles are all heavily reliant upon the fossil fuel industry for basic components. All this misallocation of capital in pursuit of net zero begins to impact the rest of the economy, primarily by driving up lending costs. Those eye-popping inflation rates will become par for the course. There's absolutely nothing transitory about the economically suicidal policies being pursued by the majority, nor their consequences. American consumers, our constituents, inherently understand this. They also understand that the Biden administration is not being truthful with them about inflation. Consumers expect 5.2% inflation a year from now, compared to 2.5% projected by the White House and 4% in 3 years. At its core, this reconciliation bill is about creating a centrally planned economy. At the very least, we should demand that we would be central planners at the Fed and the White House prove that the would-be central planners at the Fed and the White House prove they comprehend economics before we hand over the reins. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of this amendment.
I thank the gentleman. I will oppose this amendment. It would prohibit the expenditure of funds until CBO determines inflation's below 3%. We've heard a lot of fear-mongering about inflation. It's a very key, maybe the top talking point on the other side of the aisle. And it's an attempt to undermine needed investments, which are not accelerating inflation, to be investing in transit, rail, greenhouse gas reductions, whatever. That is not driving inflation. Inflation, I represent a timber-producing district. Lumber was up phenomenally. It's now dropped 50%. And of course, one of the major factors driving the so-called inflation surge is used car prices, because new cars are in short supply because of a chip shortage. Now, I don't exactly understand how this amendment or suspending needed investments in infrastructure is going to help with the chip shortage for new cars, which will then drive down the price of used cars, which is a major factor. The fact is the core CPI was 0.2% last month. These extraneous things, which are related to first a measure of year over year. So a year ago, spending was very depressed with many more millions of people out of work. We've seen tremendous economy. We've created more jobs so far this year than in any other 9-month period in history, or recent history at least, in the United States of America. So people have more consumable income, or more income to spend on consumption. So again, I don't know how prohibiting the expenditure on funds is going to help with the increase in expenditures for beef. Having studied economics, we have the whole substitution issue regarding less expensive things, chicken or even potatoes. I haven't seen a big increase in potatoes or chicken. And then earlier, and this gentleman also referenced the increase in oil and gas prices. That has to do with the usual price gouging and profiteering by the cartels and the oil and gas industry, and also the disruptions caused by the hurricanes. And of course, we're trying to deal with the root cause of the hurricanes intensity, which is climate change again, and also move forward. So I would oppose the gentleman's amendment prohibiting any expenditure of funds. I think it would be hard to say to my constituents, or I would venture any member's constituents, that, oh, by the way, we aren't going to be making investments in infrastructure or a new program under economic development that will provide for your community to recruit and build itself up for new industry and businesses in depressed areas, because inflation is over 3%, because there's a chip shortage, because OPEC has driven up oil and gas prices, or people are buying more beef this year. And by the way, people are having to slaughter their cattle because of the drought. And so that's unfortunately probably going to bring down beef prices and hurt ranchers across the country. So with that, I would oppose the amendment. I'd recognize now Mr. Stauber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I support my colleague's amendment. But I do want to make a comment on some of your comments just moments ago. And I will be bringing up the chip shortage very soon. But Mr. Chair, the chip shortage is partly because we're not mining critical minerals in this great nation. And we're relying on foreign adversarial countries. And the chip shortage is going to result in automobile dealerships across this nation going out of business. We need to manufacture, make, and mine these critical minerals and the chips in our country. And I'll be talking about that amendment that I have later on in this markup. So, Mr. Chair, thanks for bringing up prior to my amendment. I appreciate that. You know, the New York Federal Reserve released the regular consumer inflation expectation results just yesterday. In case not everyone read them, they aren't pretty. And in short, the American people are catching on to the Democrats' antics that are causing skyrocketing inflations. Food prices are expected to increase by almost 8% over the next year. Rent increase close to 10%, and medical care expenses to increase close to 10%. This August report is the worst results in the history of the survey. In addition to the real middle class tax increases that are contained in this $3.5 trillion middle class sledgehammer of a bill, it will also balloon inflation more than it is already. This means that if this bill becomes law, not only will families have less money in their pockets on payday, but everyday essentials will cost more too. The middle class is being devastated by this type of legislation. I support this amendment, which will combat some of this fiscal insanity, and I urge its adoption. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman. I would just observe that actually all of the chip firms that moved overseas didn't move overseas to access the raw components. They moved overseas to access cheap labor under our failed trade agreements, and that's why we're dependent on overseas chips. No, I won't yield. And also, the gentleman on middle class is a great talking point. The bill will not raise taxes on anyone earning less than $400,000 a year. Now, that might be middle class to you. It's not to me. With that, Mr. Brown is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think, to be concerned about inflation is not misguided. It's not wrong. I've always taken the position that, we should make federal, state, and local investments and be mindful of the inflation rate. But I wouldn't hold up investments in infrastructure pending the inflation rate achieving a certain level. And why do I say that? Mr. Chairman, you and I yesterday had a really good conversation with the American Trucking Association. They pointed out a situation to me that I wasn't familiar with because it's not in my neighborhood. And that's the I-40 bridge closing over the Mississippi River between Arkansas and Tennessee. It was closed in May. I think maybe Mr. Cohen can tell us whether it's open today, but that was costing truckers collectively $2.4 million a day due to delays. And then they got it down to about $1 million a day in delays. That's almost $200 million in delays. Why? Because we're not investing in infrastructure. If we don't invest in our roads, our bridges, our rail, broadband, clean water, wastewater, if you don't think that's going to have an inflationary effect, you don't understand inflation, because inflation is driven a large part by the cost of delivering goods to market and the cost for those haulers, aggregates, energy haulers skyrocketed, and no doubt had an impact on the cost of what they were delivering to the market for consumers. So that's an inflationary effect as well. So I would say, Mr. Chairman, I certainly am mindful of inflation. I think we need to make sure we're keeping it in check. I think the amendment is misguided. Some belief that if we get it down to 3% and we give the go-ahead on this spend, that it's going to stay below 3%, that's wrong-headed. And the idea that, well, if we don't make investments in infrastructure, that inflation may go down, that's also misguided. So for those reasons, Mr. Chairman, doing nothing is too expensive. I oppose the amendment.
Mr. Graves, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let's put this in perspective. We can sit here and we can make arguments about what prices are going up and which ones are not. If gas prices are going up and whether that impacts folks or if it doesn't. We can do this all day long. The reality is, number one, we spent nearly $6 trillion last year, trillion with a T, last year on bipartisan COVID relief measures, bipartisan. This year, whenever leadership decided that they wanted to move entirely in a partisan direction, we're on track to spend another $7 trillion if this package passes, and nearly half of this is going toward a socialist wish list. We've got to start thinking about the real life consequences of spending this money. This isn't monopoly money. This is real. These are real dollars. We're talking about spending another $3.5 trillion. Again, don't take my word for it. How about the Economic Advisory Treasury Secretary for Clinton and President Biden, Larry Summers, who himself said that this is irresponsible, said that we can't spend money like this. He warned that the spending plan is reckless. It will lead to more inflation. It will lead to more taxation, and it will lead to more economic stagnation. That's Larry Summers. That's not me. It's Larry Summers. Mr. Chairman, here's where my great concern is. Maybe there's some of you out there that think that environmental protection is the highest priority in the nation, and that's your prerogative. That's fine. Maybe there's some that think that infrastructure, transportation, resiliency investments are most important. That's fine. Maybe some of you think it's healthcare. Maybe some of you think it's climate change. Let me ask you a question. What happens when inflation goes up, as it will under this legislation and the gazillion dollars we've spent previous? What happens when it goes up and it is then applied to the $28 trillion debt our nation currently has? And as you know, y'all are talking about increasing it, the debt limit, to $45 trillion. With interest rates at effectively zero, then the debt payment on we pay the interest on the debt, not the principal. That dollar figure is very low. When interest rates go up, the interest on the debt that's going to go up because you're increasing it to 45 trillion and this bill is going to increase it. The debt payments are going to go up. What happens to your priority for environmental protection, for climate change, for infrastructure, for resilience, for healthcare? What happens to it? We don't have the resources. Do the math. We're not even going to be able to afford the interest payments on the debt that you're so recklessly creating. Mr. Perry is exactly right with this amendment. This is about national security. This is about environmental protection. This is about our seniors and healthcare. This is about infrastructure and resilience. Do the math. Listen to Larry Summers if you don't believe me. This is irresponsible. Mr. Perry's amendment tries to make sure that we're being responsible to some degree under these crazy, chaotic conditions, trying to put some sideboards on this legislation. If you're all so convinced that it's not going to happen, support the amendment. Support it. He's giving you a chance. Put your money where your mouth is. Say that if you're saying, oh, this isn't going to happen, good. Then support his amendment, and the amendment will have no effect. I urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Well, I'd point out to the gentleman it would have an immediate effect because today we are over 3% and it's projected, to be there for a few more months. So it would have an immediate impact, and any reference to Larry Summers as an authority is absurd. I voted against Obama's Recovery Act because it was heavily influenced by Mr. Summers with his famous tax cuts too small to notice, which were 8 times our investment in infrastructure in that bill and didn't create any jobs. So find a better economist with that. Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Inflation on consumer goods continues to create a strain for American families during the COVID-19 pandemic. U.S. inflation is forecast to be greater than 5% for the 3rd month in a row. No doubt due in part to the partisan $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. At a time when we should be allowing our economy to recover, congressional Democrats and the Biden administration are moving ahead with a $3.5 trillion spending package. The cost of this proposal would no doubt only worsen this inflation crisis. My Republican colleagues are offering an important safeguard on the ever-increasing spending proposals. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would ensure that federal spending does not increase unless the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office certifies that inflation is below 3%. The American people deserve this relief to keep inflation in check, and I ask my colleagues to please support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Congressman Stauber.
Mr. Stauber?
Yes, thank you for yielding. And Mr. Chair, I just want to follow up to your comments on the chips. You couldn't be more wrong than what you stated. If we make, mine, and manufacture the chips in our country, we don't rely on the communist country of China to make those chips, and they're doing it right now. They're holding the automobile industry hostage with their chips. You know, a Ford F-150, for example, has 1,000 chips in it.
I know he's not going to endorse my opponent.
With the computers.
So
Is somebody talking?
I'm not going to worry about it because that just makes it.
Mr. Stauber, suspend. Someone's not muted. Please mute. Continue, Mr. Stauber.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is, if we hold the destiny of these chips, for example, and in other industries, but we're just for the sake of this discussion, you brought the chips up. If we mine the critical minerals here, we make the chips here, manufacture, our automobile industry will benefit. And so for you to say that's not a reason for the backlog.
WTO.
You know, Mr. Chair, is that you that's not muted?
It's the gentleman.
Mr. Chair, is that you that's not muted? That's the second time you've talked over me.
Mr. Stauber, I was inadvertently not muted at that moment, and I didn't talk over you. The other time you talked over me asking to be recognized, and I said no.
Mr. Chair, can I assume the time that was given to me?
Got it. Keep talking.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is it's very simple. Let's mine, manufacture, make the chips in our country. We have the capability, we have the skilled union workforce to do it. So let's do it. Very shortly, we're going to see the devastation in our automobile industry because of this chip shortage. And so I would just ask when my amendment comes up later on, we'll have a really good opportunity to secure the supply chain dependency in a moral way, not using child labor. And I yield back to my colleague, Mr. Guest. Thank you.
Does Mr. Guest wish to say anything more? Because there's still time.
I yield back the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. We'd go now to Representative Van Dyne.
I appreciate that very much, Mr. Chairman. Over the course of the pandemic, allocating funding for transportation infrastructure needs has grown increasingly more difficult. While we're facing many issues and challenges right now, especially as we follow the $3.5 trillion reckless tax and spend plan currently on the table, one of our gravest concerns is undoubtedly the continuous increase in inflation. Inflation is at a 30-year high, as it's up more than 7% since January. Clothing prices are up nearly 5%, food prices, including chicken, and I'm surprised that you haven't seen that. There was a headline last month that said, chicken prices soar as Tyson projects higher meat costs ahead and two rivals combine. Reuters article stated that Tyson has increased prices for customers to offset inflation. More increases are planned. And the AP article also states that the deal has come as chicken prices are surging and we're at a 7-year high. So I'm surprised you haven't seen that. But I know that in my state alone, food prices are up 5% and gas prices are up 74%. And yet we're debating a bill with the most significant spending in history, which undoubtedly will make this crisis worse. I rise in favor of the proposed amendment to prohibit increasing net spending unless CBO certifies that inflation is below 3%. This new tax and spending bill, which adds $17 trillion more to national debt, is further dragging our inflation crisis in the wrong direction. We cannot continue to put forth federal policies that actively make it harder for Americans to survive and succeed. Over the last 18 months, we've added more than $5 trillion in new spending. The new tax and spending plan will confirm an even higher and unprecedented amount. And yet the majority seems unable to resist leading our country down an irresponsible and dangerous path. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to protect our economy from an overzealous federal government that continues to put forth unreasonable spending plans, which further hinder our already vulnerable economy. Feeding inflation and continuing reckless spending is never the answer, but especially not at the expense of job creators and working families. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady, Representative Johnson, Dusty Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his very good amendment. I mean, what a wild, crazy, and expensive ride it has been. We had the $2 trillion COVID package, and then we've got the $1 trillion plus infrastructure package that's linked. The speaker tells us is linked with this $3.5 trillion package that we're talking about today. We're talking over $7 trillion. Now, some of that money spent in 1 year and some of it in 3, some of it in 5, some of it in 10. It's hard to keep it all straight, but just to provide a little context, remember, you know, the value of all of the non-defense discretionary spending from our federal government in a year is $800 billion. And in each of the next 5 years, it's estimated that we'll spend more than that just on these packages that have been rolled out in the last 8 months. It is a breathtaking, head-spinning, soul-stealing amount of money. And let's make no bones about it. You cannot flood the zone with this kind of cash without having an impact on inflation. It is a basic law of supply and demand. And so I think the gentleman from Pennsylvania is right to call our attention to this. All of this spending does not come without a cost. This is not free money. And the price of these bills will come due on future generations, and it will impact prosperity. It will impact inflation, and it will impact the future trajectory of this country for the worse. I ask all of my colleagues to vote for the Perry Amendment so we can actually begin to focus our attention on these issues in a real and substantial way. With that, I would yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Mast.
Thank you, Chairman. I was trying to get better connectivity. I'm not sure if this connection was good or bad for me. Can
It's
you
good.
confirm, Chairman? Are you okay? Thank you. My question, really, I'm willing to share time with yourself, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Brown, or somebody else. At what point for the majority does inflation hit a catastrophic point, an emergency, something that truly deserves a great amount of deliberation? At what percentage of inflation do we hit that point for the majority? Happy to engage with anybody that would like to have
I'll be
a
more than happy,
conversation about that.
Mr. Chair.
If you want to
Mr.
recognize
Brown,
Representative Brown, that would be good.
Sure.
Mr.
Look,
Brown, I yield for a colloquy with you. I'm happy to hear it.
first of all, it's a compound question, so I'm not really sure what part of your question you're concerned about, but I can tell you right now, for 3%, sure, I'd love to see inflation below 3%, right? But that's not catastrophic. What's catastrophic to me are people that die on bridges when they collapse. What's catastrophic to me is when my constituents can't get to work because they're stuck in heavy congestion, or they get caught in a fire in the WMATA train station because they're
Mr.
not
Brown.
investing in maintenance and operation. That's what's of concern to
Mr.
me.
Brown.
Sure, inflation
thank-
is important to me,
Mr. Brown,
but
thank
also
you.
lives are important as well.
Mr. Brown, thank you. I'm happy to continue this colloquy with you. But again, you've mentioned 3% is something that concerns you, not catastrophic to you. I think we could probably all agree that if a bridge collapses, I think that's something that concerns all of us. I'm really looking for more of a numeric metric of what level of inflation hits the emergency point for you. That would be something preferable. And we can have a talk about those other things as well. But what level of inflation really says to you this is an emergency? 3%, we're not there. Is it 4%, 5%, 10%? Where does it hit emergency for you?
Look, if you're just interested in for winning forensic debate points, the amendment before us is 3%. That's the question in front of us. Should we block the entire transportation portion of budget reconciliation because the amendment says 3%, which we're already above? And the answer is
Mr.
no.
Brown, I'm going to reclaim. It's not forensic debate points. I just really want to know when it hits an emergency point for you. You said 3% is not an emergency. Is 4%? Does it go well beyond that? 10%? Man, we really need to pump the brakes here. I'm really just trying to get a number from you. If you would be so
Mr. Mass,
willing.
I know where I stand on 3%. What I suggest is you ask yourself that. What's your critical point? Is it 1%? Is it 10%? And then you decide on how you're going to vote on this amendment. I can't answer.
I
that
don't want to
question
see,
what's
Mr.
critical
Brown.
to me.
I'll reclaim. I don't want to see my savings or the savings of anybody else inflated away whatsoever. That's a tax on every single individual, and I hope that we can all agree on that. But the question, that I'm posing here, which is a serious question, is when does inflation hit the emergency point for the majority? You've said it's not 3%. Is it 8%? Does 8%? Man, that's really a tough level.
Mr. Mash, are we trying to work out a friendly amendment here? Is that what we're trying to do? I mean,
No, I'm
not really sure
out
why you're
understanding.
asking that question. What's important to you?
I'm just trying to work out
answer the question.
understanding. I'm trying to work out understanding of where the majority considers inflation to be a catastrophic level. 3% is not
speak
that
for the
level.
amendment, for
It
the
appears
majority.
4%.
I can speak for myself.
You can speak for yourself. You
That's
and I
right.
are in this colloquy, so I'm happy to hear it from you. If you don't want that to represent the full majority, I'm happy to hear it from you for the purposes of our colloquy.
Yeah, I certainly don't represent the majority. As I already said,
There's certainly the majority is certainly deferring to you as apparently their economic expert several times. So it seems as though you were the one that spoke up and wanted to speak on inflation and address this. We talked about bridge collapses. What is the number for inflation that becomes catastrophic for you?
Mr.
that
Mayor, you can't look at
people's
one number
savings
to
being
answer the
inflated.
questions on whether or not we make investments. There's inflation, there's unemployment, there are public health criteria that has to be taken into consideration. You're boiling it down to one number. There is no
Happy to
single
take
number.
all of those. Yeah, I'm happy to take all of those into consideration with you in a conversation, but the goalpost that I'm looking for this beginning of the conversation would be inflation. If you want to talk about unemployment and other things, certainly open to discussing those numbers, but let's not skip over the inflation number, because this has been a large part of the conversation. People have been trying to discredit others.
I'm enjoying the
say they're
debate
not
over economics,
reputable.
but the time has
Just-
expired.
What's
the time has expired. Mr.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Westerman is
Chairman.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we look at this amendment that the gentleman has offered, he's simply talking about tagging inflation with spending, and the left's argument against that has boiled down to infrastructure. And I wish we were debating the $1.2 trillion so-called bipartisan infrastructure bill. I think that would be much more fitting for this committee than a $3.5 trillion spending spree that we're talking about. But oftentimes I think, and I think this is a great example of how common sense and logic gets lost in the debate. This idea that there's no amount of inflation that's too great as long as we're protecting infrastructure. And the illustration was used, the I-40 bridge in Memphis. And I think we need to look at what actually happened at the I-40 bridge in Memphis. It wasn't a failure to spend money on infrastructure. It was a bureaucratic failure to inspect the bridge. It was a simple fix that could have been corrected long before the bridge had to be shut down, but the government agency in charge of inspecting that bridge dropped the ball. They had video evidence years before that crack actually happened that showed the crack was there, but they somehow ignored it. And that's what I see happening with infrastructure and a lot of different things across this country, is we try to enact a pound of cure where an ounce of prevention would have done a lot better. I don't think this is any more illustrated than in our forests that are on fire today throughout the West. If we would do a little bit of management on these forests instead of trying to blame climate change for everything, then we wouldn't be spending all the money and losing firefighter lives, and we wouldn't be losing homes and businesses. We wouldn't be spewing carbon into the atmosphere, creating unhealthy conditions in the air quality. All of these things because we want to ignore what the real problem is. We look over the things that are causing the problem and we try to make it into something bigger than it really is. The I-40 bridge had nothing to do with a failure to spend on infrastructure. I can promise you, had that defect been found or been recognized when it was actually first observed, the cost would have been much less. There wouldn't have been $200 million of cost to the trucking industry. It could have been a low-cost, simple fix, but it was ignored. Just like we continue to ignore the real problems like inflation and the other things that are doing harm to our economy. So I support the gentleman's amendment. It's pretty much common sense. I think it's what's best for the country. And it looks at what the real problem is, not trying to take the real problem and making it into a political drama to push a spending bill that is absurd. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Representative Cohen wishes to be recognized. You're muted, Representative Cohen.
Unmute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. First, I want to make note, I'm on 2 other committees, both with outstanding chairman and all, but this is the first committee to where an amendment has been accepted. So I want to commend you for finding a way to accept an amendment, and Mr. Graves for his good fortune. He's now hitting about 0.25 on his attempts. The references were made to the I-40 bridge. It is open. It allowed me to go over to Jonesboro and see a lot of Memphis fans beat Arkansas State on Saturday. We looked for Mr. Crawford. He was not to be found. But Mr. Westerman mentions the problems, bureaucratic problems. The state of Arkansas was supposed to have inspected that bridge. They had an employee who did not inspect it. The pictures that were taken were by canoers who didn't post them till years later, of course. But the state of Arkansas messed up. So when people complain about the federal government and say, oh, it's best left to the states and let the states do it, well, the states mess up too, and the Arkansas Department of Transportation who messed that up and didn't do their job. So anyway, that's just about the states. And Mr. DeFazio, thank you for working that amendment in. Mr. Graves has been very persistent in all the committees. I think if he did a Coach O impression, he might have better luck. I yield back the balance of my time.
Would the gentleman yield?
Surely.
I think you made my point. It wasn't a failure to spend money on infrastructure. It was a failure to do the inspections. But all of a sudden, that bridge became a topic of a failure to spend on infrastructure. I yield back.
I would say that the truth is we need a third bridge across the river. That's an important transportation point between the west and the east on I-40. And we've needed a third bridge for years. And that is an infrastructure problem. That is a spending problem. It came to the attention of the nation because of the inability of the Arkansas Department of Transportation to have somebody competent inspected, who I don't think they've tried to find criminally liable, which he should be. But we need a third bridge, and that's an infrastructure cost problem. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield again?
He yielded back, but just let me say, I'm glad we got back to infrastructure and a debate over bridge inspection. And we have, and we did even in the FAST Act, as I recall, try and assert some more federal oversight of state DOTs in terms of bridge inspections. And I wasn't familiar with the specifics about the failure of the Arkansas DOT, so that was actually helpful, and it points to the need for more oversight of these states who sometimes are cutting corners when they shouldn't be. Are there others who wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Can you chair the noes have it?
Mr. Chairman, I call for request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested, and the vote will be held at a later time. With that, we move on to, Mr. Babin. Okay, right, okay. The clerk will designate Babin 075.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Babin, number 075.
Mr. Babin is recognized for, without objection, amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Babin for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. The level of bipartisanship that this bill has undergone is as abysmal as the majority's willingness to publicly address how fiscally irresponsible this spending spree is to our nation's future. This bill will have detrimental, irreparable impacts on America's energy independence, our national security, our rapidly depleting Social Security and Medicare programs, not to mention our national debt. The fact is, this bill has an astronomical price tag, includes duplicative policy proposals in direct violation of the agreement made by the White House, and is riddled with more language that violates the Senate's Byrd Rule than we have time to count. One of those initiatives is what the Democrats have dubbed the Community Climate Incentive Grants Program, which spends $50 million on establishing new greenhouse gas performance measures, $950 million in grants to states to incentivize carbon pollution reduction projects, and $3 billion in competitive grants to other entities for carbon pollution reduction projects. Mind you, the federal share of these grants is 100%. So much for states and local governments having any skin in the game whatsoever. My amendment will strike the 50 million appropriated in this section that establishes new greenhouse gas performance standards that require states to set performance targets, as well as punishment for states that fail to meet these arbitrary and unattainable standards. From the difficulty in accurately measuring each municipality's carbon emissions to the irrelevance of this language to our budget process, to the excessive amount of money and to the 100% federal share requirements, my amendment to strike this language is simply common sense policy needed to address just a fraction of the problems that we see in this bill here today. I would urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to let common sense prevail. Let common sense have a win today and support this amendment. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman that rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. First off, and not this gentleman, but others keep mentioning the $3.5 trillion figure as though that's what we were debating here today. We're not. We're debating the portion of the reconciliation that is in the jurisdiction of this committee, which is $55 billion of that total sum. So that's just one point. And the second is the costs of climate change far exceed this small amount of money, the largest single source of pollution in the United States of America, but if you don't believe in climate change, it doesn't matter, is from transportation. So to measure it and set achievable, verifiable goals, communities will receive grants for things that relate to transportation pollution emissions. And that, in the end, will save one hell of a lot more money than the amount of money we're expending. The amount of money we're having to spend on resilience, now there's some are saying, well, the resilience is just necessary because the sea levels are rising naturally. Yeah, sure. Severe weather events are getting more extreme with a warming atmosphere and a warming ocean, but those have nothing to do with carbon pollution and climate change. So yeah, we got to elevate our highways. We've got to deal with these events. We have to have resilience, but we're not going to deal with the root cause. This would expend a small amount of money dealing with the root cause. Actually, I would wish it would be more. So with that, I would move to Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've heard a lot of discussion about climate change today. A lot of discussion about how so many things that we're experiencing in this nation today. I heard discussion about forest fires and those being a result of climate change. Folks have blamed the hurricanes on climate change. Let's make sure that we're acting in a factual way. Number one, the United States has reduced emissions more than the next 12 emissions-reducing countries combined. We are leading the world. Number two, and you can look at what happened under the previous administration, or the Trump administration. There was something called the Clean Power Plan, where President Obama said we have to reduce emissions by 32% off a 2005 baseline by 2030. Have to reduce emissions by 32%. And of course, President Trump abandoned that mandate when he came in because it chose technological winners and losers. So President Trump abandoned it. But do you know that during his administration in 2019, not in 2030, when President Obama set this reduction target of 32%, but in 2019, President Trump actually exceeded the emissions reduction, got to 33% reduction. Without mandates, without programs, without regulations, he just did it. That's what innovators do. They innovate. Mr. Chairman, one of the biggest things that this bill just completely fails to ignore, this bill and every other bill that y'all pass out related to climate change, is that this is a global issue. It's a global issue. So for all of these successes we've had in the United States in beating the hell out of every other country in the world in reducing emissions, do you know for every 1 ton of emissions we've reduced, China's increased by 4? What does that do for the global environment? Nothing. It goes in the wrong direction. So all of these bills that are being pushed, including this base text of the bill that is $3.5 trillion, it increases the subsidies on only union-made vehicles, electric vehicles, whenever the cheapest electric vehicle is already twice the cost of the cheapest combustion vehicle. So all we're doing is driving up costs, driving up subsidies, and increasing global emissions because there's something called leakage. As we drive up more costs than regulations in the United States, people say, I'm not going to pay this. I'm going to Mexico. I'm going to Brazil. I'm going to China. I'm going to India, where they release more emissions. Y'all's policies result in greater global emissions, greater cost, less competitiveness of the United States, higher inflation rates. Which objective there are you trying to achieve? What we've seen in Afghanistan is not limited to Afghanistan. We've seen these policies over and over again where it's fire-ready aim. It's not thinking through. It's acting with emotion, not looking at facts and evidence. And this is a perfect example. Let me remind you of something else. The bipartisan Senate bill on infrastructure actually already includes this. It already includes this program. The president explicitly said, we're not going to double dip. This is double dipping. The bill that this committee passed out and passed through the House floor had 40 different programs related to this very thing, to reducing emissions focused on the transportation sector. The Senate bipartisan bill effectively ignored, because the text of this committee's bill was out there. They effectively ignored most of them, but they chose one, and it's already in their bill. It actually has a chance of passing, so this would be double dipping. And I want to say it again, and I'm going to keep saying this at every single hearing, every single markup, until folks start acting on facts. We're leading the world in reducing emissions. When you unilaterally carry out policies that increase cost and decrease competitiveness, all it does is it offshores those jobs, that economic activity, and results in higher global emissions, not lower. The Paris Climate Accords that all of you go out there and celebrate, China today releases more than every developed country in the world combined, and under Secretary Kerry's bill, Senator Kerry, Secretary Kerry's agreement, the Paris Climate Accords, China gets to increase another 50% between now and 2030. Nice job. Yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman for his impassioned statement. I would note that this all originated with most favored nation status in WTO for China, which allowed them to become a giant, and I voted against that. I would also note I met with the CEO of Schnitzer Steel yesterday, and she stated that we're seeing a comeback in American steel and aluminum because of the tariffs that the President Trump imposed, which I supported. But longer term, what we need is, since we manufacture steel and aluminum and many other things more cleanly here than in China, Mexico, or many other places, is a tax which assesses their imports for their pollution. And I think that would be a solution that would deal with the problem the gentleman is raising. If we impose that on China, the price of a lot of their goods would go up. Temporarily would hurt here because we're buying a lot of stuff from China, but it would bring a lot more jobs home and solve two problems at the same time. Unfortunately, it's beyond the jurisdiction of our committee to deal with trade issues. With that, are there amendments? Are there amendments to the amendment?
Mr. Chair?
Sure. Who's that?
Davis,
Oh,
Illinois.
Mr. Davis.
I know you missed me, sir, sitting closer to you.
Yeah.
But instead, I'm halfway across the country in Alaska, but it's great to see each and every one of you. I got to tell you, Mr. Chair, you bring up a lot of points and a lot of things in historical context, things that happened long before a lot of us got to Congress. And I guess the point I want to make is how, in a few decades, how is this process going to be remembered? Mr. Graves made tremendous points based upon science and data. We hear a lot of talk from the majority on what they want to do to address climate issues. But at the same time, they will scream, use the science and data amongst a variety of issues that we've already discussed today in the almost 3 hours we've been debating 5 amendments. And at the same time, they won't use the science and the data when it comes to what America's doing right. There are a lot of mistakes that have been made in governing over the last couple of decades, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sure we're going to be judged on mistakes that are going to be made during the time that we're serving now. But let's talk about the mistakes that are happening in process. We now are, like I said, 5 amendments into a process to mark up a bill that's going to cost $3.5 trillion. $3.5 trillion, and what is going to be the long-term impact on districts like mine in the Midwest? We are incentivizing the deterioration and discontinuation of the internal combustion engine. Great, you may think that's a great idea. Many on this committee may think it's a great idea. I think we can have an all of the above approach, but what you're also minimizing is the impact on our cleaner burning biofuels industry. And it's very frustrating when we have many of my colleagues who sit with me on the agriculture committee that will talk about their support of biofuels and at the same time be silent on this committee when it comes to addressing issues that will only push us toward an electric only vehicle fleet in a matter of a couple of decades. That to me is inconsistency. That to me is something that is truly an attack on the Midwest where I come from. Let's have a debate, but let's also use the science and the facts when it comes to climate change. Why don't we as Republicans and Democrats celebrate what America's doing right? Why don't we as Republicans and Democrats realize that as we push to incentivize the destruction of the internal combustion engine, that the rare minerals needed to make the batteries that will charge in a nationwide electrical fleet will come from countries that employ children to get those rare minerals? Instead of debating this $3.5 trillion bill that's going nowhere in the Senate, why don't we use a bipartisan process that would have allowed us to get through more than 5 amendments in 3 hours? But instead, you continue to choose a process that will be a partisan process that is pushed by your leadership, that is pushed by your own party's agenda, that is pushed by the White House, because we could get a lot more things done, but instead, we're not. We're going to be in this committee hearing for hours on end, just like usual. And it could have been better, sir. It could have been better, Mr. Chair. We could have done a lot of things and worked things out beforehand if given the chance. And I'm going to say this I'm going to say this ad infinitum until we're in the majority, and then you can hold us accountable. But the bottom line is you're setting a terrible precedent for bipartisanship on a committee that used to be one of the most bipartisan in Congress. I am frustrated. I would love to be able to come in and work issues that we know we can come together in a bipartisan way on together, but you're not giving us a chance. And I guarantee I'll see you again about 12 hours from now. We'll be cutting through some votes. We might have gotten through maybe 15 amendments by then, but I want y'all to look at yourselves and realize why this process is failing. It's failing because of a lack of leadership in the Democratic side of the aisle, and you guys continue to cause this. And I will yield back because I'm very frustrated right now.
Well, thank the gentleman. I'm not certain about halfway across the country in Alaska. I thought that was Missouri, but I guess. And then I would note, yes, it has taken 3 hours to go through 5 amendments. We've debated Afghanistan, illegal border crossing, COVID, vaccines, and inflation so far. How those are run, please don't interrupt me while I'm speaking, Rodney. I'd be happy to yield you a few seconds. But that's what we've been debating, which doesn't seem to have a whole hell of a lot to do with what we're marking up here, which is $55 billion out of $3.5 trillion or whatever the final number is, which I'm, according to Senate sources will be reduced. How much, I don't know. I would hope that our provisions, don't, suffer too much from that. But in any case, we haven't really been debating infrastructure or what's actually in our portion of the reconciliation, but having greater talking points on the larger reconciliation bill outside the jurisdiction of our committee. There'll be plenty of time to do that on the floor.
Gentlemen,
I would yield to you briefly. Are you in Alaska?
You are correct. Alaska is not halfway across the country from Washington, but halfway across the country from where I was in Illinois.
Okay, there you go.
But I will say, sir, we are debating these issues because they are important to the transportation sector. And the transportation sector intersects with many of these issues that we've talked about, not being addressed by this committee and they're not being addressed by this administration. So when else do we have a voice? And that's what we've been lacking this entire Congress and last Congress, sir. And that's what we need to fix. And I hope you can join us in doing that. And I don't have any time to yield back, but I promise I will not ask you to yield anymore.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. Thanks for clarifying the halfway, because I always thought it was Missouri halfway across the country, but I get it. Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? Okay, hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman. Request recorded vote.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I want a recorded vote.
Well, Mr. Graves beat you to it.
Okay.
But whatever, recorded vote is requested and vote will be held at a later time. We'll now proceed to amendment number 6 out of 33, which would be Mr. Graves, 068. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print offered Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 068.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I noted earlier, it is amazing to me to see some of the irresponsible spending that is being caused by this legislation. I don't think you can say enough about the wasteful, exorbitant spending, and I'm going to keep saying it. The Presidio, Rodney, good job. You can't say enough about it because it just shows how manipulated this process is. That you're talking about spending $200 million on a luxury facility in a luxury neighborhood whenever you have Americans that have real needs. Across the United States right now, we have a pandemic. We have wildfires. We have hurricanes that, and Mr. Sears, I want to note, you mentioned 9 months after Sandy. I'd take 9 months because after Laura, Delta, Zeta, and effectively 4 other hurricanes, named storms that hit Louisiana last year, we have received 0 in recovery dollars, 0. It has been over a year, so actually 9 months would be great. But with all of these disasters, you have people with real needs, not, hey, can you fix up my putting green a little bit more? Can you make that fairway a little bit more manicured for one of the richest zip codes in America? This is things like people that need, I don't know, food, people that experience one of the worst hurricanes in our nation's history. I'll say it again. We have winds clocked as high as 194 miles an hour. You literally wouldn't believe the conditions that some people are experiencing right now in the path of Hurricane Ida. And so what this amendment does is it replenishes the disaster relief fund, which is the FEMA fund that provides individual assistance, that provides public assistance, that provides categories A through G and all the different needs that are out there for Americans that have experienced extraordinary tragedy. Again, pandemic, forest fires, floods, hurricanes. We're still dealing with payouts from Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, Maria, Michael, Florence, affecting Texas, affecting Florida, affecting Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, affecting North Carolina and many other states across our country. Again, out west, California and other places with forest fires. Let's put money toward real needs, toward real, I think, obligations of the federal government. Don't go do this socialist expansion and go cover all these, go create all these new social welfare programs, quite frankly, where the federal government doesn't have any obligation to be investing. Let's focus on real needs. Let's focus on real functions of the United States government. And I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Hold on, I have a list of people. I'm not certain who that is, but you will get recognized. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, you'd be third on the Republican side. The gentleman is pointing out a problem that we have attempted to address, and the gentleman has been persistent on, and with some success with changes made by this committee. In fact, I understand that FEMA finally adopted a global rule regarding documentation for some of these disasters, particularly in Puerto Rico and in the case of outside my district, but Southern Oregon and other places where all documentation was lost regarding people who lived in trailer parks and that. They have had an extraordinarily difficult time getting any assistance from FEMA, and that is an ongoing problem that requires yet more work. Unfortunately, some of it relates to jurisdictional issues between ourselves and the banking committee and their jurisdiction over housing to get funds properly expended, which we're still trying to deal with and needs more work. But the gentleman, if there was an emergency, I certainly would support more money if there was an emergency in terms of funding available, more money for the disaster relief fund. In fact, the disaster relief fund at the close of last week had, I think there's multiple people unmuted, please.
Who's checking?
Fonzie.
Funds? I think it's American History.
What's that? Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, right now, the balance at the end of last week was $41.3 billion in the disaster relief fund. And when the continuing resolution, which I expect will probably be adopted in the next couple of weeks, they will get another $17.1 billion, which would bring their total to $58.4 billion. If the disaster relief fund needs more money than that, I expect that there will be an emergency supplemental, and I would hope that the gentleman and others on the other side of the aisle would support, if necessary, a disaster relief supplemental. But at this point, $41.3 billion on account and another $17 billion soon to be allocated, another $10 billion, which would go beyond our allocation and have to come out of other things and would not be matched by the Senate, so it wouldn't happen anyway, would be unnecessary and fruitless. With that, I would recognize Representative Rouser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I commend my friend Garrett Graves from Louisiana for this amendment and his very articulate advocacy for it. I certainly associate myself with all his remarks. North Carolina, we have a number of natural disasters as well, and of course, Louisiana has had more than its fair share. Puerto Rico, many other parts of the country have experienced significant disasters of great magnitude, naturally caused. And you would think with $55 billion that's under our authorization, under our purview here in the committee, that at least a portion of that could be used for this particular fund. It's I heard what the chairman said, but this is an important need for the long term, and I think it's important for the committee to recognize that. I yield back.
Representative LaMalfa. Representative LaMalfa.
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Appreciate the sentiment of a lot of the issues talked about in committee today. And I thank Mr. Graves of Louisiana for his, again, his passion and his spelling out how many of us feel about how things are going with disaster relief and et cetera, inflation. I mean, we have a lot of issues, but of course, I acknowledge how bad it is in the hurricane zone from Louisiana all the way around the corner and up the East Coast, and our friends in Puerto Rico. And out here, we've been facing fire, and the chairman knows this very well, as we have our district's neighbor on the western part of the Oregon and California border. And these funds are going to be critical here because we can use billions just on western fires in a short amount of time. Just here in Northern California, my own district, have the River Fire, the Beckworth Complex, Caldor just south of me, the Dixie Fire. 3 years ago, we're still unwinding from the Camp Fire and the Carr Fire, Camp Fire taking down the town of Paradise. So we've got a lot of great help for that in the past, and we got to see it through. So we have evacuations and power outages from these fires. We need to talk about infrastructure more so. Drought, for example, that's our hydroelectric power situation in California is going to be vastly affected by drought. At the same time, they're trying to tear down infrastructure such as the dams that make hydropower. So in some areas right now, we're running out of drinking water due to drought situations or the groundwater. So got a lot of issues. Farmers are going to have to continue to pay for the overhead of the infrastructure when they're not receiving water, paying the operation and maintenance costs, for example, for the Central Valley project that isn't going to deliver any water to them this year. So this all comes on top of the disasters we faced last year and the additional new ones this year. So when we're looking at $10 billion in a disaster relief fund, I think it's wise to get ahead of the curve on that, because we're going to go through it pretty quickly with the level of disaster problems that we have just on Western fires alone, but additionally to my Southern colleagues and my friend in Puerto Rico on what they're dealing with ongoing. And the dollars, as was mentioned, are not getting out very, very quickly. And so when they finally start going, when that snowball starts happening here, I'm afraid we're going to run short and have more delays on the recovery we need. And to hear this committee talking about a $200 million upgrade to the Presidio, we could use $200 million to kickstart a couple of wood mills in this part of the state or anywhere in the West for the millions of acres now of dead trees we have, burned out trees. We need to make this product into something that is usable instead of having our forests continue to be a tinderbox, especially now with salvage trees that are going to be standing there for years on federal land when the federal land is not managed. And so hundreds of millions of new trees that we're going to have to do something with. We should be kickstarting grant funding or low interest loans into building the wood mills we need out here, because the mills are going to be at capacity, what few we have left to do the job of the salvage, just the salvage logs, let alone the green timber that we should be taking down and managing on a per acre basis that's sustainable long term. But getting back to the main point, Mr. Graves doing great work on this committee, and I appreciate his effort to try and make sure that we have the disaster relief fund in a good enough place. It's going to see us through the many disasters we're dealing with in the current and short term. So I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman and share his concerns about forest management. And I would point out that no administration since we passed the Healthy Forest Restoration Act has put an adequate amount of money into that fund to try and get ahead of this problem, and hopefully we'll do better in the coming appropriations. Representative Gonzalez Colon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak on the amendment. I want to strongly support Representative Graves' amendment addressing a true critical need, increasing funding to the Disaster Relief Fund by $10 billion. In the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, and now as Tropical Storm Nicholas threatens Texas, Louisiana, and all communities in the Gulf region, I think it's important that we see what happened in the past. In my constituency alone, over the last 4 years, between the hurricanes of 2017 and the 2020 earthquakes, Puerto Rico has seen FEMA obligations of $25 billion in public assistance, $9.5 billion for the power grid, and $1.5 billion in individual assistance. However, I must point out that for many emergencies since 2017, communities in Puerto Rico and other states have not received emergency supplemental funds, but instead rely on the Disaster Relief Fund, which needs to be replenished by Congress if we're going to continue to rely on it to meet the needs of those affected by natural disasters. And that's why I support Mr. Graves' amendment. Many of his constituents not just only faced a major natural disaster, but are still in the process of recovering from Hurricane Laura last year, which there has yet to be a disaster supplement. In times of disaster, we rely on friends to lend us assistance, and therefore I stand with him and all Louisiana constituents like he stood with me and my people during our time of need. And that's something that happened many times. We visited Puerto Rico together as many other members of this committee. We worked together to help pass the Disaster Recovery Reform Act. He has been a great advocate before the federal agencies to avoid revictimization of those afflicted. And I want him to know that we will continue to work together to help our people when they're affected by a natural disaster. And this is one of the reasons, if we do not replenish this fund, how are we going to face if many other natural disasters happen, like it happens with the tsunamis in the Pacific coast, when it happened with the fires in California, same thing with the hurricanes and earthquakes that are happening all over our nation. I think we need to have a solid, a strong fund that is available for all those natural disasters. And I'm not waiting for Congress to convene and then approve additional supplemental funding. In any normal year, this committee and Congress in general will be working on an emergency supplemental package right now for the people of Louisiana, New Jersey, and New York, for California and Oregon, for those communities afflicted by wildfires. I think the locations where tropical storms Nicholas is expected to strike, those should be included there. That should be a priority, not any other partisan exercise. If not, then at the very least, we should make sure the Disaster Relief Fund is ready for those needs. And that's the reason I support this amendment, and I encourage all to vote to adopt it. This is not a Republican state or a Republican territory. This is about American people living in need when a disaster hit us. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment, will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed,
Address the beneficiaries, use our retirement planning resources, and more.
Nope.
who's retiring? Excuse me. All right, those opposed to the amendment will signify by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, got to be
Ask for a
quicker.
recorded vote.
Okay. A recorded vote is requested, and the vote will be postponed until a later time. I will now move to amendment number 7, which would be an amendment by Mr. Rouser, 060. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Rouser, number 060.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a note of my observation, we have got to get away from these Zoom virtual hearings and markups. I really think it's diminishing the work of the committee and diminishing the institution here in the House. That's just my personal opinion. Today's markup on the portion of budget reconciliation before us is a partisan exercise designed to ram a liberal wish list of bad policy down the throats of the American people. That's just the bottom line. In addition to the exorbitant spending in the reconciliation bill that will only lead to more inflation, there are also a number of Green New Deal provisions that will make it far more difficult to operate a business in this country. This bill is, in fact, a raw deal for America, and the middle class and lower income Americans will get hit the worst. In that same vein, on June the 9th, the Biden administration decided to reevaluate the Navigable Waters Protection Rule and change, once again, the definition of a water of the United States. This administration has made it abundantly clear they have little desire to listen to the needs of our local communities and businesses. They opened a comment period for the change of the rule on August the 4th. That comment period on something as important and impactful as the change of the WOTUS definition is already closed, having ended September the 3rd. A regulatory change this profound and long-term deserves to have a thorough vetting by the public. The amendment I am offering today will ensure that this administration takes more time to collect meaningful input from those who would be affected by changing the WOTUS definition. Simply by it would reopen and extend by 60 days the comment period, providing the same amount of time as provided by the Trump administration at this point in the development of the current rule. In addition, my amendment will clearly show what the real economic impacts of any change would be. It directs the Environmental Protection Agency and Army Corps of Engineers to conduct a study of the cost to applicants of permit issuance and compliance under the Clean Water Act Sections 402 and 404 using any new proposed definition. Placing new and burdensome regulatory requirements on those looking to start or continue a project can be an unexpected and in some cases impossible obstacle to overcome, hindering progress in the economic growth that is absolutely critical in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and for our economy to make a full, robust recovery. By extending the comment period and providing an economic impact study, this amendment provides a much better opportunity for all sides to have a voice during this process. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back and encourage adoption of the amendment.
I thank the gentleman for his brevity. This has been a subject before the committee for 20 years since we had contradictory Supreme Court rulings, which people have been trying to puzzle through forever. Bush promulgated new guidelines, and then subsequently the Obama administration proposed new guidance or new regulations. They really screwed up the first iteration. It was indecipherable. They later came back with one actually, which was understandable and actually would have benefited many people. In fact, we held a joint hearing over in the CVC with the Senate. And one of the big talking points from the other side of the aisle was a farmer's field who had to go through a full NEPA process to expand his farming operation. So I said, that's unreasonable. I made an inquiry. And then the then head of the EPA found that, in fact, that under the rule proposed by the Obama administration, that farmer would have been categorically exempt. That is, he would have had to go through no process. But this had to do with the confusion created by the Supreme Court and the Bush rule subsequent to that. But then, Trump discarded that and imposed a new rule, which we call fondly the dirty water rule. We had testimony on that, and the EPA under Trump would not tell us what the impacts would be. And they said, well, there's no way we can measure the impacts of what we're doing here, so we just can't tell you. Well, the impacts were actually quite extraordinary. And it was, we know now that what they did would have lifted any protection for half of the wetlands in the United States of America. Pretty critical for a whole lot of reasons, including migratory birds, ducks, geese, et cetera, and for, basically, our whole ecosystem in terms of clean, and 70% of all waters. So the dirty water rule was thrown out by a federal district court. The court noted the magnitude of the harm from this rule, which they found to be illegal, noting that 11 months, 76% of waters assessed under the dirty water rule were no longer protected under the clean water rules established by President Ronald Reagan. Similarly, the court highlighted how 333 projects that required a federal permit prior to the Trump dirty water rule, i.e., dumping stuff out the back of your factory into a stream that leads to another stream, which leads to a navigable waterway, no longer required a permit. Clean it up yourself if you want to drink it. The court also noted how in arid states such as New Mexico, Arizona, nearly every one of the 1,500 streams assessed under the dirty water rule were found to be non-jurisdictional. That was obviously a major shift. So the Trump dirty water rule would have taken us back to pre-Clean Water Act, when rivers burned. The Willamette River in Oregon was an open sewer, and other things in terms of the total restriction of regulations regarding those waters. We are now under the Bush rule, which is infinitely better than the Trump rule, but still confusing to people and can be done in a better way. It also does allow mountaintop removal, determining that chopping the top off a mountain and dumping it into a stream doesn't violate the Clean Water Act because the stream no longer exists, or it's underground, or it's leaching through all of the tailings and then ultimately perhaps getting into the water supply. So I think we need to move beyond the Bush era rule, which is what we're living under now, having to do with the federal court, and to prohibit any funds on infrastructure investment, including critical investment, by the Corps of Engineers or by the Coast Guard or others, that would be unconscionable and therefore I would oppose the gentleman's amendment. I would now recognize Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, you did a good job of litigating the WOTUS rule, the history of that, maybe from a different viewpoint than some of us would take. But nevertheless, you did talk about the history of WOTUS. And I think you made the point for why the gentleman has this amendment to simply extend the comment period on the WOTUS rule. This is something that greatly impacts rural America, your district, my district, all across our country. Whatever this final rule is going to have major impact. So it's something that we shouldn't rush through. As you mentioned, it's been going on for decades. And I don't see what it would hurt to extend the comment period so that more voices could be heard, so that we can finally get a WOTUS rule that we're not still debating 10 years from now. So the gentleman's amendment is pretty straightforward to extend the comment period. I support the amendment and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Westerman. There are no other speakers. Congressman Graves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let's go back and talk about a little history on this rule. If you go back and you read the law that this whole thing was based upon, how it's actually carried out in practice, you can't even find a relationship nearly. And let me explain. Mr. Chairman, the law says that this has to be navigable waters, that this is related to navigable waters. I think of ocean-going vessels, I think of barges. I don't think of my front yard, and let me connect the dots there. Mr. Chairman, you've had different administrations and different rules that have come up that have tried to connect navigable waters with other waters that are not navigable by saying, well, look, migratory birds fly from this navigable water body to this other one, so it's all related, and so we're going to regulate everything. The Supreme Court wisely said, no, that's extreme, that's not a connection, we're throwing it out. So then the regulators came back and said, well, wait a minute. They're connected through underground aquifers, and they recharge the aquifers, and so they're all connected. So we're going to regulate these other isolated waters that recharge the aquifers, the same ones that navigable waters recharge. And the courts, again, wisely came in and said, no, that's ridiculous, not consistent with the law. What's happened is over decades, the Corps of Engineers and the EPA have just continued to grow and grow their regulatory authority, their regulation of private property. And when they regulate private property, it devalues it, or it costs you more money to actually use your own property. It's kind of like a tax. It's a regulatory tax, similarly to how we discussed an inflationary tax earlier. Mr. Chairman, what the Obama-Biden administration did is they tried to grossly expand this definition, even well beyond just things like isolated waters or connected through migratory birds or connected through underground aquifers. They said that effectively areas that facilitate rainfall, ephemeral streams, that those similarly will be regulated. Mr. Chairman, I'm from South Louisiana. We've had rainfalls of 24 inches of rain in 24 hours. In your home state, y'all probably would love to have that in some cases, I guess. 24 inches of rain in 24 hours. In Congressman Babbitt and Congressman Webster's districts, if I remember right, y'all had 42 inches of rain in about 36 hours with Hurricane Harvey. What facilitates rainfall? Everything does.
52.
Sorry, 52. So what facilitates rainfall? My kitchen. I mean,
66.
at that point, right? Your living room. I mean, everything facilitates rainfall at that point in time. So are they going to come in and regulate that as well? And let me tell you something else about what happened during the Obama-Biden administration. The EPA's Office of Small Business Advocacy came in and complained or objected to what was happening under that rule because they said, you know what? You didn't evaluate the impact on small businesses. And you know why they didn't? Because they knew that the cost was going to be extraordinary. Extraordinary cost on small businesses, extraordinary cost on these mom and pop shops, extraordinary cost on just private property owners. So what Mr. Rauscher's amendment does, let's not get in a fight over whether you like the Obama-Biden rule, or you like the Bush rule, or you like the Trump rule, or whatever. All this does is it says, take 60 extra days and get public comment. Get feedback from the public, from the regulated community. Get feedback that how you do this in Arizona may be very differently than how you do it in my home state of Louisiana, where we get these extraordinary rain bombs, where my front yard could suddenly become regulated by the EPA and the Corps of Engineers, which y'all better not come anywhere near my front yard. That's all it does. It asks for an additional 60 days to get public comment, because during the during the Obama-Biden administration, the EPA under Obama, the Office of Small Business Advocacy said, you're not properly taking into account the impact on small businesses. That's what Mr. Rauscher does. Says, allow the American people, allow those mom and pop shops' voice to be heard. I urge adoption and yield back.
Next will be Congressman LaMalfa.
All right, thank you, Chairman Committee. I got to weigh on this too. I really appreciate again Mr. Graves' clear thoughts on this issue. This whole WOTUS rule business goes back to a distortion of the 1973, I think it is, Clean Water Act. This is what we're pivoting off of in order for the federal government to seize more and more and more power. And what we're talking about, we're not talking about a pipe dumping a bunch of crud into Lake Erie. We're talking about private land here. We're talking about agricultural land that they're trying to regulate and have been regulating, especially under the Obama rule. So it's cute to call the Trump adjustment of that the dirty water rule, which doesn't really help this committee to work very well with the name calling on that and by calling us climate deniers because we have a different opinion. But that all said, I have farmers around here that were trying to change crops, or they had let their land fallow for some years and decide, hey, I'm gonna leave the weed out for a while and just let the land rest. Because they've done it for more than 5 years, you got EPA using the Army Corps as a tool to come in and tell them, hey, you're gonna have to get a NEPA permit for that. And we don't know how long it's gonna take, maybe 3 years. You might have to invest 300 grand into consultants to help you figure out to put a freaking plow in your land that you had for a few years. Or maybe you're going to change from a grain crop to an orchard crop. There's hundreds of thousands of acres of orchard around here, a lot of almonds, peaches, walnuts, etc. And they're acting like, oh my gosh, this is a brand new thing. We never heard of anybody deep ripping in order to put an orchard in. That's going to change the waterways of the United States. We think by creating a furrow that looks like this, you have regulators that believe, well, that's creating a mountaintop. Therefore, that mountaintop has water running off of it. We have to regulate that. And so does anybody think for just 10 seconds, taking your hat off as a politician and just thinking as a person, how ridiculous that is? Ask anybody walking down the street that likes to eat almonds or peaches or fruit and buy them reasonably at the store. Like, well, you won't be able to get those from California anymore because people are pulling out because they can't get a NEPA permit because they want to change their crop from prunes to almonds. This is what we're dealing with. This is what the Trump administration, with your so-called Dirty Water Act nonsense, tried to change to put something back under a reset where it'd be halfway normal. They weren't trying to say, hey, factories just dump everything into the river that came straight out of your sewer or out of your machine plant. No, this is trying to put a reset back to something halfway normal and sensible. That's what we're talking about with how unreasonable WOTUS got during the Obama era under those rules, what Trump was trying to set back to something a little more reasonable. And you say, well, the EPA can't prove how much is coming in, coming out. Well, guess what? This is my irrigation ditch. This is my drainage ditch. I can turn this camera around and show them to you right here on my rice field right now. Okay, but we're probably not that interested. These were created by my great-grandparents' generation, and we can say the same all the way across the whole country on this type of infrastructure that was put in place. This is not for the U.S. government to regulate. It's not, Garrett Graves' front yard and his rain barrel or something like that. We're talking the big things here. So it asks for an additional 60 days for people who are busy with real lives, besides us sitting in DC making crap up. Maybe a farmer has to figure out to get his harvest over with, maybe the logger, maybe whoever, to be able to get down there and write something up so we have a 60-day period additional to put some comments in, to have some common sense permeate these bureaucracies that don't really give a rat what we make out here in the field. They don't care where the trees come from, where the food comes from. They just know they got to check their box because somebody in DC has some idealistic view of what the waters of the United States is, really in a way to regulate more, to have more land control. You know, we can't hardly build affordable homes. Everybody loves this affordable home concept, affordable housing. You can't afford the land around here because you have to make provisions for, if there's a rainfall and the water stays in a puddle for a half hour after the rain, called a vernal pool, then by golly, you can't use that land. So instead you have to use it on, we have to build land housing in floodplains. We have to pave over ag land if you want to build new housing, because there's no critters on that holds water for that, you know, a fairy strip that might grow in a vernal pool for a rainfall that holds water for, you know, an hour or two. You know, we'd love to see what 24 inches of rain, not an hour, but maybe just a year around here. And yet we have Waters of the United States regulations telling at least 4 different growers I have in Tehama County, oh, you can't do that till you get to a $300,000. Maybe we'll get around to a 3-year permit done with the EPA and the Army Corps. So
thank you so much.
I think it's pretty reasonable to ask an additional 60 days in this amendment, and I'll yield back.
All right, thank you so much, Congressman. Do any other members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
It's close, but the noes have it.
Oh,
The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I call for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote was requested, and that'll be postponed until a later time. Next amendment we'll bring up is amendment number 8 by Congressman Bost. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Bost, number 029.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Bost to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I grew up, first off, let me ask, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I grew up in a trucking company and spent years driving over the road. Even though the need for more trucks and drivers has increased over the past years, especially during COVID, the number of parking spaces is still far too low. However, the lack of truck parking spaces is well known as a problem that it is. Let me say that oftentimes drivers are unable to find safe places to park their vehicles. Many of them use, as anyone driving up and around the road can see, the roadways, the ramps, the park to park instead of a safe parking space. Others are parking in areas that jeopardize their personal safety. You know, we've seen horrible stories of drivers being robbed, assaulted, and even killed.
Congressman Bose, can you hear me? I'll give him a couple seconds to recover, otherwise we'll move on to the amendment and come back to him.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sorry you lost me. We're kind of in a remote place trying to keep up with the technology. But basically what the bill does, it would implement a lot of the things that the Jason law did, and that the conclusion of the Jason law, after meeting with number of scientific surveys and DOT, over the years, the lack of truck parking capacity is seriously a safety issue for both motor carriers and other motorists. In fact, more than 75% of truckers have reported trouble finding safe parking spaces. I introduced the Truck Parking Improvement Act to help expand the number of parking options for long-haul truckers. It establishes a set-aside source of funding for existing U.S. Department of Transportation funding. This will better incentivize states to expand parking. Over the past year, truck drivers have been working around the clock. They've been driving day and night to make sure food and supplies make it to the grocery stores or put on the shelves. Unfortunately, the bill does not include funding for truck parking. This is a missed opportunity. This amendment would take that opportunity of funding from the Community Climate Incentive Grant section. And according to the American Trucking Transportation Research Center, the average trucker spends nearly an hour every day looking for parking spots. This means many of America's 1 million long-haul truckers are needlessly driving simply because they can't find enough parking spaces. The same report indicated that the driver's productivity is reduced by nearly $10,000 revenue earnings in miles annually. The safety of our nation's truckers should be a concern for all of us, because when they are there are safe places to park. They also have our roads safer for other drivers and helps ensure that they can deliver their goods to the store shelves. Providing funding to create truck parking stops is a common sense resolution, and I believe this bill is appropriate at this time. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The amendment would add $1 billion for truck parking grants by reducing funding for community climate incentive grants dedicated to local governments by the same amount, $1 billion. This committee has long supported the needs of truckers, which is why we provided $1 billion for truck parking safety in the Invest in America Act, defending the various priorities in the $500 billion House-passed Investment in America Act, such as truck parking, is exactly why we should have had a conference with the Senate to work through differences. Unfortunately, that did not happen. The reconciliation package being marked up today reflects negotiations between House and Senate leadership, authorizers, appropriators, and the administration. One of the areas of agreement was additional investment to reduce transportation greenhouse gas emissions. Climate change is the defining challenge of our time, and transportation is the highest emitting sector of carbon pollution in the economy. The gentleman's amendment would reduce critical investments to local governments around the country for critical carbon reduction projects. This is a pivotal moment in our history, and we're running out of time to act, a fact underscored by the recent IPCC report, which found that, quote, the scale of recent changes across the climate system as a whole and the present state of many aspects of the climate system are unprecedented over many centuries to many thousands of years, unquote. I therefore must oppose the gentleman's amendment. I do, however, support additional funds for truck parking and look forward to working with the gentleman to advance this priority in other vehicles. Mr. Stauber?
Thank you, Chair Stanton. I would just like to rise in support of my colleague's amendment. He and his family have been in the trucking business for years, and you look at the American Trucking Association and others, these professional drivers. We've all seen these trucks parked on ramps to our interstate and some areas, within the cities, because the drivers, need to get their rest, etc. I stand in great support of this amendment. This is another safety issue that we can invest in for the professional truckers across our nation, where they have a safe, secure place to rest. The last thing we want to do is have additional or potential additional crashes because there wasn't that good rest that the professional drivers need. So Congressman Bost is spot on this amendment. I totally support it. It's an investment not only in the Professional Trucking Association, but it's an investment in safety. And I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Mr. Graves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I first of all want to make note that we're in the middle of National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. And I think with all of the craziness we've had with shortages of truck drivers and logistical challenges across the nation, I think that we ought to take this week to thank our drivers across the United States for their work. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is a safety issue. Right now, for every 11 trucks on the road, there's one parking spot. Let me say it again. For every 11 trucks on the road, there's one parking spot. Mr. Boss is obviously very knowledgeable in this area. It's what he did, and I imagine he still can do. He's done this job before, and I think in many cases we don't get feedback, get advice from those that are actually that have the applicable experience. This amendment simply sets funds aside to help make parking available. And if you care about emissions, then if trucks know where the spots are and spots are readily available, they're not driving around as much, trying to find somewhere to park. If you care about safety and care about the preventing loss of life, this amendment's for you. We know that the interaction between four-wheelers, cars, and 18-wheelers is very challenging in some cases. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I watched an 18-wheeler take out a car that pulled out right in front of it, and the driver of the car didn't make it. And so I think that the more that we can get safe parking spots available, the more that we can make these available and make the truckers know where they are, I think it's a win-win. Again, it's going to end up reducing emissions because folks aren't needlessly driving around trying to find somewhere to park. It's going to be a safety issue because they're not going to be driving those extra hours beyond where they feel that they're capable of doing so without falling asleep or what have you, or paying attention. And Mr. Chairman, I want to ask a question of you. You made note that you're concerned that this amendment, because it does strike $1 billion from the climate program, I'm happy to do a second-degree amendment that would not take it from that program. And if that's something that y'all would support, I'm happy to do that. I'd like to eliminate any objection that you have, and so I'd like to yield you time to see if it would be acceptable to you that if we not strike the $1 billion from that climate program, if you would be amenable to or accept Mr. Stauber and Mr. Boss's amendment.
Thank you, Congressman Graves. We can't at this time. We have strict top-line numbers that we have to work with, so this would put it over the amount that we have been granted to work with within this committee.
Thank you. If the gentleman yield back, I want to make note that the allocation under the budget resolution is actually $57 billion, or maybe $57.5 billion. Where, excuse me, let me clarify that. The allocation to this committee is $60 billion, whereas this bill spends 57 or 57.5 of it. So I believe that there is availability within the cap, and I just want to clarify that this wouldn't bust the cap under the resolution. I yield to the gentleman.
Congressman Graves, I think you have inaccurate information. We have joint jurisdiction for certain spending with Energy and Commerce, so we only have the top line of the lower amount that you mentioned.
Is there another program in here where you would be amenable, or if we drop the dollar figure from $1 billion to something else? Again, I think this is a safety issue. One parking spot for every 11 trucks. Is that something you'd be amenable to?
Certainly. Thank you, Congressman. Obviously, it's been a priority of this committee. It's the reason why it was put in the INVEST Act. And again, I offered on behalf of Chairman DeFazio, because I know I'm speaking on his behalf, as saying he would like to work with Congressman Boss and any other members of this committee to work on a long-term solution to truck parking. But no, at this time, I'm not supporting the amendment and recommend a no vote.
Thank you. I just want to summarize and say that I understand that y'all's position is objecting. I regret that very much, that truck safety has been a bipartisan issue in this committee now for many years. And I think this is an opportunity for us to improve that. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I got a hand up. Thank you.
Is that Mr. Lamalfa, it sounds like?
Lamalfa, thank you. Yep. Sorry about the scratchy throat. Anyway, I just want to weigh in quickly on this.
Please.
Out here where we've been dealing with some acute situations with disaster, for example, there was a hot debate about where enough fuel is going to be delivered to the firefighting aircraft and equipment poised up and down our state here. And so when we dug in, hey, is it a fuel problem in California of supply of fuel? Is it logistics? It turned out it was trucking, that there wasn't enough drivers and enough trucks to be able to almost keep up with keeping our air tankers supplied with fuel to try and keep battling all these fires. And so what we have is an acute problem with trucking in just in our state. It's probably similar everywhere else, especially at a time of critical need in a disaster or areas that are trying to serve other disasters. So we have a big problem with how difficult it is for trucks to meet their goals. And it's like, the others were talking about, if a trucker times out, if his hours are over with and he has really no place to go, you already see him lined up along the freeway. And sometimes they get in trouble because they're parking in a spot that they shouldn't, by whether it's law enforcement or on private property. It's kind of an acute problem here. And so when it comes down to something like it could be hampering the ability in an emergency situation to help with a disaster, we need to be thinking this through a little farther. So I wish we could support this amendment just as part of a reflection of our whole supply chain. Our supply chain in this country on almost everything, whether talking electricity, food, fuel, it's very, very vulnerable. And we're seeing what's been going on lately as just how dangerously close we are on more and more of these interruptions, around. Well, I'll yield back there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members wish to be recognized on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify for the record that we've already established this morning that there's no room in this $3.5 trillion spending package for disaster relief fund, Mr. Graves proposed, and there's no room in here for truck parking, but there is room for $200 million for Speaker Pelosi's private golf course and park near her home there in San Francisco. I yield back.
Are any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? All right, the question is on the amendment. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, please unmute and say no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
Mr. Chair, Stauber from Minnesota on behalf of Congressman Boss, who asked for a recorded vote.
Okay, a recorded vote has been requested, and like the other ones, will be postponed until a later time.
Mr. Chair, Congressman Brown.
Congressman Brown, please.
Yeah, I'm unable to see the timer. I don't know if that affects other remote participants.
Okay, staff is working on a fix. You don't see it on your computer screen?
That's correct.
Okay, our staff is diligently working on that, but we are going to continue. Next amendment is amendment number 9, amendment by Congressman Weber. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Weber, number 013.
Mr. Chairman, point of information before I begin on my amendment, please.
Okay, just one moment here. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. So now I recognize Mr. Weber.
Point of information before we begin on that amendment, was the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, correct when he said $200 million going to that project in Speaker Pelosi's district?
My understanding is that the project being, that's referenced went through natural resources, so I'm not aware of the details of that. I apologize for not having that information, but it's not through this committee.
But you are aware that there is a project of that nature.
I've seen reports in the media, but I wasn't aware of what was voted on in the Natural Resources Committee. But it's not a matter for this committee. So let's move on with your amendment. Mr. Weber, do you wish to speak on your amendment?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr.
Please.
Chairman. I have an amendment to the amendment, the nature of a substitute, and I know you've already had the clerk read it, so I appreciate that. My amendment, Mr. Chairman, prohibits federal funds from being used to provide training based on the critical race theory, CRT, at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. Now, I think we would all agree that this committee has purview over the Coast Guard. My amendment, let me emphasize, does not prohibit free speech, does not prohibit educational research, nor independent study. Mr. Chairman, I was acutely alarmed when I heard in June of this year during testimony at a House Armed Services Committee hearing, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, testifying that CRT was being taught in the military. I'm not sure exactly what military tactic that is to be used against the enemy or who the enemy would be in some of those instances, but I was alarmed. Of course, I don't serve on HASP, which has jurisdiction over most service academies, but as I pointed out, the Coast Guard Academy is the one that falls under this committee's jurisdiction. The U.S. Coast Guard Academy educates the future leaders of America's maritime safety and security service, and the Coast Guard is the only armed service with law enforcement authority. I would repeat that, the only law enforcement armed service with law enforcement authority. Given that 200 officers that are commissioned each year, I am deeply concerned that the Academy should not be endorsing any theory that promotes ideas such as, number one, that any race is inherently superior or inferior to any other race. Number two, that the United States is a fundamentally racist country. Or number three, that somehow an individual's moral character or that individual's worth is determined by his or her race. How demeaning is that? Mr. Chairman, I'm deeply concerned about the proliferation of CRT, especially in our universities, including our service academies. While many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, your side, Mr. Chairman, may be skeptical of these concerns, and those shared by many on my side, let me just offer some details about this dangerous philosophy. For instance, the Encyclopedia Britannica, some would call it a reputable source by most objective observers, defines CRT as an, I'm quoting, quote, intellectual movement and loosely organized framework of legal analysis based on the premise that race is not a natural biologically grounded feature of physical distinct subgroups of human beings, but a socially constructed, parentheses, culturally invented, close parentheses, category that is used to
It was a big word that he got tripped up on.
All right, Mr. Weber is frozen temporarily. We're going to try to see if we can't get him back to finish his point. Congressman Weber, we lost you about 10 seconds ago.
Okay, let me finish that quote. From the Britannica. CRT theorists hold that the law and legal institutions in the U.S. are inherently racist. Let me repeat that part of that quote. CRT theorists hold that the law and legal institutions in the U.S. are inherently racist insofar as they function to create and maintain social, economic, and political inequalities between whites and non-whites, especially African Americans, end quote. That's a learned Britannica encyclopedia. Let me just share some additional examples of what this toxic theory preaches. Key aspects of this CRT include, number one, systemic racism. Racism is systemic and structural. It is embedded in America's legal system, institutions, and imposes, quote, whiteness, end quote, as the societal norm. Number two, Race drives beliefs and behaviors. American culture is a conspiracy of all things to perpetuate white supremacy by imposing white concepts on people of other races. Number three, white privilege. White people are born, you heard me, born with unearned privilege that non-white Americans are denied. Number four, meritocracy is a myth. Criteria used to measure merit and success in school or the workplace are not objective. Instead, they are designed to keep white individuals on top. Number five, equity replaces equality. Equality means treatment of all Americans under the law, while CRT's quote equity end quote standard demands race-based discrimination. Mr. Chairman, I find it hard to agree with Britannica's definition that CRT is a quote intellectual movement end quote that should give us pause to what qualifies as intellectual these days. I realize that it may be the subject of academic debates in coffee houses and college towns around the country, but this divisive rhetoric has no place in our service academies, which draw meritoriously from every state and from every race and should not be funded by the American taxpayer. I'm going to request a recorded vote, and I would respect my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on that.
We have many speakers on this issue, but let me go first. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. There's no language in the proposed bill directing that funds be used for the teaching of critical race theory or any other subject matter at the United States Coast Guard Academy. In fact, the legislation doesn't
Will the
provide
gentleman
any...
yield? Mr. Chairman, will you yield?
Please, go ahead.
I'm not saying that they do exist. I'm saying this prevents it from happening. I will yield back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, this legislation doesn't provide any funding to the U.S. Coast Guard Academy for training or educational purposes. Congress should not limit the Coast Guard's ability to train and prepare its service members, and this amendment would do that. This bill, the overall bill that we're talking about today, invests in our country, and that must remain our focus. The primary goal of this legislation we are considering today is to provide critical, once-in-a-generation investments for our workers, our families, communities across the country. The member's amendment offers no meaningful action towards that effort and distracts from the agenda to build back better. For these reasons, I must urge a no vote on the gentleman's amendment. Next to speak will be Congressman Babin.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a veteran of the U.S. military myself, I want to thank my friend and Southeast Texas neighbor, Mr. Weber, for offering this very important amendment. I completely support his effort to prohibit any federal funds from being used to teach critical race theory in the Coast Guard Academy training or in any other service academy training. Ironically, critical race theory is itself the racist idea that states America was created by white supremacists to keep people of color down. I absolutely resent and I rebuke this point of view. And I cannot condone the use of critical race theory training in our schools, in our military, or any place that receives federally funded dollars. I am even in receipt of a report that even the National Archives, which is tasked with preserving our most sacred national documents, including the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the U.S. Constitution, has now attached on their media site a warning that these sacred documents have, quote, harmful content and are difficult to view, unquote, a good example of the extremism of CRT and how it's getting and trickling down and being absorbed into our federal government and teaching American citizens and military and children this poisonous point of view. The majority of our taxpayers also reject this theory, and to continue to adhere to this hypothesis is an affront to our democracy and our First Amendment rights to free speech. As he left office, our founding father, Thomas Jefferson, said that only honorable discourse will keep us from tyranny, unquote. Critical race theory training attempts to completely silence all honorable discourse, keeping us from the real conversations about our history and muzzling the voices of thousands of Americans who have nothing but goodwill for their fellow citizens, irregardless of the color of their skin. When the majority of Americans disagree with a policy like critical race theory, elected officials must speak up against this ridiculous refusal to accept historical facts based not on fact and evidence, but on opinions. My friend's amendment will stop critical race theory from being used as a political tool to end real discourse with taxpayer dollars. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this absolutely common sense and unifying amendment and stand against this implausible and unsupported theory. Thank you, and I yield back.
Congresswoman Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we were preparing for this hearing, I was asking my staff, we're going to have a really good discussion about transportation and infrastructure. Please tell me that critical race theory is not going to seep into this discussion. This is a manufactured crisis. It is a talking point. It's something that's now happening at school board meetings across the country, and it's just part of a national campaign. And I do want to point out again, as someone did earlier, there's no funding in this bill that's going to support CRT. I also want to say this, it is an insult to every person who serves in our service academy to say that they do not have the intellectual capacity to debate issues, to think about them, and come to conclusions. It is also an insult. It's a dog whistle. And it's really not a dog whistle, and it's louder than a nuclear, than an air raid siren. And this is a manufactured grievance. When did we become so afraid of talking about our history? Thomas Jefferson was a slaveholder. My father joined the military as a young man and served in a segregated army until President Truman desegregated it. As a woman who is Black, as a woman who is Korean, and just as a woman, the political, social, and economic systems in which I've had to operate in my lifetime have not always welcomed me into positions of leadership and authority. So there's no funding going to CRT. But let's not insult the very intelligent and capable people who show up at our service academies and tell them, we're so afraid of talking about history. We're so afraid of examining systems that do in fact still oppress people. We all want unity, but this is a bludgeon and a weapon that's being used because there is a party that fears diversity, equity, and inclusion. I yield back.
Congresswoman Van Dyne.
Wow.
In recent months, the dangerous, radical, and highly divisive ideology surrounding critical race theory has grown increasingly popular. These theories promote distrust of the United States, its government, and its Constitution, meaning they have no place in our country, especially not in classrooms filled with those who have dedicated their lives to serving our country. I rise in favor of the proposed amendment to prohibit federal funds from being used to provide U.S. Coast Guard Academy training or education based on critical race theory, while protecting free speech, educational research, and independent study and contextual education. Critical race theory is instilling a dangerous precedent in our next generation as they learn a rewritten history of our great nation. We cannot continue to allow the narrative regarding American history to insinuate we were built upon a fundamentally evil or racist framework, which our constitutional republic is based upon. The U.S. Coast Guard Academy educates the future leaders of America's maritime safety and security service and graduates about 200 commissioned Coast Guard officers each year. Furthermore, they are the only armed service with law enforcement authority. This redefined narrative needs to stop for the sake of the future of our country and for those who will be leading it. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to protect our nation and military from further acknowledging and teaching these unsound and crippling ideologies that promote any race being inherently superior or inferior to any other race. The United States being a fundamentally racist country or individual's moral character or worth being determined by his or her race. It's time to change the narrative, reinstall faith and pride in our great nation. As my colleague said, that there's nothing absolutely in this bill that would provide funds for critical race theory, then we should all agree on this amendment. I yield back the balance.
Congressman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout the history of our country, the hallmarks of American democracy, its opportunity, freedom, and prosperity have been largely denied to groups of Americans based on their race through the intentional exclusion and oppression of people of color. Our very democracy was founded on a document, our Constitution, that treated enslaved Blacks as 3/5 the person for congressional representation purposes. The deep racial and ethnic inequities that exist today are a direct result of that document. End structural racism, the historical and contemporary policies, practices, and norms that create and maintain obstacles to Black and brown people. We fought and survived a civil war that was waged around the issues of slavery and race. We witnessed Jim Crow laws that deprived African Americans of the rights and privileges of citizenship for nearly a century. We saw redlining by banks beginning in the 1930s that denied access to housing to African Americans, and the vestiges, if not the practice, still exist today, as evidenced by the wealth gap between Black and white households. Race massacres like in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921 and in Elaine, Arkansas in 1919, which not only resulted in the murders of hundreds of Black people, but also wiped out decades of Black wealth and earned gains. And those are just two examples throughout our history where those guilty of the injustice were never brought to justice. School segregation that was declared illegal by the Supreme Court in Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, yet well into the 1970s, school districts across this country, including in Boston and my home county in Prince George's, Maryland, refused to desegregate their schools without court orders to do so. The vestiges are seen in the opportunity and outcome gaps that we see in education. In our military, which President Truman ordered to be desegregated in 1948, yet it took almost an entire decade before the military was considered fully integrated because military leaders, including General Eisenhower at the time, fought integration even after Truman's order. And today we see the legacy of that system of discrimination. While 43% of our men and women in uniform are Black and brown, only 3 of the 43 four-star generals and admirals are Black. And the Defense Department acknowledges that structural barriers today contribute to those numbers. Critical race theory, and I studied critical legal theory when I was in law school, which was the underpinning of critical race theory, attempts to examine and explain this in terms of the intersection of race and law and policy and practices and to challenge mainstream approaches to racial justice. Critical race theory examines social, cultural, and legal issues primarily as they relate to race and racism in our country. It doesn't call this nation racist, nor does it focus on individual racism. A principle of critical race theory is that racism and disparate racial outcomes are the result of complex change and often subtle social and institutional dynamics rather than explicit and intentional prejudices of individuals. Look, we encourage our future leaders at the Coast Guard Academy to think critically. We introduce them to Karl Marx and have them read the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital that espouse a framework to explain economics and politics based on class conflict. But we also introduce our young leaders to Keynesian economics, which were the principles that drove our post-war economic expansion, John Locke's liberalism and Edmund Burke's conservatism. We don't indoctrinate our cadets with political, economic, and social beliefs. We teach them the values of our country, and we introduce them frameworks to understand the strengths and yes, even the weaknesses of our country so that they can fight for a better nation. We indoctrinate them only in the mission to ensure the safety, security, and stewardship of the nation's waters and the protection of those on the sea, and so that they can conduct law enforcement, humanitarian, and maritime operations better than any other Coast Guard in the world. There is a difference between education and indoctrination. This amendment only serves to deprive our young leaders of fruitful dialogue and discussion around competing theories that explain how we are and where we are and how we got to where we are as a nation. If you deprive them of that, you may very well deprive them of the motivation to make this nation even better. This is not about dividing our nation, and critical race theory doesn't do that. It's about explaining the disparities and the divisions in a racial context. We should not deprive them of that opportunity to learn, to educate, and to expand their horizons. And for that, Mr. Chairman, I urge that we oppose this amendment and this effort to deny our leaders the education that they deserve. Thank you. I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed,
No.
say no.
No.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested, and the vote will be postponed until a later time.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Weber?
What constitutes a quorum in our committee hearing?
One-third of the members, Mr. Weber?
Is it 1/3 plus one, or is it simply 1/3?
One-third.
I don't believe 1/3 are present, Mr. Chairman.
Can a mem-
Let's vote. Quorum's not there.
Well, we can do that then. Hold on a second. Do we know how many people are actually on? You guys.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
We're working on the issue of the, working with the minority to determine what to do in light. Has there been an official quorum call requested?
I have not issued an official quorum call, Mr. Chairman. at
I
this
wasn't sure if
point.
it was an observation or request for an actual quorum call.
It is an observation and request. In your opinion, do you think that they're here? Now, that's not an official ask, but tell me what you're thinking, Mr. Chairman.
I'm thinking I want to get through these amendments as swiftly as possible. And a quorum call will divert us from that, but you have every right to call that quorum call if you'd like.
We have a quorum.
All right, I'm told by our professional staff that a quorum is present.
Is that your ruling, Mr. Chairman?
Well, again, it's not really a ruling. If someone asks for a quorum call, we'll take a vote and we'll delay moving forward these amendments. My preference is to move forward with the amendments presently.
Okay.
I do believe, based upon my professional staff doing the counting, that there is a quorum present.
At this time, then I will yield back.
Okay, the next amendment is amendment number 10. Number 10 is sponsored by Mr. LaMalfa. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment of the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. LaMalfa, number 072.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. LaMalfa for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time. My amendment simply would strike section 110009 of the committee print, which authorizes 10 billion for high-speed rail planning and development. I'm concerned that was mentioned early on in the conversation that this would violate an already agreed upon with the Senate and the White House double dipping agreement that the Senate infrastructure bill has in place. So we don't want to endanger that agreement, I don't think. So, but my own concern here is that here in California, we have a high-speed rail project that was approved in 2008 by voters 52 to 48%, that the state taxpayers would put up $9.9 billion towards a high-speed rail project from San Francisco to LA. And so the total price is projected at about $33 billion when it was on the ballot in front of the voters. A year later, they upsized it to be about a $42 billion project. And so after about 3 more years of review on that, they decided, oops, that's really going to be right near $100 billion, with only, again, just under $10 billion available from state funds. And then when the Obama era came about, we had the ERA funding, which gobbled up all the ERA funds towards California of about $3 billion. So we really only had paid for by any kind of means a $100 billion plus project with about a $13 billion worth of funds, other than a new tax the state put on that generates maybe $1 billion per year. So what we see is that for the state high-speed rail project, it's still a shortfall of around $74 to $76 billion that they're hoping that it's going to come from the federal government. And so when we're talking a $10 billion fund, they're going to be knocking on the door for much more than that. And so for California, when it was originally sold to the public, they were saying, oh, this will mean 1 million jobs. 1 million jobs, they tried to say. Well, at the review hearing 3 years later, they said, well, we mean 1 million job years. So what's that really mean in English for regular folks? What it comes down to, it's created 4,000 jobs during the time of construction. It's failed to meet the goal of being built and ready to go by 2020 last year. Instead, it's going to go into the 2030s at best. They don't even have all the land acquired for the right-of-way for the route yet at this point. And it'll take a couple more years, at least, to acquire just the land for a segment of the line, which is about 1/3, maybe 1/4 of the project itself. So it's not meeting any goals so far. They keep getting lame excuses and flat out deceptions to the voters to keep it around. This thing should be ended and funnel those dollars back towards true infrastructure that will help. So in this amendment, what I'm seeking is that we do not allocate $10 billion that could go for the California high-speed rail project. And so if there's others that want to be contemplated around the country, you know, like the Gambler Special from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, which is going to be private funds. I know there's talk of a privately funded one in Texas that might be starting to look for funding, or maybe on the Eastern Corridor there, if they can somehow make Acela go a little faster and have it be truly high-speed rail. Those are good things to discuss. But money to continue this boondoggle we have in California is a slap in the face to all the other infrastructure projects that we need to be doing. It's not going to save on global warming. It's not going to take people out of cars because you won't be able to afford the ticket for regular folks, as the original legislation that the voters voted on prohibits subsidization of the ticket prices and the operation of the rail, let alone the whole concept that the $100 billion, I don't think is going to be paid back in any fashion by the operations of the rail. So let's cut our losses now and move forward on things that people could actually afford to use, people could actually utilize in their daily lives, instead of a rail project that right now starts in an almond orchard at the south end and stops, I think, near Merced at the north end by the time they finally acquire the land and finish that segment 3 or 4 or 5 years from now, let alone going from LA to San Francisco. I ask for the aye vote on that, and I yield back.
As a supporter of high-speed rail investment, which I believe is an important part of the transportation future here in the United States of America, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The amendment would strike all high-speed rail funding from the bill. This is yet another attempt to smother investments in high-speed rail and particularly target the California high-speed rail project in the gentleman's own state. The federal government should be a valuable partner on high-speed rail projects. These ventures will lower greenhouse gas emissions by providing an environmentally friendly alternative to driving and short-haul flights. They can achieve major positive impacts on transportation accessibility for rural communities and for affordable housing. But without a strong federal partnership, these projects have little chance of success. In California, it's the high-speed rail project. In the chairman's home state of Oregon, it's the Cascadia line from Eugene to Vancouver. These projects are located across the country, fighting to get off the ground, and they deserve a partner in the federal government. Someday I would love to see it, in my own city of Phoenix, Arizona. We cannot keep building highways for the future of congestion, and we can't insist that flying is the only way to get from city to city. It's time to think bigger and recognize high-speed rail for the great potential that it has for the future of our country. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that Congressman Payne?
Correct.
You're on the list, so I'm going to go to the Republican speaker next and then to yourself, if that's all right.
Thank you, sir.
Congresswoman Steele.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The reconciliation package that we have here today was written behind closed doors with no bipartisan input. Unfortunately, includes reckless spending on projects that are perfect examples of poor planning and massive taxpayer waste. I want to make it clear, I don't oppose high-speed rail. I have taken high-speed rail many times from Osaka to Tokyo in Japan and other areas too. And it's beautiful from Sapporo to Tokyo, 4 hours and 4 minutes under the water. It's coming from another island. It's efficient and cost effective. But the federal government cannot subsidize failed projects that go from nowhere to nowhere. It started from LA to San Francisco, now it's nowhere to nowhere. Sadly, this package today includes funding opportunities for the unpopular California high-speed rail boondoggle. For nearly a decade, in California's high-speed rail has become a money pit project. This project started at $30 billion, but is now expected to cost more than $100 billion. The California State Auditor has stated the project suffers from flawed decision-making and have poor contract management, which have contributed to billions in cost overruns and delays in construction. The costs continue to skyrocket, and the project has no realistic time of completion. As a member of Congress, I take our oversight authority seriously, and we should not waste billions of taxpayer dollars on projects that have wildly inaccurate cost estimates, are poorly managed, and lack transparency in use of federal funds. Last month, the Senate passed the $1.2 trillion infrastructure package that the House is expected to vote on this month when we come back. Within that bill, it includes up to $66 billion for high-speed rail. Yet, apparently, that is still not enough for these wasteful projects. The package we are voting on today includes an additional $10 billion for high-speed rail and allows for double dipping, means that a project can take funds from both pieces of legislation. Taxpayers cannot be on the hook of $76 billion in boondoggle. I believe most of this committee support efficient and cost-effective infrastructure projects, as I do too. But instead of wasting money on already failed projects like California high-speed rail, this committee should focus in a bipartisan manner on infrastructure projects that will provide Americans with a safe, affordable, and practical infrastructure our constituents demand, not on failed money pit projects. I yield back.
Congressman Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm, along with you, must oppose the gentleman's amendment, my good friend from California. This section provides a $10 billion investment for high-speed rail projects, planning and development, competitive grants, allowing for public projects across the country to make our major progress in making high-speed rail a reality. With $1 billion minimum set aside for planning, applicants will be able to make headway on requirements like the environmental assessment, feasibility studies, and assessing community economic impacts for high-speed rail lines. And as it was stated before, I must reiterate, funding high-speed rail
advancements will lower greenhouse gas emissions by providing an environmentally friendly alternative to driving. I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Congressman Mast?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick points on this. I have a high-speed rail project in my community. The president of the company testified before the Oversight and Government Reform Committee a couple of years ago and repeated over and over and over again that they did not want a dollar. They were not using a dollar, didn't want a dollar, didn't want taxpayer dollars, weren't using taxpayer dollars, and said it over and over again. That's known as the Bright Line Project, as often people like to reference, but often forget about what was said in the Oversight and Government Reform hearing. But what I would actually like at this point, Mr. Chairman, you did mention that you have this overwhelming support for high-speed rail, but you didn't actually address any of Mr. LaMalfa's concerns that he brought up. And I would actually love to hear the chair address these specific concerns that Mr. LaMalfa brought up about why he opposes this. That's what a real debate is. It's not just, well, he brought up some very specific concerns and you say, well, I support high-speed rail for these reasons. No, he brought up some very specific concerns and you gave some 30,000-foot platitudes. If you can, I'd love to yield you my time, Mr. Chairman, so you can actually address these specific things that Mr. LaMalfa brought up, because I'd be curious to hear it.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to address those specific concerns myself as well.
All right, I want to make sure that Mr. Mast, are you yielding your time then, or are you? What are you? I'm confused.
To you, Mr. Chairman, I'm yielding you my time. You addressed it after Mr. LaMalfa spoke, saying you disagree with the amendment. For these reasons, I would like to hear you address specifically, since you addressed specifically this amendment, I would like to hear you address specifically the concerns that he raised.
Okay, I express my support for high-speed rail generally, but with your okay, Mr. Moulton has offered to address the concerns of Mr. LaMalfa.
No, I'm not yielding to Mr. Moulton. I'm yielding to you,
okay,
Mr. Stanton.
Okay, well, I gave my statement as to why I'm a supporter of a high-speed rail and therefore oppose Mr. LaMalfa's proposed amendment.
Right, and I think there's, thank you for the colloquy. I think there's a lot of people that would say, listen, they love the idea of fast trains, high-speed rail, you know, the benefits that can bring. There's certainly, but Mr. LaMalfa brought very specific concerns as well. And the 30,000-foot platitudes of liking high-speed rail doesn't address his very specific concerns. In that, I don't know if Mr. LaMalfa wants more time yielded to him to address those concerns again or not. If so, Mr. LaMalfa, I'm happy to give you my time if the chair is not going to answer these questions.
I appreciate the gentleman, Mr. Mast. Thank you. I don't have a lot to add, really, other than it continues to not have any way of paying for itself. It will be a continued drain. When I talk about the California project, I'm not against the project that will sustain itself. You know, that's the thing. It's and any of these conversations, like if you have a concern, like, oh, you're anti, like, no. If there's other projects that make sense around the country, fine, but I don't want any of this money continued to doze through private land here, doze through almond orchards and rendering plants and high schools and housing already in a housing acute state that we have here for something that isn't ever going to have the ridership that it's purported to have 13 years ago when it was sold to the voters. So we can talk in the platitudes of how great the rail is, but we do have to care about what things cost. And we want to invest in things that are going to have a return to people that can actually use them. No one's going to afford a $300 ticket to ride from LA to San Francisco or vice versa. So, I appreciate the time. Thank you, Mr. Mast.
Would the gentleman yield? Hank Johnson.
Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Johnson, yes, Mr. Johnson, I'll yield.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask the gentleman if he's engaged in honest debate, why would he not yield to Mr. Moulton? And with that, I yield back.
Yeah, no, Mr. Johnson, it's a fair question. I was really looking for the debate with Mr. Stanton as he addressed it off the bat. It's interesting. As I said, many of us like the idea of high-speed rail. He addressed Mr. LaMalfa from 30,000 foot. I wanted to know if he had specific retorts to Mr. LaMalfa's claims about what was going on with the rail system. Very specific debate on that was what I was interested in since he addressed the issue. So in answer to your question, that was why.
Thank you.
I just wanted to hear the person that was engaged in the debate. Thank you for your question, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, sir.
I yield my time back.
Thank you very much. My comments were in support of the underlying $10 billion investment in high-speed rail that was in the underlying bill. Mr. LaMalfa's amendment would strip that. His comments were directed specifically to what's going on in California. As you know, Congressman Mast, what's proposed, the $10 billion proposed would be a competitive grant program. It's not specific to California. And so my words in support of high-speed rail investment were in support of creating a competitive grant program that entities all over the country would have the opportunity to compete for that money. Mr. Moulton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving me some time since Mr. Mast would not to address some of these specific concerns. Let me just start by acknowledging my colleagues from California, both Mr. LaMalfa and Ms. Steele, for pointing out that this project has been mismanaged in the past. I conducted an extensive financial analysis of the California high-speed rail project a decade ago. And indeed, that was my conclusion. In fact, we concluded that the project was probably going to cost about twice as much as they were saying, if not more. But here's the key thing. Here's the key point. It will still cost a lot less than the alternatives. In California, the single high-speed rail line being built between San Francisco and LA to eventually connect both of those cities offers the capacity of 6 new highway lanes, 91 airport gates, and 2 new runways at roughly half the base cost of these alternatives. So I acknowledge the cost overruns. I acknowledge the mismanagement in the past. That is not the case today. It is very much the case today that this is a better use of taxpayer money than the alternatives. And anyone who's been to California, as I'm sure my colleagues from California know, recognize that transportation demand is growing. Traffic is out of control. People want alternatives. The idea that we can solve this by building more highway lanes, taking way more private land than the high-speed rail line will take, or that we can solve this by simply expanding airports where there's no land to expand them at all, is simply a fallacy. Now, my colleague from Florida, although he wouldn't yield me time, noted that he has a problem with the Brightline project, suggesting that they might need some federal subsidies. But it's interesting that there's no issue with giving federal money to roads, no issue with giving federal money to the airlines through the TSA, air traffic control, or building airports. We have this crazy standard for high-speed rail that it should be entirely supported by the private sector when none of its competition is at all. In fact, if you really look at the cost of roads, you have to figure in the cost of emergency vehicles, state police, literally the cost of the tens of thousands of deaths that occur on our highways every year if you want to understand the full cost of that mode of transportation. Now, Mr. LaMalfa is also concerned about the ticket prices. One thing to understand about high-speed trains is that selling an additional seat does not cost any more in fuel. This is very different than airline pricing. What that means is that you can sell tickets on a train for $300, but the last seats on that train can go for $10, but you can't do on a plane. You can't drive between LA and San Francisco for $10. But to fill a train at no additional incremental cost, you'll take whatever incremental revenue you can get. So in economic terms, that means that you can have a train that people riding in first class may pay $300. They may even pay more as they do for first class on the Acela. But everybody else can afford the cheaper tickets on the plane, on the train. Now, this is also not just about what we can use today, because look, I acknowledge this project is also taking longer than it was originally planned for. but it's about the capacity we have in 2050. I already mentioned that building this high-speed rail line costs half the price of the alternatives, but that's just to meet 2050 travel demand. Once you get to 2050, you can still add more trains to the high-speed rail line, whereas you're maxed out on the other modes. So if we're just building highways, then after building those 6 lanes, we've got to build more. After building those 2 runways, we've got to build more. The high-speed rail line will not take any more land. So for our grandkids who are worried about giving up private land in 2050, not just the land we're worried about giving up today, high-speed rail is also the better alternative. Now, I don't need to tell you that this is the better alternative for our climate. You literally plug in a high-speed rail line to a renewable energy source, and you have a completely carbon-free transportation system. But because trains also come right to downtown and inspire the kind of sustainable, walkable developments that don't need to be forced through zoning, but are simply the result of transit-oriented development around high-speed rail stations, you also have more sustainable communities that don't require vast parking lots for all those cars that come into a city when everyone has to drive between LA and San Francisco, or drive from LAX to other parts of the city, or drive from SFO into downtown. So there are myriad accessory benefits to having high-speed rail. And at the end of the day, there's a reason why countries like Morocco, with 0.5% of our GDP, are investing in 200-mile-per-hour trains. They don't have money to waste. You get a better return on your investment. American taxpayers deserve that too.
Or do you yield
Mr.
back?
Chairman, I can't see the time. Do we have any
Yeah,
do we have
just
time left?
right on time. You just finished. Yep.
All right, beautiful. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Strickland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to voice my opposition to this. I have the opportunity to serve on 2 regional transit organizations in the greater Seattle area. And these grants are for planning and development. And if there's an opportunity for different agencies around the country to invest in planning and development, it will speed up the timeline. It will give them a chance to look at some of the issues that are there. And so planning and development is something that is incredibly important when you're looking at these things. I'm not going to sit here and try to sell everyone on high-speed rail, because I've even heard people here say that they do support it. We have to be more efficient, no doubt. We have to be very, very responsible with the taxpayer dollars. But as my colleague, Mr. Moulton, just said, investing in high-speed rail is actually more cost-effective than building out more lanes of highway. The Cascadia Rail Corridor that will cover Oregon State, Washington State, and British Columbia, it will cost less to build that out than to add 2 lanes to Interstate 5. And I want to talk about something that's really important for all of us as we talk about our global competitiveness. There's a sentiment around the world that America can't do big things anymore. And we have to be competitive. By building more high-speed rail, it's good for agriculture because farmers have to get product to market. And for those of us who have international ports in our districts, this is a really big deal. It gets cars off the road. It provides economic opportunity. It's a way to build housing around transit, and it just makes good sense. But agencies need money for planning and development to examine the challenges, to look at environmental impact, and to make sure that when we're building these things, we're doing it in the most cost-efficient way that's going to benefit the highest number of people. So I oppose this amendment, and we do need to invest in these grants so that high-speed rail projects around the country, in Florida, in Texas, in the Pacific Northwest, in California, in the Northeast, have access to planning to make sure that we are being responsible and judicious with taxpayer money. Thank you. I yield my time.
Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield time to the gentlelady, Ms. Steele.
Thank you very much. You know what, cost efficient when it's just from nowhere. You know what, let me make it just really clear. I want to make it very, very clear. I don't oppose all high-speed rails, but in California, it's really different. And then one of the congressmen was talking about it's San Francisco to LA and LA to San Francisco. No. It changed to Victorville to Merced. That's why I said it's nowhere to nowhere. And there's no realistic timeline of completion because they already failed it. They supposed started already this year, and it's not really, it didn't even start. I mean, it barely started, building it right now. So it's not cost efficient at all. I served in Orange County Transportation Agency with 3.2 million people, residents living in Orange County itself. And this is totally doesn't make any sense, because another thing is it's not even high-speed rail. And because certain districts that, they are going through, that it's going to be very, very slow. So it's like a train that they are going through. And then cheaper price for the last seat, airplane does it all the times. I've been always talking about when you are not living in Southern California to California, inside of California, you know what we are talking about. And then airlines does that too. And I've been always talking about that airline that we have Southwest from 1 hour from Orange County or LAX to San Francisco. I was attacked last time that you were never been in airport, that, waiting line, maybe you guys, you get some special services there. No, you know what? LAX is like a third world country, but Orange County Airport, that where it's that airport is in my district, you know what happened? You can just go there. There's not many, not long lines. You can just get on there right away. And Southwest cost a lot of times, it's about $100 one way. So it's much, much cheaper and cost efficient. Thank you very much.
Will the gentlelady yield?
It's my time.
Yes, sorry about that.
Mr. Westman, will you yield to Mr. Moulton?
I'll yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, because I just want to, look, I think Ms. Steele raises very reasonable concerns here, and I just want to respond to them specific to the California project, because I acknowledge that this amendment is going to kill high-speed rail across the country, and that's not really the intent. But the concerns addressed, or concerns being raised, are with California. Look, Ms. Steele, I just really encourage you to sit down with the new management of the project, as I did a few months ago, because they absolutely do have a plan to complete this. And they absolutely do have a plan to get to LA and San Francisco, though I acknowledge a lot of people scratch their heads at why it was started in the middle and not in the endpoints. With regards to the speed, there are certain sections that go at slower speeds, but we're talking 100 and 125 miles an hour, not exactly slow by highway standards, just slow by high-speed rail standards to get into the inner cities. This is the same case is true in Japan and other places around the country, around the world rather, where you have very high speeds between cities, but to actually get into downtown, you have to slow down. And then with regards to service at a place like Orange County, because I've used Orange County Airport myself when I was a Marine stationed at Camp Pendleton, look, you do have good service there, but you only have a few flights a day to San Francisco. With this line completed, you'll have trains about every 20 minutes. That's a huge difference in service frequency, not just in price, but in frequency and affordability and convenience for all the people of Orange County and other communities that will be served on intermediate stops along this new high-speed rail line. Thank you, Mr. Westerman, for yielding.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Carball?
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, I want to associate my comments with Representative Moulton. I think he touched on a lot of issues. I'm from California as well, along with Representative LaMalfa and Representative Steele. I appreciate the points they've raised. I have been critical of some of the cost overruns of the high-speed rail project. But it also reminds me of since we're talking about so many other issues, the F-35, which Representative Mast and many of you, including Representative LaMalfa, and I'm sure Representative Steele, will have an opportunity to vote on coming up with the National Defense Authorization Act. Do you know how many billions of dollars we've had in overruns on the F-35? But yet, I'm just trying to understand the financial approach that we take with these types of projects. I would love, if you're on, Representative Mast, to hear why it's okay to spend billions of dollars in overruns on the F-35 and vote on it time after time after time again, but not something like this project. Again, I raised some of the contradictions because just like the F-35, there comes a point where the point of no return occurs, where we've already invested so many billions of dollars to realize a project that's had problems. No doubt has had problems, but we know that we're at a point where we can only move forward to make it better because all those dollars would have been wasted or have, and it would have been an exercise in vain. So I kind of look at California's high-speed rail similar to that of the F-35. When I came to Congress, that was already a project that had been funded and had been worked on, and to this date continues to have major challenges financially. And so I say that to show some of the contradictions that are being displayed by some of my colleagues. And Representative Mast, I would love to yield some time to you to respond. I guess not. Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Hey, can I get a piece of that, Mr. Carbajal?
Mr. Lamalfa, you can take that piece.
All right.
All right, so he has yielded to Mr. Lamalfa.
Thank you.
I will yield to my my colleague from California.
I appreciate my good friend from the Central Coast. You brought my name in on the F-35, and I am no slam dunk on the F-35 project, okay? I mean, if it's true what I've heard in the past that you have to have engines made in 2 different districts by 2 different manufacturers in order to keep people happy on that congressionally, then I mean that doesn't cut it. But to make that comparison, and this is what I've suspected all along with high-speed rails, like, well, we're going to spend so many billions getting into it that, oh, we have to finish now. I mean, that was the same with the big dig in Boston. You know, they got halfway in, they had their price 10 times over. So if you want to talk about the Molten area there, they'd spend a hell of a lot on that. But I just assumed, you know, you worry about the one up in Massachusetts and we'll worry about what's happening here in California. It's been fantasy, the stats that the High-Speed Rail Authority has given us since day one on ridership, on cost of a ticket, everything else. So we're just comparing, you know, we have Amtrak that we can't fill out now. It'd be possible though, if you want to improve Amtrak with grade A rail lines, to run them at 125 miles an hour all day. And so that would, you know, prune time off on ridership time, but it's still from SF to LA is going to be 2 hours and 20 minutes on the rail. And the idea that they're going to run a train every 20 minutes, I have never seen that concept. So
I'll reclaim my time.
Thank you.
But just to finish, I was going to say, but you voted for the NDAA many a times with all that funding for the F-35 that it's costed us billions of dollars in overrun. That was
now salute. That's a gigantic bill.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, the time is Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal, do you want to finish?
I yield back.
Thank you very much. I just want to take a quick moment to remind the members of the committee and the people watching on video that although there's been a lot of talk about the situation in California, and Mr. Moulton has discussed that as well, this $10 billion, if we keep it in this bill, is a competitive grant process. It will not be designated towards any particular project. Each project would have to compete on their own merits, including the California project. If they wish to access it, it would have to compete on its own merits to be successful. Ms. Titus.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I'm a strong supporter of high-speed rail, and I appreciate the remarks made by Mr. Carbajal and certainly by Mr. Moulton, and I would oppose this amendment. We've been trying to get a high-speed railway established between Las Vegas and the Los Angeles area for years, and we are right at a point now where it seems to be feasible that it actually can happen sometime in the near future, but it may need a little bit of assistance, and government assistance is where we need to turn. And that's why I think this provision in the bill is helpful, along with a couple of others. In fact, I would like to have seen an expansion of this to include private working with public agencies who could be eligible for some of these grants. A speed train between Las Vegas and Los Angeles would be more than just a tourist train, but even if it were just that, you would carry people from the Los Angeles area with all the tourist things that are there to offer back and forth to Las Vegas. So it would be mutually beneficial. And as we look to build back better, we need to remember that tourist destinations were very hard hit by this pandemic, and we should focus on helping them come back, as well as some of these other communities that will benefit from the economic development funds where industries have been wiped out. In addition to that, the jobs created by building this speed train between these two areas would be tremendous. And they'd be high-paying, good union jobs with good benefits. So it seems to be win-win-win. And finally, the environmental advantages would be great. If you go between the two areas on any weekend, I-15 is like a parking lot. The cars are just backed up in both directions, depending on which day you travel. And that is certainly not good for carbon emissions and the environment. So that's another plus. Anything that we can do to encourage and incentivize the development of high-speed rail, I think is a positive. And we need to do an investment in connecting the metropolitan areas of the Southwest, just as we have done for the Northeast. I realize that's where there are a lot of people, but this is the area that is growing in population, and there's a lot of distance that could be covered by these speed trains. So I oppose the amendment, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I thought it was interesting, the comment that you made about saying that this was actually a national grant program and not limited to California, because as everyone who's watching from home, that I really hope there's not a lot of you, saw, this conversation just began evolving to where it distilled all the way down to California. Because the reality is that this is another $10 billion pork project for Speaker Pelosi, Los Angeles to San Francisco, connecting that area. You know, here's reality. Reality is that there was a large bipartisan negotiation on infrastructure. It was well publicized. The Senate was involved. The White House was involved. And everything was on the table, including everything that was in this committee's bill that was voted out, the partisan bill that this committee voted out. And you know what? The bipartisan negotiators in the Senate, the White House, they didn't accept it. They didn't include high-speed rail. So what is this? This is a double dip. This is a second bite at the apple. This is explicitly what President Biden said wouldn't happen, wouldn't be fair, wouldn't be appropriate. Yet what's happening? I don't know if it's because it's for Speaker Pelosi or if there's some other reason, but this thing is, they're trying to move it forward and trying to get a second bite at the apple through this legislation. Now, the title of this section actually talks about emissions reduction. Well, I mean, how do we know if there's emissions reduction or not? Mr. Payne said that $1 billion of these, which it does dedicate 10% of the funds to planning purposes, $1 billion goes just to planning. That doesn't reduce emissions, that just spends money. I mean, this really is incredible. At some point in time, folks got to realize we're not talking about fake stuff. This is real money. These are real dollars that are earned by real Americans that, you know what, work real hard. And if Speaker Pelosi wants a high-speed rail, that's fine. You charge the tickets to be able to pay it back. I agree with all of you who have said we need to look at how to improve efficiency in our transportation system. And yes, I agree that should include rail and should include every other form of transportation when it makes sense. There's formula funding that's granted to states. We also have big grant programs like Build and Infra and whatever they renamed it to, RAISE. I don't understand why these folks should be able to circumvent that process, which just looks at comparing different modes of transportation, whichever ones rise to the top, they get funded. Based on fair criteria is how we should be doing this. Not doing these earmarks for California and playing games and acting like it's not. We know where this is going. And not circumventing economics and other value of taxpayer dollars and trying to give money to the speaker's district because she's the speaker. I think that it's the wrong way to go here. I appreciate Mr. Lamont for bringing this amendment up. I want to reiterate that he's actually from California, and Ms. Steele from California that opposes this project as well and supports the amendment. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graves. As you know, the Senate bill did not include resources for high-speed rail planning, high-speed rail infrastructure investment. So I think this would be fairly characterized as a single dip, not a double dip. It was not included in the Senate bill. Ms. Johnson, did you have comments?
I simply wanted to associate myself with Representative Tyler's remarks on the high-speed rail.
Thank you very much. Do any other members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on amendment number 10. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no.
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 The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a roll call vote?
A recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed until a later time.
Thank you.
The next amendment is number 11. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Westerman, number 063.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Westerman to speak on his amendment for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's this markup really about? It's not really about infrastructure, maybe some kind of wish list boutique infrastructure where those in the majority get to pick their winners and losers. Apparently, the real infrastructure is in the $1.2 trillion bill that the Senate is ramming through that we, all of us in the House, don't get to have a say in that bill, just an up or down vote. If it were really about infrastructure, we could build that new bridge across the Mississippi River that my colleague from Memphis talked about. But there's no money in this bill for a new bridge, not across the Mississippi River or any other river. If it were about infrastructure, it wouldn't prioritize the Pelosi Golf Park over truck parking. If this bill were about infrastructure, I believe Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and committee staff on both sides of the aisle would have written it. Does anybody even know who wrote this bill? It reads as if it were written by mythical TV evangelists from the Church of Climatology. It takes a little truth and stretches it into a scare tactic to benefit the author's finances and authority. Usually when you spend money, you expect something beneficial in return, not something that will do you harm. I believe the taxpayers rightfully expect benefits for their cost. That's why my amendment ensures that we don't spend one taxpayer penny, or we don't send one taxpayer penny to OPEC Plus. No funds in the bill can be used to pay OPEC Plus for its oil before we use our domestic energy sources first. And OPEC Plus is the 13 OPEC members plus the 9 others. Let's look at what the Biden administration has done to raise prices on hardworking American families and throw energy sector workers off the job. On January 21st, the president issued 2 executive orders that included a moratorium on all new oil and gas lease permits on federal lands and waters. That moratorium followed his revocation of the Keystone XL pipeline, which would have created good-paying jobs and cheaper oil for Americans. Just last week in the Natural Resources Committee, my Democrat colleagues continued their attack on energy from federal lands. They barred the sale of new drilling rights in parts of the Pacific, the Atlantic, and the Eastern Gulf and slapped new fees on oil and mining companies. They passed fees on pipelines and carbon. These short-sighted policies harm Americans, destroy jobs, and make it harder for families to pay for gas and groceries. You'd think the president would take a victory lap. After all, he's succeeding in giving to the radical environmental left all that it wants. But we found out that it's not oil and gas the administration and the radicals hate. It's simply American energy they hate. American oil and gas means American jobs. On August 11th, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan begged OPEC Plus to increase oil production to lower gas prices. I'll say it again. Biden's National Security Advisor begged Russia, Iran, and Venezuela to bail us out. Here's what Advisor Sullivan said, and I quote, "Higher gasoline costs, if left unchecked, risk harming the ongoing global recovery." He's right, but sadly, the president has increased those prices. Advisor Sullivan also said, President Biden has made clear that he wants Americans to have access to affordable and reliable energy, including at the pump. He also said, competitive energy markets will ensure reliable and stable energy supplies, and OPEC Plus must do more to support that recovery. Hear that, everyone? OPEC Plus must do more. Not OPEC Plus must work with the U.S. to increase production. Not this administration must do better, but OPEC Plus must do more. This administration excuses all responsibility for its actions, blames foreign governments for our plight, and then promises our adversaries in Russia, Iran, and Venezuela that they'll receive American taxpayer dollars. That's utter nonsense. Instead of asking American families to send their paychecks to billionaires in the Middle East, let's give them back their well-paying energy sector jobs right here at home and lower gas prices. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert a copy of this letter that was written by 7 Democrats just yesterday to Speaker Pelosi and leadership, voicing many of these concerns with our demand from OPEC.
Without objection?
And to wrap up, I'll say, Mr. Chairman, if you hate fossil fuels, you should at least hate foreign fossil fuels more, that do more damage to the climate and to our economy than those produced in America by hardworking Americans trying to feed their families. I ask my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This amendment would prohibit funds from being used to facilitate the purchase, acquisition, transportation, or supply of crude oil involving the OPEC and OPEC Plus countries until the opportunities for domestic production of oil and other forms of energy are exhausted. The amendment specifically prohibits such activity until the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline is complete and the pipeline is in use. If the purpose of this amendment is to be less reliant on foreign oil, then I encourage my colleagues to vote for electrical vehicle electrification and in favor of incentivizing and deploying more renewable energies. Less than a month ago, the Government Accounting Office released a report on the safety performance of the company that had been building the Keystone XL pipeline. The report found that the company is one of the worst among its peers in terms of the volume of oil spilled per billion barrel mile transported, and its four largest spills were caused by original design, pipeline manufacturing, or construction-related issues. Yet this amendment would require that the same company begin operating more than 1,000 miles of new pipeline. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. Its premise assumes the fight is between foreign and domestic fossil fuel supplies when the real battle is reducing our use of all fossil fuels to limit our impact on climate change. Mr. Stauber?
Thank you, Chair Stanton. And before I get into my comments, Chair, you said you suggest that we vote for vehicle electrification. That means you would support mining in America, critical minerals mining in America, in the biggest copper nickel find in North America, which happens to be in our great state of Minnesota. So I'm looking forward to you to support my amendment. So with that being said, I rise in support of Mr. Westerman's amendment. Joe Biden and the Democratic Party have laid bare their preference for foreign nations to control America's energy security. No matter how expensive it gets to fill up your car, truck, boat, snowmobile, or lawnmower, there's no ceiling for what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will do to immediately punish Americans for using fuel. After banning oil and gas leasing, pumping brakes on following the law to develop resources on Alaska's North Slope, and putting thousands out of work at Keystone XL, Joe Biden had the gall last month to beg OPEC to pump more oil. The president of the United States was begging foreign nations to produce more oil. As Mr. Westerman said, let's do it in America. Best labor standards, best environmental standards, putting those good union members to work and feeding their families. You know, just a couple of weeks ago, we had a protest from colleagues from the other side of the aisle in the state of Minnesota against a replacement of Pipeline 3, Enbridge Pipeline 3. It's a replacement. That replacement helps the refinery in Rosemont, Minnesota, to give jet fuel to the airport to Minneapolis and St. Paul, the same airport that my colleagues who protested presumably flew into and flew out of. And when asked by a reporter to one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who were protesting Line 3, they asked, well, if you don't agree with oil, then how did you get here? The answer was, it doesn't matter, I would crawl. Just the hypocrisy is unbelievable. That's right, Mr. Chair. Again, Joe Biden asked the Saudi Arabians, Algerians, Venezuelans, Iranians, and Libyans to sell more oil to us at the prices that they determine. Begging OPEC to produce more gas is unbelievable and unconscionable when we have the opportunity here in our great country. So let me reiterate, Democrats would sooner have those countries sell us oil than have the American worker develop our own abundant natural resources. As the ranking member of the Energy and Minerals Resources Subcommittee in Natural Resources, I fully support the committee's ranking member Westerman's amendment to stop using hardworking taxpayer money to facilitate buying more oil from OPEC and other foreign nations. We have the opportunity, and I believe we have the responsibility to develop those resources here in our country where we are blessed to have them. We have our resources here, so let's develop them and put Americans to work in the progress. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last month, and perhaps you saw it, President Biden said that I want to make sure that nothing stands in the way of oil price declines, leading to lower prices for consumers. President Biden and I don't agree on a lot, but I agree with the statement that he made. The problem is that his rhetoric doesn't really match his actions. Rather than taking down those roadblocks to lower prices, he's making it a lot more difficult for energy to be affordable in this country. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline in his first month in office, and he's paused all new federal oil and gas lease sales. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, I should add, in contravention of all of the evidence that had been offered in dozens of regulatory proceedings at the state, local, and federal level. So it calls to mind, it makes us curious, what does the president mean then if he says that he wants to make sure nothing stands in the way of lower energy prices? I think it means that he is in favor of boosting oil production abroad while he stifles domestic oil production. Representative Stauber mentioned that President Biden has called on OPEC, has asked OPEC to do more to help us out. I mean, this is just insane. We are asking foreign countries to bail us out of problems caused by this administration. And that's why I'm proud to support this amendment. I was a former state utility regulator. I understand the Keystone XL pipeline well. When I was on the Public Utilities Commission, I voted to provide them the construction permit because they had met their burden of proof under the law. Now, you don't need to take my word for it. The South Dakota Supreme Court unanimously held up the decision that my panel had made. And so let's just be very clear, the Keystone XL, they met their burdens of law, their burden of proof under the law. President Biden's rhetoric has not matched his actions. And that's why I think this amendment is such a strong piece of work. And with that, I would yield back.
Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Weber, you'll be next, and we'll come back to Mr. Van Drew if he gets back on soon. Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of this. This is such a salient argument for this topic today. I will tell you why. Energy for us is huge. The Keystone Pipeline comes into my district over by Beaumont, Texas. It carries about 830 to 840,000 barrels of crude oil a day. Most of y'all will remember the Colonial Pipeline system crashed after the hackers got into it. I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, 6 months ago, crashed for 4 or 5 days. Prices went up. It carries about 2.4 million barrels of product a day. Sure, it's gasoline, it's diesel, it's jet fuel. Keystone carries 840,000 barrels a day of crude oil. It is literally 1/3 of the output of the Colonial Pipeline system that fed the southeast of the United States. 1/3 of the output. So think about the irony. If my friends across the aisle are right, they want less emissions, and who doesn't? And they want to move to electric vehicles, and that's great, as long as they're not forcing people to do something that they absolutely don't want to do. Let them do it on their own. Americans are pretty smart. If we're going to move to less emissions, we're going to have to depend on fossil fuel for the energy to produce and manufacture things, to do the drilling, to get into the mine for the metals, the precious metals, and some of the things that we need to do. We need that industry. We need that fuel. It's going to be a part of our national security for a long time. It means jobs, good paying jobs. We ought to be doing it right here in the United States. The president cancels the Keystone Pipeline and then opens up Nord Stream 2 over in Russia. And then the Saudis, for those of us who are old enough to remember the oil embargo of 1973, taught us about high gasoline price, how fuel prices, long lines at the pump, fuel rationing. Why would we kill our own oil and gas industry here while we're trying to encourage more electrical vehicle usage? And we're going to let some of the other countries who don't produce energy nearly as cleanly as we do dictate to us the price, take away American jobs. There's no rationale here at all. I fully support Mr. Westerman's amendment, and I hope the rest of my colleagues will too, and I yield back.
Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Chairman, I request to be recognized for 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment to prohibit U.S. taxpayer dollars from being spent on foreign crude oil before American energy sources are appropriately utilized. To say that this administration's energy policy is irresponsible would actually be a gross understatement. America is in an energy crisis. The price of gasoline has increased by more than $1 since a year ago. American oil and gas companies are filing for bankruptcy at an accelerating rate. The State Department is allowing the foreboding Nord Stream 2 pipeline to be constructed, which will make our European allies depend on Russian oil. At the same time, we're closing countless American pipelines. Some would cheer this as a good policy, as good for the environment. This is wrong and is dangerous. Over the course of the Trump administration, the United States reduced emissions thanks to the expansion of natural gas. Over the same period, China built dozens of coal-powered plants and substantially expanded its emissions, but nobody cares. They continue to do so to this day. Similarly, the Russian and Middle East nations that constitute most of OPEC have taken advantage of the lapse in U.S. energy policy to expand their own production and expand their own power. This is not the way we should move forward. The net result of restrictive domestic energy policy has been other countries increasing their carbon emissions, making a lot of money, and taking advantage of the United States while our citizens suffer in energy insecurity. It's a lose-lose situation. As a conservation conservative, I do care deeply about the environment. Most of us really do and believe that we are stewards of the earth. However, kneecapping American energy production due to an ideological obsession with policy is foolish, dangerous, and it's ineffective. Our current dependence on OPEC is a result of these foolish policies. This amendment will force the administration's hand by removing the crutch of OPEC and requiring them to develop American energy sources for Americans and to do it first. This will result in a more stable and secure American energy supply chain, which is unbelievably important for our future, for our children and grandchildren's future, and allow us to engage also with other nations, not in a position of weakness, but in a position of strength. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I do now yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Who's requesting to speak?
this is Babbitt from Texas.
Did you wish to address this amendment?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. And I want to speak in favor of this amendment as one who represents more petrochemical refining facilities in the entire country, along with my my neighbor who represents an enormous number of them as well, Randy Weber, who's already spoken. Nothing could be more important for the constituents of the 14th and the 36th congressional districts here in the great state of Texas, the largest producer of energy in our country. And it's just preposterous, absolutely preposterous to think that this Biden administration would be killing domestic production and curtailing permitting on federal lands and offshore leases, while at the same time encouraging Russia and OPEC to be producing more so that we could get our prices down after they've killed Keystone, after they've done all of these other things. And I would also mention to my colleagues out there listening on this committee that there are a number of refining facilities, two in my own district that are on the auction block now. One being just about there to be purchased by a foreign entity, a refining facility that's been there for many, many years in my district in Southeast Texas. And I think it goes without saying, I don't know what's in the minds of the boards of directors and the CEOs of these major refining companies, but I can tell you with the rhetoric that we've heard, with the actions that the Democratic Party has taken in the last 8 months, that perhaps this is one reason why they're deciding to get out of the business instead of alleviating a problem of emissions. The Democrats are going to cause more emissions. Plus, these refining facilities, if they're operated by foreign entities, they will not be able to operate them as efficiently as our domestic refiners and those of our Western European allies that do so in a clean, efficient manner compared to what would happen if Russia, a foreign nation that is in another sphere. And I think that we need to absolutely be careful about what we're doing, or we will rue the day when we lose the ability to produce and provide our own energy. For the first time in 55 long years, under the previous administration, we hit net export and energy independence. And we're rapidly retreating from that, all in the name of climate change. I'm not a climate change denier, in spite of what I've heard some of the colleagues across the aisle call us on the Republican side. We know that climate is changing, but we cannot run this economy on all of these fuels that are considered renewable, and we will rue the day, and we will rapidly fall from our first place position as a world economic power. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Graves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this debate has been interesting. As Mr. Babin just said, and I want to express for myself, I support all of the above energy solutions. I support wind and solar. I support nuclear. I support hydro and oil and gas when they make sense. Introducing a little bit of fact into this markup session, currently the most potent renewable energy source still suffers when compared to the energy density of conventional fuels. Conventional fuels have 30 times the energy density of the next closest renewable. You can look forward, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, says that energy demand is going to increase by 50% just over the next 29 years. By 50%, 50% more global energy demand over the next 29 years than we're currently producing. And to introduce a little bit more fact into this markup session, U.S. gas delivered to Asia, U.S. gas delivered to Europe, and I want to be clear, I'm talking natural gas, LNG, delivered to those countries has a 42 to 47% lower emissions profile when compared to Russian gas delivered to the same place. So if you take those facts, you're like, my gosh, we have all these energy resources in the United States, in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Texas, and North Dakota, Louisiana, our offshore, all over the country. We have all of these energy resources. Yet, what do we see? Here's a letter from 2018, a letter written to then President Trump that says that, hey, we want you to go to OPEC and get them to produce more energy because we're worried about the increased cost of energy in the United States. So we want OPEC to produce more oil, okay? This isn't signed by Republicans. This is signed by Senator Schumer, Senator Cantwell, Senator Menendez, and Senator Markey. Let me say it again. This says produce more oil, more foreign oil. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that this be submitted to the record. The hearing.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I heard Mr. Weber and others bring up pipelines, and I heard discussions about how the Colonial Pipeline was shut down by hackers and terrorists. And you know, we all came together, Republicans and Democrats. We said they're wrong. We need to go after them. We need to stop this, right? All of us, Republicans and Democrats. Yet, when our own president shut down domestic pipelines, the Keystone Pipeline, he's a hero, but the bad guys are the Russians that shut down the pipeline? No, because you know what? Pipelines are the safest way to transport energy. Safer than trains, safer than barges, safer than ships, safer than trucks. National Research Council did an analysis of this. The safest way. But what does this underlying bill do? It actually imposes taxes on pipelines. And the deeper you are, the greater the tax you have. This is a letter to President Biden signed by, I think it was about 60-something members of Congress, that, including a number of members of this committee, Mr. Chairman, including Mr. Westerman, Mr. Boss, Mr. Rouser, Mr. Balderson, Guest, Weber, Burchett, and Steele. Yes, even Burchett. That's to the president that talks about how in the world can we call people terrorists that shut down domestic pipelines, but you, Mr. President, actually facilitate the construction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, sending Russian oil into Europe when it has greater emissions. Ask unanimous consent that this be submitted into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, finally, if folks don't believe that this administration's policies, the Democrats in this very Congress's policies, don't discriminate against our domestic energy production, then just look at this president's budget request to the Congress.
Hey, what's up?
Where maybe another minute.
Mute.
We're having some feedback here.
not.
A live mic, please mute.
Yeah.
Hey, Burchett, press mute. Good job.
Hey, are you calling on me?
I'm calling on you to mute.
So another 30 to 45 seconds or so.
All right. Mr. Chairman, in this president's own budget request to the Congress, he has language in the Corps of Engineer budget, which let me remind you, the Corps of Engineers is responsible, primary agency responsible for our resilience in this country, for flood protection, for hurricane protection projects, for coastal resiliency, beach renourishment, as well as navigation channels, our ports and waterways. Mr. Chairman, in the budget request, it explicitly says that any project that benefits oil and gas, specifically reduces the cost of consumption. You're going to shut me off. Can somebody give me a minute?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I yield such time as he may consume to my friend from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Mr. Graves.
So the budget request explicitly says that the Corps of Engineers may not fund projects that benefit oil and gas, or it specifically says that reduces the cost of consumption. Said another way, we want higher gasoline prices. Boy, have they been successful. $1 a gallon higher price, I think, is the national average right now. This is a letter to the Acting Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, signed by a number of members of Congress, expressing strong concern about what we consider to be illegal actions that discriminates against domestic energy production in favor of energy production from countries like Iran, Iraq, Venezuela, Russia, and other friends that don't share American values. Asking him his consent, Mr. Chairman, that this letter be included in the record.
Without objection.
And I want to make note, Mr. Chairman, that our ranking member, Sam Graves, Mr. Rouser, Rodney Davis, Mr. Gibbs, Crawford, Weber, Gallagher, again, Mr. Burchett, good job, twofer. Balderson, Babin, Guest, Lamalfa, Stauber, Jimenez, Malatakis, Nels, Gonzalez, Colon, and Bost also signed that letter. So, Mr. Chairman, in summary, look, all of us support a clean, a healthy, a safe environment for future generations. The very policies that y'all are advocating for, that this president is advocating for, is resulting fact-based, clear evidence in higher energy prices, in greater global emissions, in greater dependence upon foreign adversaries like Russia and Iran to solve America's energy problems. And it's not just growing dependent upon their energy sources, it's creating jobs in Russia, in China, in Iran, not right here at home. It's exporting economic activity. Mr. Chairman, the facts are clear. Increasing emission, raising prices, and creating jobs overseas. None of us are here to support that. I urge adoption of Mr. Westerman's amendment and yield back.
I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote was requested and will be postponed until a later time. I'm giving up the chair at this time to Ms. Norton.
I call up the next amendment from Ms. Gonzalez Colon. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offered by Ms. Gonzalez Colon, number 090.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Ms. Gonzalez Colon to speak on her amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer this amendment to add funding to section 110005 for Puerto Rico's highway program to a level that was authorized by this committee and the House in HR 3684, the Invest in American Act, just a month ago in June. My amendment adds Puerto Rico to the Territorial Highway Program, which is how it was packaged together in the Invest Act, and adds $350 million, which is the difference between the Senate bipartisan infrastructure framework legislation that the House is supposed to take up by the 27th of this month, and the amount of funding included in the Invest Act. Puerto Rico's infrastructure receives $158 million annually for its federal highways. However, and I'm just quoting the chairman words in the hearing about this in February of this year. He stated that Congress has stagnated fundings at 1993 levels for Puerto Rico and the territories. And this additional funding is just 1/2 of 1% of the entire transportation and infrastructure 60 billion portion of the budget reconciliation bill that we are considering here today. And my question here is why Puerto Rico's highway program is completely absent in this legislation we are taking up today when the smaller territories highway program was included. And again, this is not to take away they increase, which I support, because I truly know their need, but my constituents also are in need. I don't know why it was taken in consideration to exclude Puerto Rico from this increase in the amount of funds for the highways. I don't know why the committee decided that all territories will get it, but not Puerto Rico. And that's the reason for all the concern in this legislation for communities of colors and to have an impact on areas of persistent and pervasive poverty. The 3.2 million American citizens that I do represent here in Congress were left behind by this committee. For those that don't know, poverty in Puerto Rico is pervasive as well. The median household income on the island is $20,000 a year, which is the lowest in the nation. Mississippi, the state with the lowest rate in the country, has a median household income of $45,000 according to the U.S. Census Bureau. And then Mississippi median household income is 219% higher than the one in Puerto Rico. So this is the reason to further demonstrate the needs of the island that the American Society of Civil Engineers rates Puerto Rico's roads as a D-, in part due to the lack of dedicated funding for roads that also hurts the long-term road management policies and projects. The Puerto Rico Highway Administration and Transportation Authority estimate that it will need at least $3.1 billion for capital expenditures for the next 5 years, just to bring the island's roads to a state of good repair. And for those of you that may not know how many bridges we have on the island, there are 2,325 bridges on the island. Of those, 80.7% of them are in poor to fair condition, which is only 19% of all bridges that are in good condition. Puerto Rico is also home of 4 of the nation's most traveled structurally deficient bridges in the nation. And 2 of these bridges are in the top 10 overall. And that's why we include in this amendment. I don't know why the committee excluded Puerto Rico, why Puerto Rico was not included to receive the increase. So this amendment would allow the difference between the Invest Act, because I know many people will say, well, you got money in the Invest Act. But again, is that bill going to be approved and signed by the president? We don't know. And actually, it's expected to be a no. So if we compare the bipartisan bill in the Senate and the Investment Act, we're just taking the portion of the difference of those 2 bills and included it here, $350 million. To say that the need there is an huge, given this information, I think it's still shocking that Puerto Rico's needs were completely ignored. And in order to correct it, I urge all to support an amendment. And again, many Democrats and Republicans visited the island. They're always supportive of Puerto Rico in words. This is an amendment to get those words in action. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. I rise in opposition to the gentlewoman's amendment. The amendment would create or increase the cost of the legislative text by $350 million for the Puerto Rico Highway Program. The Territorial Highway Program has seen its allocation relative to the size of the overall federal aid highway program shrink substantially over the last 20 years. To remedy this, the House passed Invest in America Act, provided substantial funding increases for both the Territorial Highway Program and the Puerto Rico Highway Program, $58 million to $340 million each year, and increased territories by approximately $360 million over the baseline. The Senate infrastructure bill provided a more than $1 billion increase for Puerto Rico Highway Program, matching the funding provided in Invest. However, the Senate essentially flatlined the territorial program by providing a meager $5 million per year increase. While I'm glad to see the Senate finally stepping up to the plate for Puerto Rico, the Senate infrastructure bill left the territories behind. That is why the Build Back Better Act provides an additional $320 million for the territories to match the funding total that was included in Invest. I look forward to continuing to work with the gentlewoman to invest in Puerto Rico's transportation infrastructure. However, I must urge a no vote on the amendment. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. No.
No. No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed until a later time. The next amendment is to be offered by Representative Stauber. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Stauber, number 058.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Stauber to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that it is very clear that I, along with my colleagues on this side of the aisle, do not support this bill. However, it's an important part of the legislative process to make this legislation better, even though the end product likely will not be something that we can support. For this reason, my amendment presents a great opportunity for members from both sides of the aisle to finally step up against Chinese human rights abuses, to stand up against child labor, to stand up against slave labor, to stand up against children dying in their parents' arms as they are literally worked to death in Chinese-owned cobalt mines in the Congo. Folks, there is a reason, there's a clear reason that on election day 2020, cobalt was trading at $32,000 per ton, and today it is trading for about $52,000 a ton. It is because the market knows that President Biden and legislation such as this one will explode the demand for cobalt needed for electric vehicles and new technologies. With Congo producing almost all of the world's cobalt supply, we know that this demand boom will almost certainly fall on the shoulders of the small children who are forced to slave away in the mines. Despite our disagreements on the spending contained in this bill, I know that we can all agree that adding common sense protections, ensuring this legislation is not promoting, encouraging, and endorsing child and slave labor is something that we should be able to endorse here today. In fact, 16 Democrats supported a similar amendment that I offered last Congress, and I look forward to their support again today. We should never purchase critical minerals or rare earth minerals from countries that use slave labor. It's not who we are. We must not allow this. And here is the opportunity for we in this committee to stand up against this egregious actions. No child or slave labor should ever be acceptable, and we should never as a country purchase critical minerals or rare earth minerals that were mined due to forced child slave labor. Madam Chair, our country must do better, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The amendment purports to protect human rights in the production of electric vehicle charging infrastructure by requiring labor standard certification for EV charging infrastructure. The reality of this amendment, however, is that it would seek to stop the development of EV infrastructure in a cynical attempt to protect carbon-polluting industries like oil and gas. Existing law already prohibits importation of goods subject to forced labor. This committee spent more than 2 hours deliberating a similar provision during the markup of the Invest in America Act. I'm not going to rehash all that today. Here's the bottom line. We cannot accept this poison pill amendment. Because we are using the reconciliation process, there are stricter rules and procedures that we must abide by. Adding policies without budgetary impact does not comport with the rules of this process and will jeopardize these investments and this bill. I want to see these resources get out of the door for projects to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and invest in our local communities as quickly as possible. Because the gentleman's amendment would jeopardize the passage of these crucial investments in our communities, I urge a no vote. Who seeks to be heard? I recognize Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. And this is a pertinent thing that we need to be discussing, and it ties in with this all-out attack on fossil fuels. Now, many of my colleagues have said before that we're in favor of all kinds of energy. We don't think the government should be picking winners and losers, and we also don't think the government should be doing things that are detrimental to American energy and American jobs. So let's go down this thought process of having all electric vehicles. Now, we know it would have some impact. As was mentioned earlier, I think by Chairman DeFazio, transportation makes up 29% of our greenhouse gas emissions. Although we, as Americans, only produce 15% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. So if we were to go totally electric, 15% of 29% is a little over 4%. And that assumes that all the energy that's going to be made for these electric vehicles is coming from non-carbon sources. And I don't think the left often looks beyond a step in front of them to what the real implications of these policies, what those real implications are. How are we going to produce that energy? Well, maybe we could do it with nuclear power. That seems to be a logical choice. Maybe we could use a whole portfolio of low carbon, cleaner energy. Maybe natural gas could have a role in that, but we want to ban all fossil fuels. But take nuclear energy, for example. We produce domestically 0.5% of the uranium that's used in this country. The major supplier is Russia. Other suppliers are Canada and Australia, but the state-run Russian companies are putting them out of business as well. What was the left solution to this? Was to put 1.2 million acres of our richest uranium deposits, to take that out of development in northern Arizona. In the Resources Committee last week, we marked up our part of this $3.5 trillion wish list, and there was $350 million in the bill to close down a copper mine. Now, you can't have an electrified economy without copper and without rare earth minerals. So in the same legislation that there's an all-out attack on fossil fuels, there's also an attack on producing the minerals and the elements that we need for a green economy in the U.S. A copper mine that's 7,000 feet below grade, that was authorized in a bipartisan bill that's had decades going into planning and permitting. It's had $2 billion spent on it. And in this bill, the left is going to jerk the rug out from under the company that produces that copper, enough copper to meet 25% of the U.S. demands for the next 50 years. And by the way, the World Bank says that our demand for copper is going to increase 200% by 2050. You can't have it both ways. Or if you do have it both ways, all we're going to be doing is exporting our wealth to other countries. We're going to be exporting wealth that could be developed here with U.S. mining and U.S. further processing as we buy elements and rare earth elements from countries that are not necessarily our friends. My colleague's amendment simply asks that we don't purchase elements from mines that are produced by slave labor, by child labor. You would think that would be a reasonable request. And I know the left's going to say, oh, we don't do that. We don't buy cobalt from the Democratic Republic of Congo. No, we don't. We buy it from China, who gets it from the Congo and processes it in their factories and actually builds the batteries that we buy. That's how we get that cobalt out of the Congo. In my colleague's district in northern Minnesota, we have a great supply of cobalt. Actually, we have all the elements, all the minerals that we need to produce an electric economy here at home in the U.S., but we don't want to develop it. We'd rather export that wealth overseas. We'd rather take American jobs and put them overseas and somehow think we're affecting the global climate when all we're doing is destroying American jobs, destroying American economy, and not doing a bit of good for the environment. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. I recognize Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I request to be recognized for 5 minutes.
You are recognized, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. The world is quickly moving toward the mass adoption of electric vehicles. Every year, we see more electric vehicles on the road and more charging infrastructure being built out by American companies like Tesla. The United States can and should be a world leader in the design and the manufacture of electric vehicles. However, because of decades of globalism, economic mismanagement have resulted in a weakened supply chain, one of the biggest problems we have in our country now, that leaves the United States vulnerable to economic coercion by malicious actors like the Chinese Communist Party. A critical component in the manufacture of electric vehicle batteries are rare earth minerals. We just all spoke about them, like cobalt and lithium. Over the past 30 years, the Chinese government has executed a sophisticated strategy that allowed them to gain, get this, 80% of the United States supply of rare earth minerals. We know for a fact that China is not afraid to weaponize these supply chains and use them to their great advantage. They have done it before to key allies like Japan and Australia. Every dollar that the United States gives to China supports their human rights abuses, something we all care about a great deal. And it gives them even more force for their ambition of global dominance and global economic dominance, most of all. It would be an abdication of responsibility if we, as members of the United States Congress, did not take every step possible to ensure that our country is secure from the threats of dependence upon the Chinese Communist economic slave machine. This amendment inserts necessary policies that will ensure American supply chain security in the critical sector of rare earth minerals and prevents US dollars and US support from helping and supporting Chinese slave labor. This is a pro-America amendment. This is an amendment we can all agree upon, Republican, Democrat, West or East. This is an American amendment. As it stands, the only way for us to build our electric vehicles is to depend on China and its slave labor workforce. We don't want to do that. None of us want to do that. I don't believe there's anyone here or anywhere else that wants that. I urge this committee to step forward and to adopt this amendment to ensure that our country can be a global leader and that we can make electric vehicles with our own supplies without further sacrificing our economic independence to the Chinese communists' slave labor. I yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Lamarfa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the time. I rise in favor of this amendment. It seems like basic common sense and fairness, but just let me tell you a little tale about California here, okay? So I sit here in the north again, where recently a tree fell into a power line, and right now there's a hunt out to try and blame the utility, even though we have difficulty getting permitting done to trim trees away from power lines. We have a situation here where the utility has moved to what is called public safety power shutoffs. So if the wind blows very hard in the North State here, they'll shut off the power at a certain point to all the constituents, all the customers, if they believe there's a good chance a tree or tree branch might fall into the power lines because of high winds. So we have that situation going for us. Also, California's electric grid on really hot days is on the edge enough that it could run out of power for in any part of the state. So we have what they call a flex alert, asking people or large businesses, large manufacturers they've already arranged with to shut off their plants and quit manufacturing, or just tell people in their homes, hey, cut back, don't run your dishwasher, washer, dryer. It was even comical, all this talk about electric cars. One of the flex alerts was asking them to not charge your electric car between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. so we can help on the alert. So we're hell-bent on converting everything to electricity. Our large Bay Area cities, they want to get rid of gas-powered stoves and gas-powered water heaters and other appliances like that and push them all into electricity. Again, several states are starting to adopt this. No more combustion vehicles by 2035 is their nice round number for that. So they got rid of the San Onofre nuclear power plant several years ago down in San Diego. The San Luis Obispo Diablo Canyon plant is set to be phased out in 24, 25. They have 2 reactors. Both of those make, green power in the sense they don't make any of that scary carbon dioxide, right? And then they have hydroelectric dams that they're on the list too. There's 4 of them up on the Klamath River. We'll be talking about that later. They want to get rid of that makes clean, CO2-free hydroelectric electricity. So we're closing the walls in all directions on electricity supply and trying to massively increase demand for that with conversion electric cars and appliances and everything else. It's hysterical. Anybody that watches what we do, if they weren't having to pay for it, would be laughing. The logic of this, of what's happening lately, all in order to check the environmental box and, continue the preaching on climate change and global warming and all this. It's just hysterical. I don't know how this committee sits here and does what it does. No disrespect to anybody, but does anybody add this stuff up to see what's really going on? So we have all these things coming down and we can't even mine the products that we could much more environmentally soundly in our own country, like what Mr. Stauber's talking about. We have these reserves in our country. We just gave away the opportunity to maybe deal with Afghanistan on some of those rare earths. We can't do them here. No, we expect everybody to have their dirty environmental problems over in their country, not our country. We don't cut our trees. We don't mine our gold. We don't mine our minerals. I just saw a picture a little while ago of a grocery store shelf in Clovis, California, showing a shortage of food. This is in the most bountiful place to grow food in the Central Valley of California, anywhere in the world. And because of water supply, electricity, you name it, taking away trucks that actually run, they'll be after other diesel powered. It's closing in on all. It's like an octagon shaped room and all 8 walls are coming in at you on this because there's no sense. So if we can just do a basic thing, like start mining our own products, and we know in this country we're going to do it much more ecologically soundly than anywhere else, not using, child labor and doing it the way China does, we can support this simple amendment here today, as Mr. Stauber's doing, and maybe start a tide rolling of, we can cut a few trees, we can mine a few rocks in our state, in our country here, and we can do it right, and we can employ our people and not depend on others for our energy, our rare earths, and our timber and food. I mean, it's going to be great, the path we're going on. I'll keep talking about the supply chain and how vulnerable it is, how vulnerable we've noticed just this year, everything in our supply chain. I hear there's a run on toilet paper again. I just saw the picture of the store shelf in Clovis, California. What is it going to take for people to get back to common sense and look at where things really come from and not just have this pie in the sky stuff all the time? I thank you for the time. I go back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I recognize the chair for his amendment to, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. DeFazio to the amendment offered by Mr. Stauber to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print. Number 027.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Strike the amendment block and insert the following section. Policy of the United States on child labor. It is the policy of the United States that funds made available by this title should not be used to purchase products produced whole or in part through the use of child labor, as such term is defined in Article 3 of the International Labor Organization Convention concerning the prohibition and immediate action for the elimination of the worst forms of child labor, December 2nd, 2000, or in violation of human rights.
Chairman DeFazio is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would be the 4th time we've debated this amendment. The committee has previously spent 6 hours on this, so I'm not going to rehash a lot of the arguments that have previously been made. The bottom line is that this would create a process in a different bureaucracy. The Republicans hate bureaucracy, but right now the Department of Labor is charged with this. This would say Commerce would have to go through an administrative rulemaking and set up a new process, which generally takes the government a year or 2. So that would halt any importation of materials necessary for the development of electric vehicles for perhaps 2 years in the United States of America, no matter what their source, because it'd have to be a new certification process. The existing law already prohibits importation of goods subject to forced labor. Goods mined, produced, manufactured, wholly or in part, in any foreign country by forced or indentured labor, including forced child labor, is prohibited under the Tariff Act 1930, bracket 19 USC 1307. This second-degree amendment confirms the application of this policy to funds under this title. And again, this is identical to language that was adopted in Moving Forward, Invest, and Moving Forward in the last Congress. The best way to drive innovation is through robust federal investments in EV, envisioned in the President's Build Back Better plan, including charging infrastructure. We had testimony by Fred Smith, the CEO of FedEx, who said that they're going all electric by 35. GM is going all electric by 35. But let's bring a halt to that and the building of the charging infrastructure for a couple of years. And then what? What happens when they start? I've already driven a tractor produced by Volvo. There are 4 companies producing these tractors now, all electric. That's their short-range version. It's only 300 miles. They're coming up with another version that'll go 600 miles, and I don't know many truckers who can drive 600 miles and meet their rest requirements, or more than 600 miles. So it's coming. You can try and stop it, but it's going to happen. And that's plain and simple what this is all about. I urge support for the amendment in the second degree and ensure the underlying amendment does not stand in the way of American jobs and the ambitions of General Motors, Federal Express, and many other American companies. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Chair, I believe we're trying to get the right amendment to the right folks. Just ask if we could recess briefly to make sure that the right amendment's sent out to the members.
We will take a brief recess. Be right back. The committee will be in order. Do any other members wish to speak on the DeVazio second-degree amendment?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Mr. Stauber, I recognize Mr. Stauber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I gotta believe the communist country of China is laughing at the chairman's prior comments on this amendment. I don't understand for the life of me why this is controversial, why we can't agree. No child labor. We should never purchase minerals, critical or rare earths, from foreign adversarial countries that use child labor. Why is this controversial? What does the Chinese government have over certain people? This is unbelievable. We're changing to electric vehicles. We have the capacity to hold the destiny in our own hands. And what does the chairman do? He brings up a policy that has zero teeth in it. Zero. Again, the communist country of China is laughing at the chairman's comments right now. No certification. There's no teeth in what the chairman just spoke about. It's unbelievable that we can't come together and support our industries and support our miners and manufacturers and our EPA standards and our labor standards. I brought this amendment numerous times. It's unbelievable, Mr. Chair, your comments. Again, the communist country of China is laughing at what you just stated to this committee. And I would say, I didn't know that this amendment was going to fluster you that much that you actually sent the wrong amendment out. You actually sent your second amendment to my amendment that I will be offering in just a few minutes on labor standards. So I appreciate you giving us a heads up on that. But the fact of the matter is, we are blessed with these minerals in our country, as the ranking member Westerman said. Why are we okay with allowing the communist country of China to mine these using child slave labor in the Congo? Why are we allowing this to happen? We should never allow it to happen. We have the ability with my amendment to put teeth into this piece of legislation to say that the United States of America will never purchase not 1 ounce of child minerals or rare earths that have been mined by child slave labor, like in the Congo and others. In UNICEF, a nonpartisan organization, said there's thousands, 30,000 to 40,000 children across this world that are forced every day. And we want electric vehicles, we want alternative sources of energy, and you're just going to turn a blind eye to how you get those critical minerals, how you mine those critical minerals, what type of labor standards you use, what type of environmental standards. You're okay with moving this country forward into electric vehicles and alternative sources of energy, and not and being okay with how those minerals are mined. We as a nation can do better. And Mr. Chair, I have to tell you, with all due respect, I will say I resent your comments on what this bill does. This bill helps the American, we as Americans. This bill helps our miners, our manufacturers. It helps us. Standing in the world, we stand up to the communist country of China, not bow down to them. Again, they're laughing at your comments. They are laughing because what you just stated was it's okay. The status quo is okay. The status quo is okay to accept these minerals mined by child labor. I do not think it's okay. I will never support child slave labor. We in this country can do better. And I yield back.
Do any other members wish to speak on the DeFazio second-degree amendment?
Madam Chair.
Uh, 5 minutes. Yes. Mr. Westerman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be much briefer than that, but I would have to say to the chairman, nice try. You could have just voted down the amendment by Mr. Stauber and achieved the same thing, but I guess it looks like you're trying to do something against child labor to propose an amendment to the amendment that nullifies the amendment and keeps the same failed policy in place that we're operating under right now. That's the only thing the chairman's amendment to the amendment would accomplish. Sure does sound confusing to have an amendment to an amendment that keeps the status quo. I guess that's what you call a double negative. But anyhow, I oppose the chairman's amendment. I stand strongly with my colleague from Minnesota, and I yield back.
I recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have to strongly support the comments of Mr. Stauber and Mr. Westerman on this. Look, let's be very clear to both people that are watching at home right now. The base text of this amendment, the amendment by Mr. Stauber, it says explicitly, none of the funds available to this act shall be used, I'm going to emphasize, shall be used to purchase, import, or subsidize goods, materials, technology, or minerals produced, manufactured, sourced, or mined through child labor or forced labor, all right, directly or indirectly. What this replacement says is that, quote, it is the policy of the United States that funds made available by this title should not, doesn't say shall be, it doesn't say it can't be, it says it's the policy that it shouldn't be used to purchase products. Mr. Stauber's amendment, the base amendment that we're talking about, doesn't say just purchase, it says purchase, import, subsidize goods or materials, technology, or minerals produced, manufactured, sourced, or mined. So this substitute amendment that effectively is being debated right now, let me tell you what this does. This reaffirms the existing policy of the United States, the existing policy that's resulting in us effectively taking minerals for renewable energy technologies based upon child labor and forced labor. Again, don't take my word for it. Google it. Look it up. In the Congo and China, slave labor and child labor. That is who is supplying the resources, the critical minerals that are needed for your renewable energy technologies. This, and I want to be very clear, this second-degree amendment that we're debating right now, voting yes for this is voting for child labor, it is voting for forced labor, it is voting for imported strategic minerals and rare earths from China, controlled mines in countries like the Congo and other places. This does nothing for American workers. This does nothing for the environment. It does nothing for international labor standards. So I'm going to say it one more time. If you support child labor, if you support forced labor, if you support the status quo, if you support importing minerals from other countries, you vote yes on this second-degree amendment. You vote yes if you support child labor and forced labor. You vote no on this. If you support an amendment with real teeth, a policy with real teeth that prohibits these minerals from being brought into the United States or in products or imported or anything that's manufactured with it. This is hollow. I urge rejection of the second-degree amendment and support for the base amendment that Mr. Stauber has written. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any other members who wish to speak on the DeFazio second-degree amendment? The question is on the DeFazio second-degree amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote on the chairman's second degree amendment.
The vote on the DeFazio amendment will be postponed. Are there further amendments to the Stauber amendment? 058. Hearing none, the Stauber amendment is pending. The next amendment is from Mr. Burchett. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Burchett, number 074.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Burchett to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me, Chair
You're
Lady?
recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. This amendment strikes section 110001, which authorizes the nearly $10 billion for a new transit program already agreed to by the White House and the Senate. And if y'all remember, President Biden had stated that he didn't want to duplicate anything and he wanted this to be clean. And this is exactly his wishes. This duplicative program violates the agreement, again, relitigating matters negotiated in the Senate infrastructure bill, which is something I believe the chairman mentioned in his opening remarks. Federal transit programs have received record levels of investment over the last 1.5 years, including $69.5 billion with a B in the COVID relief package and $12.8 billion for fiscal year 2021 in the regular appropriations process. Additionally, the Senate infrastructure bill will give transit programs another $91 billion. Federal spending is causing inflation to surge and prices to rise for families across America. At a time when our nation is nearly 30 trillion with a T, trillion dollars in debt, we must make some responsible decisions with taxpayer dollars. Throwing $10 billion with a B towards a program already agreed to by the White House and Senate, I feel like is irresponsible and shows that this partisan process is more focused on scoring political points than making good policy. And I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this amendment to remove the duplicative programs. And duplicative in East Tennessee means doubling up, in case y'all don't know, for the 2 people that are watching this at home. Make sure that this is in the underlying legislation. And before I call for a vote, I'm not going to call for a recorded vote because I think we all know how this is going to go. But I wish that the responses from the majority party would be something heartfelt and not something read that no one that is reading it has actually had any input in, and it's probably either done by somebody on the back row behind them or some lobbyist in some office somewhere that tends to profit from these $10 billion that our hardworking taxpayers have paid. So with that, I call for the vote, Chair Lady.
I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would strike the Affordable Housing Access Program from the bill. This program is an investment in communities that have too often been left behind, including rural areas, communities of color, and low-income neighborhoods. These funds will provide affordable new transit options for those working to balance the high cost of housing and transportation in a way that provides them access to jobs and educational opportunities. The program allows for expanded transit service in rural and urban areas, new bus rapid transit, and high-frequency bus service, expansion of rail transit, and the provision of reduced fare and fare-free service to help struggling families. This innovative program, a partnership with the Department of Housing and Urban Development and DOT, is far outside the scope of our traditional transit programs. It marks a new opportunity to tackle the two most expensive items in a typical household budget: housing and transportation costs. The gentleman's amendment strikes these critical resources, and I urge a no vote. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. I
Chair
recognize
Auchincloss.
Mr. Auchincloss. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. To start with, it's not duplicative of what's in the bipartisan infrastructure deal. In fact, it's really complementary. The bipartisan infrastructure deal makes important, long overdue investments in transit and high-speed rail. What this program does is it allows for first and last mile infrastructure improvements in areas of cities and towns that have been long overlooked by federal transportation policy. First and last mile connections are like peanut butter and jelly with transit and high-speed rail. They widen the catchment area around the station stops. Now, widening a catchment area through things like bicycle lanes, like better pedestrian infrastructure, through accessibility improvements, is the holy grail for urban transportation planners, because it means that you don't have to compromise between the speed and reliability of the transit routes, along with the number of people that can be served by those transit routes. Traditionally, you have to either add more stops to get more people in the catchment area, which degrades the reliability and speed of the transit line, or you have to sacrifice the catchment area in order to have speed and reliability. Widening the catchment area around the transit stops by improving pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, allowing for programs like on-demand transit, gets the best of both worlds for transportation planners. And that's really an important improvement, and one that federal transportation policy has overlooked. Second, this program improves not just the state of good repair for transit and not just the catchment area for transit, but also walkability more broadly for communities who, again, because of car-centric policies over the last 70 years, have really been scarred by federal infrastructure as opposed to improved. When you do things like widen sidewalks, put in urban forestry, put in bicycle lanes, allow for micromobility like scooters or three-wheeled electric vehicles, you knit together the civic fabric of a neighborhood. You improve public health by allowing people to get around in ways other than gasoline-powered cars. You reduce the carbon footprint of a community. You improve retail sales by creating more turnover and more foot traffic in front of stores. And perhaps most salient to this conversation, you radically improve labor mobility. A number of studies by urban economists have demonstrated that the most important metric for the ability for people in a city to access high-paying jobs and services and to improve their income is the number of jobs and services they're able to access within a 30-minute commuter shed. And so when you improve the catchment area of transit and you improve walkability of neighborhoods that have been too long overlooked and neglected, what you are doing is directly boosting the income potential for citizens of that area. So this program is not duplicative, it's complementary. It's peanut butter and jelly with high-speed rail and transit. And it's also really directly boosting the income potential and the quality of life of people who really have been overlooked or even directly harmed by federal infrastructure policy in the past. So I encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment. No notes, Mr. Burchett, as well.
I call on Mr. Garcia, who wishes to be heard for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to Representative Burchett's amendment number 74. It tries to strike important investments that would increase public transit access to affordable housing. Diverse working class communities like mine in Chicagoland need bold investments in public transportation and affordable housing. And unfortunately, the Senate infrastructure bill perpetuates underinvestment and forces essential workers to rely on crumbling, antiquated transportation systems. We must bring America's infrastructure into the 21st century, and we must begin to undo decades of disinvestment in communities of color. At a time when communities from California to Florida are suffering climate emergencies, the Senate package fails to adequately address climate change. We can't afford to wait. The transportation sector remains the largest contributor to U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, and Congress must not lose this unique opportunity to make transformative investments in clean, reliable, and convenient public transportation alternatives and greater access to affordable housing. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and instead support the bold and much needed investments in public transit access to affordable housing in this legislation. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Graves, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let's put things in perspective here. First of all, there was a bipartisan negotiation with senators in the White House, and they rejected this. They rejected this, but they did include, I believe it was $91 billion for transit in the bipartisan package. $91 billion, but don't worry, there's more. There was an additional $69 billion that was included in the COVID packages. Don't worry, there's more. There's an additional $12 billion that's included in the regular appropriations process. Let's go through that again. Nearly $70 billion in the COVID packages, $91 billion in the bipartisan agreement, $12 billion in the regular appropriations process. Is anyone out there really saying transit's not funded? Is anybody really saying that? In my hometown, we had a transit project that was taking folks around different areas of the city, and it would drive me crazy because I'd be outside cutting my grass and I'd watch this empty bus drive by several times a day. So we finally started looking at it and doing the calculations. $92 per passenger is what they were spending to drive someone somewhere around 2 to 4 miles. $92 per passenger. Madam Chair, this is crazy. So what are we going to do? We're going to dump more money into these inefficient programs. Mr. Auchincloss, I believe you raised points about walkability and last mile and all those things. I'd urge you, take a look at section 110,003. A lot of the issues that you discussed are actually covered by the $3.95 billion new grant program that similarly is probably not legal under the Senate rules, is probably covered there. Walkability, safety, affordability, access to transportation. You know what's missing from all this? Is provisions that actually say we're going to help those in the community that are actually work capable and seeking employment. We've got to stop this growing socialist state where we continue funding everybody for everything and aren't incentivizing the right type of work, or not incentivizing work at all. This is $10 billion on top of the $91 billion, on top of the $69 billion, on top of the $12 billion. And I remind you, the majority of these areas around the country don't actually have big viable transit programs. So this is going, I read a statistic one time, it's like the top 7 transit systems in the country get like 90% of the money or whatever the stat is. Just earmark it. Say it is what it is. You're giving this to New York, to Washington, D.C., to Boston, to Chicago, to L.A. Just call it what it is. This is so far in excess of the funds that even can remotely be justified. And when you're driving these buses around, I hear you expressing concern about climate. An empty bus, an empty 60-foot bus pumping out emissions, or, oh no, wait, electric buses. Okay, how are you charging them? I can answer that with gas-fired power plants. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Y'all can't just keep dumping money out the door. This is real. Mr. Burchett's amendment, as much as it pains me to say this, it's actually a good idea. We do need to step back. We do need to recognize the dollars that are out there. We need to recognize that the Senate actually rejected in the bipartisan negotiations. They rejected this. This is a double dip. This is a second bite at the apple for something that was rejected. Mr. Auchincloss, because I referred to you, I got 40 seconds left. It's yours if you want to beat me back up.
I appreciate that, Mr. Graves. I would just, you note a desire that you want government to be investing in things that help people earn more and pull themselves up by their bootstraps. I would say that there is very few investments that have higher ROI than increasing labor mobility in cities by increasing walkability, transit catchment areas, transit reliability. I'd encourage you to look at the urban economists who have studied this. The number of jobs and services in a 30-minute commuter shed is incredibly correlated with the earnings potential of the denizens of that city. These are investments that make the market work better and that help people achieve their aspirations and their best careers. And I yield back.
In those 7 cities that I mentioned, and I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no, no.
No.
Ah.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Appreciate the opportunity. Mr. Auchincloss, you got some big shoes to fill there since you got my buddy Joe Kennedy's spot, and I appreciate your service in the Marine Corps. My daddy served in the Corps, 1st Marine Division on Peleliu with Chesty Puller, so I look forward to working with you, brother.
Semper Fi.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
The next amendment, I call up Mr. Nels for the next amendment. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Nails, number 059.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Nels to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in opposition, strong opposition to this irresponsible spending bill. $3.5 trillion. Yes, I understand it's very clear that we're only 50 billion of the 3.5 trillion, but that's an enormous amount of money. I don't know if you can see it on here, but do you see that in my phone? That's what $3.5 trillion is when you try to put it into your fancy phone vertically. You got to change it to the side here. That's $3.5 trillion. It's 13 digits, 12 zeros, 13 digits left of the decimal point. I tell you, folks, the American people are taking notice. We just spent what? Last weekend, we memorialized, we thought about 9/11 20 years ago with those towers and that horrible terrorist attack. Our nation's debt in 2001 was $3.3 trillion. It took 200 years to get there. We had World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam. This spending bill alone is more than the debt that we had the first 200 years. Think about that, folks, when you're voting on some of this irresponsible spending. In the past 20 years, we have added $25 trillion to our nation's debt, and it just seems to continue. What we do know is Congress loves to spend money. It was millions, billions, and hell, now we're into trillions. And the only time right now it seems like the Democrats, the majority, want to reduce budgets is it when it comes to defunding our police. And that brings me to my amendment. My amendment prohibits jurisdictions that have defunded the police from using National Highway Traffic Safety Administration program grants to fund traffic enforcement activities. First, I'd like to thank the hundreds of thousands of law enforcement officers out there who put their lives on the line every day under increasingly difficult conditions and with increasingly less support and appreciation to protect and serve our communities, all of our communities. Radical city councils across the country are defunding their police departments, and the results have been a disaster. Denver cut their police by 55 million, Minneapolis by 8 million, Seattle by 69 million, go figure. And in my home state of Texas, Austin, cut its budget by $150 million. New York City cut it by $1 billion. And today we're marking up legislation, spending tens of billions of dollars. It's easy to hear those numbers as insignificant by comparison, but those numbers aren't just numbers. They mean fewer law enforcement serving our communities. It means less training. It means less police and less effective service to our community. Violent crime is skyrocketing in virtually every community that defunds its police department. Homicides rose 32% in cities with a population of at least 1 million during the last quarter of 2020, and aggravated assaults increased by 10%. As a former sheriff, those numbers truly appall me. Currently, anti-police local governments can abuse a loophole with NHTSA grants. Folks, listen to me. States can use NHTSA grant funding for activities, including developing a state safety plan, identifying safety priorities, undertaking initiatives to reduce risky driving behavior, and awarding subgrants to law enforcement for traffic activities. NHTSA estimates that states used approximately 160 million, or 30% of their Section 402 and 405 grants on traffic enforcement activities in 2019. Traffic enforcement is critical service provided by law enforcement, and radical mayors should not be able to abuse federal traffic safety programs to boost political popularity with anarchists. My amendment states it clearly. If you defund your police, the federal government will not bail you out when it backfires. The amendment ensures the federal funding is not subsidizing local jurisdictions that choose to defund their police. And Madam Speaker, pay attention. I offered a similar amendment in June, and you had some issues. I want you to know that those criticisms did not fall on deaf ears, and I incorporated your critiques as improvements into my amendment. It now has a solid definition of defund the police, in which a city or state has a lower police budget than the year before, and that money has been funneled to other agencies. This amendment does not count overall budget reductions against communities, and I know your hometown of Portland is looking at increasing mental health services, and there's an exemption for that as well. The amendment even includes an exemption process to allow the secretary to issue a waiver in case
Will the gentleman sum up? His time has
experiencing
expired.
extreme financial distress and has no other options. We can't afford this radicalization anymore. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment.
Doesn't surprise me.
Madam Chair, I seek recognition to speak against the Nels amendment.
I will recognize you shortly.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which prohibits any funding in this bill from being used for traffic safety enforcement by a state or locality if they reallocate any part of their police budgets to another agency. In other words, this amendment seeks to penalize states and cities perceived to be, quote, defunding the police, end quote, by taking money away from a police function, traffic safety enforcement. Cutting funding for traffic safety is deadly. Traffic-related fatalities hit a 30-year high in 2020, despite there being fewer cars on the road, and 2021 is on track to be even deadlier. Early estimates of the first quarter of 2021 show a 10.5% increase in traffic fatalities over the same time last year. Congress should be doing more to address the carnage on our roads, not threatening to cut safety resources for the sake of political posturing. However, the policy restriction this amendment attempts to achieve has little practical effect in this bill. None of the funds in this reconciliation bill can be used for traffic safety enforcement purposes described in this amendment, and therefore it would not apply. I therefore urge a no vote.
Madam Chairwoman, can I spend just another minute with you and clarify?
Just a moment. I recognize Mr. Stauber for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I'm going to yield my first minute to Congressman Nellis to finish his statement.
Thank you, my dear friend. And I want to be clear because there's a lot of misinformation. And I know, Madam Chairwoman, you had a nice script to read. And by reading that script, it's quite clear that you want to defund the police. Here we go again. We have not cut back on NHTSA funding to states. That's not what this amendment talks about or what it shows. The reality is you talk about traffic enforcement and wanting more officers for drunk driving and all this and all that. Well, how can you reduce your police budget, reducing officers that are out there in charge of those duties in traffic enforcement? I mean, their cities are doing it. Austin, they have less police officers out on the streets for that traffic enforcement because they defunded their police. But yet in the same breath, you think that those agencies should be able to apply for federal NHTSA grants and then backfill that funding, defunding of the police. It makes no sense to me. You cannot have it both ways. But it is wrong for you to say that this amendment cuts back, this does not cut back on NHTSA funding. It just cuts back on NHTSA funding for agencies that want to defund their police.
I
Mr. Stauber still has the time. Mr. Stauber, did he want to speak again?
Mr. Sabra is finished, I believe.
I yield back.
Okay.
I now recognize Mr. Carson for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I want to retain the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I should note that I strongly oppose this amendment. It would prohibit highway safety funds to municipalities that my colleague, Mr. Nell, feels have defunded the police. You know, this amendment, Madam Chair, quite frankly, I know you're passionate about its opposition beyond Mr. Nell's made a point of it being scripted, but extemporaneously, I know you could speak about this thing for hours, if not days, in depth. You know, I honestly think that this amendment is very shocking in its overreach by barring local and state governments from adjusting their budgets to meet their needs and circumstances. You know, this amendment is punitive, it's dangerous, it's punitive against local budget decisions that my colleague doesn't like, and it's dangerous to communities that can end up with weaker traffic enforcement resources, which could cost lives and increase traffic injuries and even fatalities. All of this over ideology instead of traffic safety. The gentleman is not the only former law enforcement officer on this committee. I'm still a law enforcement officer, though part-time, you know, and as someone who has been in law enforcement, I want to assure my colleague and brother in law enforcement that nothing in this bill would defund the police. In fact, this very inflammatory term has been exploited by opponents of criminal justice reforms that are so desperately needed in our communities after generations of police misconduct and abuse. You know, and as a former cop, I know most cops do their best to protect and serve, but I also know that rooting out bad cops is very, very difficult. You know, localities have to be able to discipline and remove bad officers. They have to be able to improve training and increase transparency. The training starts at the police academy and basic training. This includes all the provisions that the House approved in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Those who are afraid to fix those problems we know exist are really grasping at straws to stop progress. And, I think it fuels division with the false allegation of defunding the police. For my buddies and the party that used to champion local control of local government, it's very disappointing to see this kind of amendment offered that takes away local control with punitive and dangerous results. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize Mr. Starbird for 4 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Across the nation, cities are seeing a dramatic uptick in violent crime. This is no coincidence. Thanks to Democrats' radical defund the police movement, many police departments have been left with fewer resources and demoralized officers, many of whom are retiring early. Now businesses are burning and children are dying. I'd like to read an excerpt from a Star Tribune article titled "Minneapolis Bloody Summer," written this past weekend to really paint a picture for what is going on in the cities that have defunded the police, like Minneapolis. Quote, after decades of declining violent crime, Minneapolis recorded 84 murders last year, up from about 48 in 2019, and a toll not seen since a dark chapter known as Murderapolis years in the 90s. The 67 murders so far in 2021 are on pace to surpass that. 4 of those killings took place this week in a span of 29 hours. Among them, one with a 12-year-old victim. At least 5 kids, 10 years old or younger, have been caught in the crossfire this year, leading to news reports featuring images of picture day smiles over descriptions of children on life support or inside tiny coffins. I am horrified with the status quo, as all members of Congress should be. The state and local governments that have defunded their police should not be allowed to use the money of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to make up for their missteps in order to supplant money that they took away from their local police departments. State and local politicians have picked progressive ideologies over the safety of their communities. Minneapolis is just one example. These politicians must live with the consequences of their actions. In Minneapolis, the city council defunded the police, yet those same city councilors use taxpayers' money for their private security, telling the people of Minneapolis they are more important. Their safety is more important than the citizens that they serve. And I thank Congressman Nels for offering this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize Mr. Brown for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sort of drawn into the debate during the INVEST Act because there were false allegations, if you will, factual allegations about what was happening in Baltimore City. There was a claim that Baltimore City, that young, energetic mayor, was defunding the police, when in fact, literally, I think 3 weeks before that hearing or that markup, the mayor stood at a press conference and announced a $25 million increase in police funding, the vast majority of it which went to personnel benefits, compensation, and salary. But he also stood alongside his health commissioner and his police commissioner and other stakeholders and made clear that his efforts to address public safety, to reduce crime, improve quality of living in neighborhoods, and safety for small businesses, wasn't limited to what tools and skills and experience and capability his police department had, but looking across the spectrum of issues and underlying causes that contribute to crime, to make sure that his city, our city, Charm City, Baltimore, is addressing public safety in a comprehensive way. And he said he's going to come back in 5 years with a plan. So while I respect Mr. Nell's experience, certainly in law enforcement, I do think that the amendment misses the mark and misunderstands how you actually achieve safer communities and safer neighborhoods, because it is not limited to the work of the police department. I do commend Mr. Nels for a better effort at trying to defund the police and what the exceptions are. But Madam Chair, this amendment is just riddled with problems, just riddled with problems. So for example, in Maryland, what police department are we talking about? In Maryland, our governor's got a number of police departments at his disposal. He's got the Maryland State Police. He's got the Park Police that works for the Department of Natural Resources. He's got the Transit Police that work for the Maryland Transportation Administration. So what about this scenario? Overall, Maryland increases its budget. The decision is to reduce the Department of Natural Resources budget because maybe fewer people are visiting parks. Maybe the decision is to reduce the Transit Administration's budget because maybe there's lower ridership. And then in turn, those departments may be reduced. But while at the same time, the governor may increase funding to the Maryland State Police. Well, what is it? Did he defund the police because we now have a smaller Transit Administration police force and a smaller park police? Or did he increase the size of the police department? So the amendment is riddled with errors, and I think there are many unintended consequences. What about this one? Not only is that, but it's poorly drafted because NHTSA grants do not go to local government. They go to the District of Columbia and they go to the territories, but they're primarily for states. But what happens in this scenario? Governor of Maryland applies for a grant. He uses it in statewide traffic control and traffic enforcement initiatives. He can give sub-grants to counties. We've got 24. What happens if one of the counties reduces funding for their police while all the other counties reduce the funding? Is Maryland State now, the entire grant, at jeopardy because a political subdivision reduced the size or the budget for its police? Again, these may be unintended consequences that go unanswered. What about this scenario? The governor makes a comment, a public statement, because in your amendment you say that evidence of defunding the police can be public statements made by the governor. Let's say the governor says, hey, I want to reduce the police force. And the chief says, well, I actually think that's a good idea. Well, in your exception, you allow the police chief to reduce funding for certain reasons. But now people are going to say, well, it wasn't really the police chief, it was the governor. Just look at the public statements of the governor. The amendment is riddled with problems. It is poorly drafted. And then finally, let me say this. And again, I do appreciate that you acknowledge that psychological and mental health programs and funding those are important to improve public safety. And that's why you make that one of the exceptions if the police chief designates it. But you don't have things like housing, and you don't have things like after-school activities. Think police athletic leagues. Talk to chiefs around the country. They love PAL and how much it's reduced juvenile offenses. But you don't give that exception. So, Madam Chair, this is politically motivated, it's poorly drafted, and I oppose the amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize Mr. Guest for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As a former prosecutor, I am deeply concerned about rising violent crime and the increased attacks that we've seen on the men and women of law enforcement. In 2020, 264 federal, state, military, tribal, and local law enforcement officials died in the line of duty, the highest fatality number since 1974. Despite the need to reinforce and support law enforcement, progressive politicians in some jurisdictions have chosen to cut funding for their police departments. Federal funding for law enforcement activities under the jurisdiction of this committee should not be used to cover gaps caused by local governments that have made the decision to defund the police. I am proud to support the men and women of law enforcement and proud to support this amendment, which would ensure that communities that defund the police are not supported with federal traffic safety funding. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on this amendment? You want to speak? Mr. Graves is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I heard my friend from Maryland say that the amendment wasn't well drafted. I'm kind of surprised by that comment. Here we have a law enforcement officer who drafted this amendment, who has years of experience in law enforcement. The amendment says that if a state or local government reduces the amount of money available for a law enforcement agency, it defines what defunding the police means, then they can't backfill the funding they've cut with federal funds through NHTSA. I think it's pretty clear. I think the amendment's well drafted, and certainly if the gentleman does not support defunding the police, then maybe he could offer a perfecting amendment if he's got problems with something that's written in here. Look, let's be realistic here. You saw liberal activists and members of Congress come out across the country that said explicitly, we want to defund the police, period. Flat out, unapologetically said, we want to defund the police. Corresponding increase in violent crime. I think you've seen a 25%, make sure I get my stats right. There's a 25% increase in homicides, according to the FBI. And in major cities, the homicides spiked 33%. Not surprising. You defund law enforcement and you disrespect law enforcement, you're going to see a response to that. I think I mentioned this last time we had a markup and discussed this issue. I had meetings with our law enforcement officers and our chiefs and sheriffs and others who were telling me stories about how they have never seen the behavior of criminals that they've seen today, where criminals would go out and commit a murder, would shoot somebody 50 feet from a marked unit with cops in it, 50 feet away, sitting in a parking lot or elsewhere. The boldness of criminals today, because you know why? Because people have gone out there and they've trashed the police. They've trashed these folks that put their lives on the lines to make our community safe. This is not surprising. You defund them, you disrespect them, you demoralize them. We've seen folks resign. We've seen folks quit, retire, everything, just because they say, look, I'm not going to go through this and be treated this way. Sheriff Nell's amendment is based on experience. It's based on evidence and facts. This is exactly what we should be doing. Even President Biden came out and recognized the flaw in defunding the police and came out and tried to backfill it with ARP funds. Everybody's well aware of the leaked Democrat phone call where they said, we've got to stop saying this. Duh, the facts are clear. In 2021, retirements have increased by 45%, resignations by 18%. I oppose defunding the police. I support this amendment, and I appreciate some of the law enforcement expertise on our side, like Mr. Stauber and Mr. Nels, that actually have the experience to know what they're talking about here, and I yield my remaining minute and 40 seconds to Sheriff Nels.
Thank you so much, Mr. Graves. And I will say this regarding Mr. Brown's comments regarding cities or states that have to have an overall reduction in their budgets, whether it's in social services, whether it's the tax department or some other program. That is not under the definition of defund the police. There's an exclusion there in line 20. That term defund the police does not include a situation where a state, local government, or political subdivision of a state reduces funding for a police department if the reduction of such funding is part of an overall budget reduction. So I understand if you have to reduce the police department and you have to reduce the highway department and the people pulling wrenches in the mechanic shop. That's not what they defund the police, but we get confused. And my colleague, Mr. Carson, I want to thank you for your service in law enforcement, but let me tell you what your party has done. You own the defund the police movement, and you don't only own that, Now you want to abolish the police in cities. Major police chiefs across the entire country are pleading and begging to get their budgets back so they can protect people in their cities. But Mr. Carson, if you don't mind, I'll yield you 30 seconds on your opinion as to what the party means by abolishing the police in Minneapolis, and would you support such a movement? Mr. Carson, would you like to comment on that, sir? I guess not. I guess I'll yield back. And again, thank you, Mr. Graves, for this time.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize Mr. Lynch for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield to the gentleman from Maryland my time.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. And again, Mr. Nels, I point out how and why your amendment is just poorly drafted, and it will lead to unintended consequences. Because yes, I do acknowledge that one of your exceptions says that it doesn't apply where a state, local government, or political subdivision of a state reduces funding for a police department if the reduction is of such funding is part of an overall budget reduction. The scenario I gave you was the governor of Maryland increases the overall budget of Maryland, increases the budget of the Maryland State Police, but reduces the budget of perhaps the Park Police or the Transit Administration Police because maybe ridership's down or park visits are down. And it's just not clear from your amendment. It's poorly drafted. Every so often, a good idea, and even this one is not a good idea, I'm not suggesting it is, just doesn't cut the mustard because the amendment is poorly drafted. Unintended consequences will ensue. And I'll just finally yield back my time after saying this.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not yield, because what I want to say is actually directed to you, to lecture us on respecting police when members of your party refuse to support supplemental funding for Capitol Police, refuse to vote for a Congressional Gold Medal for Capitol Police, and where the leader of your party refused to meet with a Capitol Police, a Metropolitan Police officer and his family who almost lost his life. You talk about respect and disrespect. Give me a break. That is the ultimate in disrespect. And what you want to do is trumpet it with, oh, they just want to defund the police. They're socialists. They're liberals. No, we actually stand up for the police. And we put our money where our mouth is. So I'm not going to yield back to you. Get your time from somebody on your side. I'm going to yield it back to Mr. Lynch.
Ooh, yeah, I will. I'll get it from somebody on your side. Thank you.
Mr.
I
Lynch,
yield back.
Mr. Lynch yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Madam
I
Chair,
do.
Crawford
Brian
from
Babbitt.
Arkansas.
Mr. Crawford from Arkansas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the emotion from the other side, but it's not based on anything fact-based. I would yield the balance of my time to Mr. Graves from Louisiana.
Mr. Graves is recognized for the remainder of his time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I find it fascinating that sometimes people believe if they yell louder or express more emotion or have veins popping out of their head, that makes them more accurate or more genuine. The reality is that you can go back and you can say whatever you want, but the reality, when you look at actions of Republicans, of members on this side, our support for the military, our support for law enforcement is well documented. The Democrats have come in, they've cut funding for our military, they've cut funding for some of the equipment to protect our military, to make sure that we always have the upper hand. They've come in and they've defunded the police. They've defunded the police. They've defunded the police. They've defunded the police. You're not going to find anybody on our side who went out and said, we want to defund the police. You don't see our folks that are out there saying disrespectful things, that are out there effectively promoting illegal activities, that are funding defense of people that actually attacked cops. So yell and scream all you want. Yell and scream all you want. Everybody knows the reality. Everybody knows that y'all absolutely stepped in it with the stupid move that you had by thinking that advocating for abolishing ICE and getting rid of the police and defunding them made sense, and you're paying politically for it because you should. Go out there and go ask cops what party they affiliate with, what ideology they affiliate with. Let that answer your question. Because I know whether it's an urban area or it's a rural area, the comments that I get back from our law enforcement about how frustrated, how embarrassed they are by this administration, frustrated and embarrassed by the leadership in this Congress. It's absolutely disgusting to hear that kind of talk, and I will yield my remaining time to Mr. Stauber, another gentleman who served in law enforcement, if he's up there. Mr. Stauber up? Or give it to Mr. Nels. Yield to Mr. Nels. Oh, wait, here comes Stauber. Stauber, would you like the time?
Well, thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Mr. Brown, the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act got rid of qualified immunity. Officers and potential officers are not getting in the profession because of that. I hear it throughout our state and our region when I'm meeting with people. So for you to lecture us is unacceptable. You voted to take away qualified immunity from police officers, period. That has been devastating to the profession that you claim to support. And I yield back.
And so it's back to the time. I think it's back to the time that I have. So, Madam Chair, I just want to read a few statistics. Police officers intentionally rammed by vehicles, killed by gunfire, stabbed to death have increased over 40% through the first 6 months of this year compared to last in major cities. A total of 38 law enforcement personnel have been killed so far this year, which is a 41% increase to last year that was already bad. And anti-police rhetoric and increased assaults on police is causing police officers to leave the forces in droves, which I mentioned earlier about the 45% increase in resignations, folks quitting, retiring early, and all sorts of other things. These are clearly statistics that are directly related to these efforts by Democrats to defund the police. Yield back.
Madam Chair.
Who requests to speak?
Donald Payne.
What? Mr. Payne is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I'm just baffled by the loyal opposition's not addressing the point that the gentleman from Maryland made. We hear your discussion in reference to defund the police, but when police that you run into every single day that are on Capitol Hill, making sure that the citizens visiting the Capitol and the members of this institution are safe, where were you then? And I will yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. There's a lot of excitement that goes on in this committee. And Mr. Graves, I certainly appreciate your level of knowledge on the issues in this committee. And you get impassioned and you raise your voice a lot. But nobody points that out because it's just who you are and how you deliver, and that's fine. But when you make a point of describing, characterizing the way that I deliver remarks in the committee, perpetuating stereotypes, although you probably don't know that, you should be careful. Look, Mr. Graves, I supported a $25 billion increase in the defense budget. Why? Not to buy more torpedoes, and technology. Why? To support families, soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians and their families, by making sure that every unfunded priority request from the Army that dealt with family housing and soldier housing and child development centers, every single one of those are funded because of what's in the chairman's mark and the amendment that I offered. I fought for it to improve privatized housing, pay raises, benefits. And when it comes to the soldier and family support items, my experience on the Armed Services Committee, it's always an uphill battle fought primarily by Democrats. Sure, Republicans support an increased defense spending, and it's typically for the torpedoes, the tanks, the tactical vessels, the fighters, the vessels, and that's all important. But when it comes to fighting for families in the military and their quality of life issues, I tell you, it's like crickets over there. We're pushing uphill when it comes to protecting men and women who are being assaulted by other men and women in the military. It's the Democrats that are leading that charge and pulling Republicans along reluctantly. On the Veterans Affairs Committee, where I sit, we've had major pieces of legislation addressing toxic chemicals. I don't think we got a single Republican vote on the committee for that. Comprehensive bills to invest in infrastructure for dilapidated veterans hospitals. Not a single Republican vote. So don't suggest to me or anyone that Republicans somehow care more for the men and women in uniform. I spent 30 years in uniform. I fought with men and women in Iraq. A handful didn't come home. I know what their families are going through. I know what we fight for. So to suggest that you can look at votes just simply for the big ticket items and conclude that, yeah, we're better. You talked about qualified immunity, not you, but someone else talked about, maybe, I don't remember who mentioned qualified immunity. Look at the experience in Colorado. They've limited, if not eliminated, qualified immunity, and the data doesn't show that they're having difficulty recruiting police officers. The data doesn't show that they're having any more of a challenge in fighting crime than on the national average. So I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding his time to me. And again, I do appreciate your knowledge, your passion, Mr. Graves, and your participation in the committee, but you're not the only one that's going to get excited or impassioned about issues that mean a lot to them. I yield back to Mr. Payne.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Ms. Gonzalez-Colon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I endorse amendment, so I will yield my time to Mr. Nels.
Thank you, young lady. And I will say this. Mr. Brown, you brought up that you're on the Veterans Affairs Committee, and so am I. And you brought up the fact that the Republicans are the ones that voted against dealing with toxic chemicals, dealing with veterans that were burn pits and this and that. That is further from the truth. What we tried to do there is we wanted to get some accounting from the CBO on exactly how much it would cost. And we asked that vote would be delayed 90 days. I'm a veteran myself too, my friend, and I did it for 22 years. And I can at least name the names of my friends that died, Lieutenant Jeffrey Ammon and Lieutenant Jeffrey DePrimo, on May 20th, 2008, in a bond district in Ghazni province, killed by IED. Matter of fact, they burned it. So I can name it. But I'm a veteran myself, and for you to claim that Republicans don't support the idea of helping veterans that are dealing with toxic exposure is a downright lie. And I expect you to retake those statements back and clarify your comments. As it relates to what we're seeing across our country, and I was a sheriff for 8 years and served in law enforcement for 30. But I think it's kind of coincidence, is it? When you look at these large cities run by liberal mayors, they're the chiefs of police that are out there asking and begging and pleading for more support and more help. Even in your city of Baltimore, there are staffing issues. Why? Because the rhetoric, the downright hatred and disrespect for our law enforcement across this country. And you don't see Republicans calling for this. You see the Democrat Party calling for this, and some of your extreme people on the left calling for actually just let's not defund them. Let's abolish them. Matter of fact, let's just get rid of the Border Patrol and ICE and everybody else. The people that suffer here are the people in the inner cities that you are trying to coddle and get to support and get to vote for you. And they are the victims in all of this, my friend, not guys like me. I live in a beautiful gated community here, just outside of Richmond, Texas. I have very little crime. But if you and I, Mr. Brown, hopped in our car and we went down into some of those cities, whether it's Baltimore and Seattle, and talked to the people in those cities, they're going to beg to differ, sir. They're going to say to you, yes, we need to have some criminal justice reform. We all agree. I agree. I think most law enforcement, Mr. Stauber, would agree. And I hope my friend, Mr. Carson, who failed to come back and comment or answer my question, would agree. But the problem is we have taken this to an extreme now. We need to have some meaningful criminal justice reform. But what this amendment says is that if you want to be one of those cities like Austin, Texas, and cut their budget by $150 million, you are going to see less officers. Oh, by the way, their homicides are up 100%. Ding, ding, anyone? Do you not know why that's taking place? It's because you have less officers on the street because that city council chose to do that. They've defunded their police. And it will be a cold day in hell that I would support the idea of that same city council applying for national grants through NHTSA to then augment or get out there and to add personnel, grant funded, federal position, federal money to backfill those police officers. It makes no sense to me. I think the amendment is very clear, but I think what we're seeing is that most Republicans in our House are concerned about what some of these liberal mayors in these large cities are doing. And then you're going to have to go out there and try to defend it. You're going to try to defend that irresponsible behavior. But I will say this entire spending bill is reckless, and the defund the police movement, the Democrats own it. They own it. Not only defunding the police, but abolishing the police. And the American people are sick and tired of it, and you should do better. Disgusting, quite honestly, with this movement. I'm appalled. And I expect, Mr. Brown, that you should come back on here and clarify your position as it relates to these toxic exposures and what you said, because it's not true.
I'm very clear on my position. Thank you.
I now recognize Ms. Newman for 5 minutes.
I'm going to be brief, Madam Chair, and thank you for recognizing me. Folks, the police are not our domain. They're not our jurisdiction. I thank all of our former police officers and former folks from the military. It's about evenly weighted on either side. I also request, Madam Chair, and this entire committee to stop with the personal attacks. But I do request that we redirect, because I think we could fight about point for point. I could have long conversation about the success in Camden versus Colorado versus, we could go on forever. But I'm just asking you, we have a job to do today. Let's get back on track and let's talk about our jurisdictional areas, which is this bill, which is not the 3.5 bill, it is the $55 billion bill. So I'm just asking everybody to do what we are asked to do, and that is our job. And I appreciate everybody's service on both sides. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Mr. Rouser is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield time to Mr. Stauber.
Thank you, Congressman Rouser, for yielding time. We just had a colleague make a comment that there's one political party that supports the families of the military more than the other political party. I am beyond appalled, especially This member of Congress served our nation honorably. Mr. Brown served our nation honorably. He and my wife both served this nation in Iraq, and all the military men and women we appreciate, and their families. As my wife was serving over in Iraq, in Baghdad at Bayat, I was home with my children, not knowing what was happening day to day, like hundreds of thousands of other military families and spouses that worried. My worry was that dark blue Air Force car coming up our driveway. How was I going to react? Who was I going to call? I had the list. To my colleague who made that statement that said one political party supports the military families more than another is unconscionable. And I think you know that. Congresswoman Newman just made the statement, let's keep the personal attacks out of this conversation. We may disagree, and we are disagreeing, but to try to insinuate that one political party cares about our military families more than the others is unconscionable, as I said. We support our military in a bipartisan fashion and their families. Look what we did within the last 2 weeks of those 13 heroes that died. We came together. Yes, there will be questions as we move forward on the why, the how, etc. But we came together as a nation. Mr. Brown, I understand you're passionate and I appreciate your passion. But let me just explain to all of you, my passion transcends political party lines in support of the men and women in our military and their families. Because as we know, their families serve as well. I would ask my colleague from Maryland who made the statement if he would like to change the statement to say we all support our military families who have given us the freedoms. Military families, both past, present, and those who will be joining the military in the future. Supporting our military and their families is not a partisan issue. It's an issue that I believe both political parties support. And I want to reiterate that. So it's in order for someone to try to score cheap political points in a markup is just, in my opinion, just wrong. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I ask that members refrain from personal attacks and ask also if any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? Then the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
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 The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ma'am, I request a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed until a later time. We will now proceed to consideration of the amendments on which the recorded votes were requested and postponed. Members are reminded to have their cameras on and to clearly state your name when called upon by the clerk to record your vote. The question is on agreeing to the second-degree amendment offered by Mr. Massey numbered 013, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, Mr. Massey would like a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No, someone's not
DeFazio
muted, by the
votes-
way.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Are you able to listen to it? I would be probably daydreaming and not listen to it. But you,
The gentlelady appears to be muted. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
oh yeah, I saw that. I saw it on those really good.
Someone is not muted. Please mute yourself until it's time to vote.
Ms. Johnson of Texas. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sirez.
Where is that messy vote?
Mr. Perry. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia, no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson.
Carson's a no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Mr. Wilbur votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne, no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes yay.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nails votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes yes.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis.
I vote aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Cahaly votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Who seeks to be recognized?
Davis, Illinois. How am I
Yes.
recorded?
The gentleman is not recorded.
Gentleman's not recorded.
Davis, Illinois votes yes.
Okay, and I'll just say to the other members, let us finish going through the roll call twice before you ask how you've been recorded. Thank you.
Ms.
And
Rodney
please mute
Davis,
yourself.
Illinois votes aye. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Vote no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Cirez. Mr. Perry. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Perry votes yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Katko. Mr. Babin.
Mr. Kako votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Bost.
Mr. Voss votes aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Okay, here I come.
All right, keep your ear out.
Bye.
Bye.
Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Guest. Could gentlemen repeat?
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I ask how Mr. Babin was recorded?
How was Mr. Babbitt recorded?
Mr. Babin is not recorded.
Mr.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye.
How is Stopper?
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Yeah, how is Stopper recorded?
How is Mr. Stauber recorded?
Mr. Stauber is recorded as aye.
How is Weber recorded?
How is Mr. Weber recorded?
Mr. Chairman, all those ayes following supported.
Mr. Webster is recorded as aye.
Weber.
Mr. Weber was recorded.
Mr. Weber is recorded as aye.
And who else we recognizes? Ms. Gonzalez Colon, you recognize?
Ms. Gonzalez Colon was recorded as aye.
Thank you.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 29 yeas and 36 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment Crawford 073. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Like a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson, Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
The gentleman repeat.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye.
Yes.
Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano votes no, but you have Mr. Babin's mic is open. So are other Chuy Garcia.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Regretfully, no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Verily, aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez. Mr. Perry. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis, Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia, no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Bost.
Huffman,
Boss
no.
votes aye.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Mr. Boss votes aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Ms. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Mr. Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson, South Dakota. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Mr. Nails votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes yes.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb. Ms. Malotakis.
Yes.
Ms. Malotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Cahale votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Ms. Norton. Mr. Young. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Guest. Mr. Lamb. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, aye.
The clerk,
I apologize,
do
that
any,
should be Moulton, no.
do any other
Moulton,
members
no.
wish to be recorded?
How am I recorded?
Who's that,
Mrs.
please?
Carbajal. Carbajal?
How's Mr. Carbajal recorded?
Mr. Carbajal is recorded as no.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Moulton, please clarify your vote.
Yes, Moulton is no. I
Mr. Moulton.
apologize.
Mr. Moulton votes no.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
This is Congresswoman Norton. How am I recorded?
How's Congresswoman Norton recorded?
Ms. Norton is not recorded.
Not recorded.
Ms. Norton votes no. How am I recorded on the First Amendment, Massey 2?
The First Amendment's closed, Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton.
I believe
votes- Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 29 yeas and 34 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Webster, numbered 055, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes. Recorded votes requested.
Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young.
Which
Ms.
one is this?
Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis, Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Katko votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Where I've watched them.
Mr. Boss votes aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye. No, Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mass votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Saunier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
That a
Stanton
corporation.
votes no.
Members are reminded to mute themselves when they're not voting. Please mute yourself.
Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davis votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Delgado. Mr. Nails.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nails
Delgado
votes yes.
no.
Ms. Nails votes no. Mr. Nails votes
Correction,
aye.
Nails votes yes, sir.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Cahaly votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Sirez. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Guest.
Do any members wish to be recorded? Do any other members wish to be recorded?
This is Mr. Babbitt. How am I recorded?
How's Mr. Babbitt recorded?
Mr. Babin is recorded as aye.
Okay, thank you.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 yeas and 35 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, numbered 064, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Recorded vote is still requested.
Is a recorded vote still requested? They said yes, thumbs up, yes, okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Perry.
Awesome.
Mr. Garamendi.
Hermendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Orange Glacier.
Davis, Illinois votes yes.
Mr. Rodney Davis, Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia, no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babbitt, yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Rouser.
Maloney votes no.
Ms. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Mr. Boggs votes aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Lamalfa.
Alpha,
Good gentlemen, repeat.
Alpha, aye.
Mr. Lamalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Bass votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Ms. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thatcher votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson, South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
David's votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Delgado.
No.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Mr. Nails votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Gahele.
Gallagher votes no.
Mr. Gahele votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 31 yeas and 35 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question on it is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Babin, numbered 075, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, it is.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves, Missouri. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis, Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia, no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Ms. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Mr. Boss votes aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee, no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mass votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stopper votes aye.
Mr. Stopper votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Aye.
Ms. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
No.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nails votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, yes.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Malotakis.
Yes.
Ms. Malotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Haley votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Sirez. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
How is Congressman Lowenthal recorded?
How is Mr. Lowenthal recorded?
Mr. Lowenthal is recorded as no.
Thank you.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 yeas and 36 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Graves, numbered 068, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? The clerk, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs is a yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes no.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Perry.
Perry's going to have to vote no.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis, Illinois votes yes.
Mr. Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia, no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Kako. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Kako votes yes.
Mr. Kako votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Mr. Watts votes aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Mr. Watts votes aye.
Brownlee votes no.
Mr. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Somebody needs to.
Please mute. If you're not voting, please mute.
And it's,
Mr. Weber of Texas.
The immutable Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Ms. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Ms. Gonzalez Cologne.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Cologne votes aye. Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Mr. Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson, South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Delgado.
I did.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nels votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, no.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Malotakis.
Aye.
Ms. Malotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Haley votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Cirez.
Mr. Cirez, do you want to clarify your vote? I don't think he voted.
Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
This is Mr. Babin. How am I recorded?
How is Mr. Babin recorded?
Mr. Babin is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Mr. Chair, how am I recorded? This is Carbajal.
How's Mr. Carbajal recorded?
Mr. Carbajal is recorded as no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 yeas and 37 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Rouser, number 060, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Kaka votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Mr. Boss votes aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
Aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mass votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Desaulniers, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
What's up, attitude?
Aye.
Could
Mr. Gallagher, please restate your vote.
Gallagher votes aye.
Did we have you wrong?
Mr. Gallagher.
Please
votes-
mute. Other members, please mute if you're not voting.
Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes no.
Ms. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stan votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burgett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Mr. Nails votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Cahaly votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Sires. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 yeas and 36 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the
I
amendment.
sent it to you.
Please mute if you're not, well, please mute, we're not voting. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Bose, numbered 029, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the clerk will call the roll, and members who are not voting are asked to mute.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
But Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires. Mr. Perry. Mr. Garamendi.
Perry votes aye. Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis votes yes.
Mr. Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Kaka votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
LaMalfa.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mass votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Could the gentlelady repeat?
Yes. Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson, South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Mr. Nails votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Mr. Maliotakis. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Haley votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Perry. Mr. Bost. Ms. Maliotakis.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Perry. This is Mr. Perry. How am I recording?
How's Mr. Perry recorded?
Mr. Perry is not recorded.
Perry votes aye. Multiple times.
Mr. Perry votes aye.
Thank you.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 29 yeas and 36 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Weber, numbered 013, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Hey, hang on, that wasn't me.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee, no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
Malfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier.
Desaulnier, no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes aye.
Ms. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davis votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Mr. Nels votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, yes.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Haley votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Bost.
Got to vote in a minute, Jeannie.
Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Maliotakis.
Yes.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye.
Do any of the members wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 30 yeas and 36 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Lamalfa, numbered 072, in which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, please.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Ronnie Davis of Illinois. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Katko votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Lamalfa.
Lamalfa, aye.
Mr. Lamalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Mast.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no.
Yeah, definitely.
Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred?
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest?
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado?
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails?
Mr. Nels votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas?
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace?
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Malotakis?
Yes.
Ms. Malotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne?
Aye.
Ms. Van
Yeah,
Dyne
man.
votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss?
Fucking
Michael
Michael
votes
Sherrill's
no.
got
Mr. Auchincloss votes no.
more
Mr.
people
Jimenez?
following her. All these motherfuckers have more than me.
Jimenez votes yes.
Fucking-
Please mute.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot?
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale?
Haley votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia? Ms. Newman?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter?
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Sirez? Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois?
Davis, Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Bost?
Do any of the members wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 29 yeas and 37 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Westerman, numbered 063, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton?
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young? Ms. Johnson of Texas?
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington?
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs?
Gibbs votes aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sirez? Mr. Perry?
Hold on, Jeannie.
Perry
Hold on a
votes
second.
aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi?
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois?
Davis, Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko?
Mr. Kaka votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin?
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana? Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee, no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne, no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Did you, Lisa?
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Desaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Oh, this is. Man named Javier from DeVito.
Please mute.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Mr. Nels votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes yes.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux, no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Cahale votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Brooklyn votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Bost.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 30 yeas and 36 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Gonzalez Colon, numbered 090, in which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, sir, it's requested.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs?
Well, she's not a Mrs.
Gibbs votes aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Cirez? Mr. Perry?
Gonna have to go no on this one, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi?
No.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis?
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi is recorded as no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko?
Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson?
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin?
Babin votes aye.
All members, please suspend. If you're not voting, please suspend. Please mute your microphone. Thank you.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana? Mr. Maloney of New York?
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser?
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas?
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
No. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa?
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne? Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast? Mr. DeSaulnier?
Mr. Mass votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher?
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal?
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson?
Alderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett?
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred?
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota?
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Delgado?
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails?
Nels votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas?
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace?
Mace votes no.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis?
Aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne?
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Jimenez.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux, no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Hele votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams, Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams, Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis, Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Bost. Mr. Payne. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye.
Does any other member wish to be recorded?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Who
This is
seeks
Mr. Payne,
recognition?
how am I recorded?
Mr. Payne is not recorded.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no.
The clerk may report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 25 yeas and 40 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on agreeing to the secondary amendment to Mr. Starber's Amendment 058. Offered by Mr. DeFazio, number 027, on which the ayes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
A recorded vote is requested, Mr. Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes aye.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes aye. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, yes.
Ms. Larson of Washington votes yes. Mr. Gibbs.
No.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes no.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes yes.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Mr. Jimenez.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Parliamentary inquiry. Could the chair please explain the vote? Because I think probably Mr. Graves wanted to vote the other way and two other people just voted the wrong way. I voted aye on this amendment.
Just to be clear.
Apologies,
the
Mr.
question-
Chairman. It's Mr. Maloney. I intended to vote aye.
Huffman intended to vote aye too.
All right,
All
members, please suspend.
Rouser
So the
intended to
vote, just to be
vote aye.
clear, the question is on agreeing to the secondary amendment to Starbur's 058 offered by Mr. DeFazio, numbered 027, on which the ayes prevailed, and the chairman voted yes. So that should give you an indication of how you should vote, right?
Rouser votes no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we can go back for members, and if they want to change their vote, we'll go back and ask again. The clerk will call the roll.
Okay.
Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Yes. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes yes.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa votes no.
Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes yes.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes no.
Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes no.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Ms. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Yes.
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
No.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes yes.
Mr.
Brown,
Brown
yes.
votes aye. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No, well, I'm sorry. May I change my vote? Balderson wants to change his vote.
Mr. Balderson.
I'm a no. I apologize. Balderson, no.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Yes.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Burchett votes no.
Mr. Burchett votes no. Mr. Allred.
Aye.
Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes aye.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Guest.
No.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes aye.
Mr. Delgado votes aye. Mr. Nails.
Nels votes no.
Mr. Nails votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes aye.
Mr. Pappas votes aye. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes no.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes yes.
Mr. Lamb votes aye. Ms. Maliotakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Van Dyne.
No.
Ms. Van Dyne votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes aye.
Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes aye.
Ms. Bardot votes aye. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Mr. Kahale.
Kahale votes aye.
Mr. Kahale votes aye. Mrs. Strickland.
Strickland votes aye.
Mrs. Strickland votes aye. Mrs. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Ms. Newman. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes yes.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Cirez. Mr. Ronnie Davis of Illinois.
Davis votes no.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee.
Miss Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, aye.
Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Newman.
Mr. Chairman, how did I vote? This is Maliotakis.
Ms. Maliotakis is recorded as aye.
Can I please change my vote to nay?
Ms. Maliotakis votes no.
This is Babin. This is Babin. How am I
Mr.
recording,
Chairman.
please?
Garamendi, how did I vote?
Mr. Garamendi is recorded as no.
How about Mr. Babin?
Garamendi, aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye.
And Mr. Babin?
Mr. Babin is recorded as aye.
I'm changing my vote to no. Thank you.
Mr. Babin votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how is Weber recorded?
Mr. Weber?
Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber of Texas is recorded as aye.
Would you change my and Peter DeFazio's vote to both no?
Mr. Weber of Texas
Nice
votes
try,
no.
Randy.
So ordered.
Hey, Randy, I helped you out there. We could have left you on no.
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana, could you please record me as a no?
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how is?
Chairman, Huffman is a no, yes. Huffman is a yes.
Mr. Huffman is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Carson should be a no. I intended to vote yes, pardon me.
Mr. Chairman, how is Rouser recorded?
Mr. Rouser is recorded as aye.
He messed up. It should be no.
Mr. Rouser is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, Carson should be recorded as a yes as well.
Who's the last one? Carson. Where's he at?
Carson of Indiana.
Mr. Chairman, not to miss out on a good thing, how was Mr. Maloney recorded?
Mr. Carson is recorded as aye. Mr. Maloney is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to change my vote to aye.
Mr. Maloney is now recorded as aye.
Mr. Chairman, how is Mr. Lowenthal recorded?
Mr. Lowenthal is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Does any other member wish to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Dina Titus.
Ms. Titus is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair, is Mr. Payne, how am I recorded?
Yeah. 1 second, Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne had an outstanding question as to how he was recorded.
Mr. Payne is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The clerk will please report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask how I'm recorded, please? Graves, Louisiana.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana is recorded as no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The clerk will please report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 36 yeas and 29 noes.
The amendment is agreed to. The question is now on the amendment, Stauber 058 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Oh, aye.
The question is now on agreeing to the amendment
About
offered by
recorded
Mr.
vote.
Nels.
Recorded vote.
Was not requested. Was not requested.
Was he trying to request it?
No, that was one of our guys. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Nels, number 059, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote
Request
still
a recorded
requested?
vote. Yes.
Okay. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Nope. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs is yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Memory of Mr. Oberstar, I vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia, no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee, no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Wilson, no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Westerman.
Yeah.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
asked, but.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Mr. Balderson votes aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, point of order.
You can't raise a point of order in the middle of a roll call. It's not an order.
Is this the?
There's a roll call on.
Is this DeFazio's language that stripped out my language? What are we voting on?
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Nels, number 059, on which the noes had prevailed.
So I think I've got
I want to be
plenty of
clear.
time now.
Mr. Chair, I want to be clear.
The roll call in.
How much time do you have?
This vote is on Mr. Nell's amendment. Is
That's
that
correct.
I'm just
And not
texting.
Stauber's.
That's correct. It's on the Nels amendment, 059.
Will
I'm a yes.
be
All right.
here.
Members will suspend and mute if you're not voting, and the clerk will proceed.
Trish, can I collect 15 minutes?
Stauber is a yes on Nell's amendment.
Mr. Stauber.
Stauber is
Mr.
a
Stauber
yes.
said yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Allred.
Burchett votes aye. Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson, South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia's a no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nels votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux, no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Haley votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia. Ms. Newman.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Sirez. Mr. Bost. Mr. Payne. Mr. Van
Payne
Drew.
votes no.
Mr. Payne votes
Mr.
no.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Newman.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 yeas and 35 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Graves.
The next amendment is Graves 069. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 069.
Without,
Wait a minute. You said what?
members have to mute themselves, please. Please. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, last year, this committee on a bipartisan basis passed the Maritime Transportation System Emergency Relief Program. This was legislation by Chairman DeFazio. I want to say it again. This was done on a bipartisan basis, something that this committee used to have a long history of. What this legislation did is it provided emergency assistance to the ports and waterway operators, the marine terminals. As you know, we've done things like the payroll support program for the airlines, trying to offer them a lifeline through COVID and through the challenging times they've experienced. We've discussed here ad nausea about how we have funded $70 billion for transit, gonna fund $12 billion for transit, gonna fund under the bipartisan bill, $91 billion for transit. We have not provided assistance to our ports and marine operators. Mr. Chairman, to exacerbate the situation that they're experiencing, COVID has caused a logistical challenge. It's caused a surge in containers and in mail order retailer business. But we have not changed, we've not adapted, we've not provided assistance to those who actually run those logistics systems. So this underlying bill, again, the Maritime Transportation System Emergency Relief Act, would do just that. It authorizes $3.5 billion. Now, what exacerbates even the tough situation from COVID is Hurricane Ida. Mr. Chairman, the most important navigation channel in America is the Mississippi River system. It connects 31 states with maritime commerce. That river system, combined with the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway and the other network that are there, just in my home state of Louisiana, we accommodate 19% of all the maritime commerce in the United States. Yet, Mississippi River was shut down. It was shut down because we had huge power lines and power towers that crashed over and fell into the river. We had barges and ships that were sunk, that were impeding the channel, blocking the channel. Let me say it again, 19% of all maritime commerce. We had similar situations on the Homa Navigation Canal, on the Atchafalaya River, on the Bayou Lafourche or the Belle Pass, which handles Port Fourchon. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, 5 of the top 15 ports in America are by tonnage are in my home state. 5 of the top 15 ports in the country. And so we have a disproportionate impact that has been exacerbated by Katrina. And so this is Chairman DeFazio's bill. It provides emergency assistance to the maritime transportation community, the ports and marine operators that have been impacted by COVID and now by the hurricane. So this amendment would simply take $3.5 billion from the transit program, and it would make it available to fulfill the authorization in Chairman DeFazio's bill that passed this committee with bipartisan support. Urge adoption of the amendment, yield back.
Does any other member wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. While I do appreciate the Congressman's support for the program that this committee was able to enact in the 116th Congress, reducing funds that will provide better access to affordable housing, jobs, educational opportunities for low-income residents, persistent poverty, and disadvantaged communities is not the answer. Governing is sometimes about making choices. The Affordable Housing Access Program is an investment in communities that have too often been left behind, including rural areas, communities of color, low-income neighborhoods. These funds will provide affordable new transit options for those struggling to balance the high cost of housing and transportation, all while trying to support themselves and their families. The underlying bill is carefully thought out. It is a proposal resulting from negotiations between the House and Senate leadership, appropriators, and the administration. Due to the strict reconciliation rules, moving monies around within our jurisdiction to a program that was not agreed upon could lead to fatal consequences in the Senate, which is something we are not willing to gamble on. As much as we do agree with the gentleman and we do support this program, we would like to see these resources get out the door and into our local communities as quickly as possible. More importantly, we have included substantial amounts for vital programs within the Maritime Administration, such as a $2.5 billion appropriation for ports and $300 million for small shipyards, which will greatly benefit the U.S. maritime industry. These investments have broad support from the industry and the administration. Again, we appreciate the gentleman's ongoing support for the Maritime Emergency Relief Program, and we offered our continued support for funding this program. However,
Get out of here. Go ahead.
we must
Go ahead.
urge a no vote on the gentleman's amendment.
No, that's right. Leave me. I'll be the only one working.
Would you please mute? Members, please mute. Thank you. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there any further amendments to this amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
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 The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. I think I gave you my sheet. The next amendment is LaMalfa number 058.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a recorded vote of that last one?
Sure. A recorded vote is requested and will be postponed until a later time. The next amendment is LaMalfa number 058. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. LaMalfa, number 058.
You're welcome. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. LaMalfa to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You catch up to my, can I postpone for a minute on this one?
What did he ask?
I'm sorry. Could the gentleman repeat?
Can I postpone on this one?
Would you like to pass and move it to later in the calendar? Is that
Please.
okay? Okay, we can agree to that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. We're back onto you, okay? Is Mr. Graves, number 146, revised. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of...
Mr. Chairman, can I ask, as in an effort to try to keep things moving along a little bit, I'd like to ask unanimous consent if perhaps we can go through some of these amendments out of order that I think may help to speed up the process a little bit. If it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent if we could consider amendments in the following order. In terms of the order on the document, on the left side, for those of you that have the table, it would be number 17, number 18, number 27, number 19, number 18, number 21, number 22, number 23,
Yeah, I don't have the number.
number 25, 26, 29, 30,
Do you have a copy of this?
28, 20, and then number 24.
Without objection, so ordered. So we will now call up We're gonna pass on the first one, that was 17. Mr. LaMalfa asked to pass on that, so we're gonna go to 18, Mr. Graves' amendment number 146.
46, okay.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 146.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is not an issue that's foreign to members of this committee. In 2018, the Disaster Recovery Reform Act changed the law that said that if you have disaster victims that were proactive and actually began getting out there trying to rebuild their homes or businesses, but they got a loan through the Small Business Administration because that was the only resources that were available, then later on, if grants became available, they weren't deemed ineligible. Let me see if I can explain this again. So we fixed this. We fixed this in the Disaster Reform Recovery Act. We said, no. If you got a loan, it's not considered duplicative of a grant. So let me give you a real world scenario. So you have a disaster come through, and I decide that I'm going to kick back in my FEMA hotel room, and Mr. Westerman is excited to get back in his home as quickly as possible. So he goes out there and he says, all right, the only money that's available is a loan from the Small Business Administration to rebuild my house. So he goes and gets his loan. And Mr. Westerman, do-it-yourselfer, he goes and fixes everything. And of course, this is imaginary, a do-it-yourselfer, and he goes out and he fixes his house. I'm kicking back in a FEMA paid-for hotel room. 4 months later, grants become available through the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. And so I've been sitting back in my FEMA hotel room. All of a sudden, grants become available. I apply for the grant. I get it. Mr. Westerman also applies for the grant. He is told, no, you're not eligible because you got a loan, and that's considered duplicative. You're getting double recovery. Well, I'm not sure who here is stupid enough to accept a grant in place. Excuse me, I got that all screwed up. Maybe I'm the stupid one. to accept a loan in place of a grant. If we're given the choice between a loan and a grant, disaster victims are going to choose a grant. Mr. Westerman's being penalized for being proactive. I'm being rewarded for kicking back in a FEMA hotel room. I'm going to say this a third time. We fixed this in this committee. Here's the problem. FEMA has come up with this crazy interpretation. FEMA, HUD, all these others, they come up with this crazy interpretation that if you, that basically a large degree of these folks who are in this duplication of benefits scenario, you're actually not eligible. They started out going ahead and saying, look, we're going to pay off the rest of your loan. So they just paid off the loan. That was fine. Pay off the loan, give them the money, do whatever. They've come out and they've left this last group of people and they've said, oh, well, wait a minute, you owe too much money. You make too much money. It's not relative to their income. We've already fixed this. It was signed into law. It was a bipartisan solution. Former Congressman Cedric Richmond and I had introduced the bill as a standalone bill. It ended up getting included within DARA. It's law today. And I'm going to be very clear. As I beat up on him before, this was Ben Carson's interpretation. Him and FEMA and others at OMB. They're the ones who came up with this. It's a totally flawed interpretation. And so what this amendment does is it takes $200 million, it sets it aside for those duplication of benefits victims in Florida, in Puerto Rico, in Virgin Islands, in Texas, in North Carolina. And for the record, I believe the governors of Texas, Louisiana, Puerto Rico, and North Carolina have all asked for this. You have to write a letter under the law and request the assistance. They've all asked for it. And in the case of Louisiana, we actually don't even need more money. But because of the stupidity of the interpretation, we're in a jam now. We have all these people that are still living in gutted homes from 2016 or before. And so this takes $200 million, and it helps to fulfill what the law says these people are owed anyway. And the bottom line is it says that a loan and a grant can't be considered duplicative of one another. With that, I urge adoption, yield back.
Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I must rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. While I do appreciate the gentleman's efforts and I share his frustration to provide additional relief for disaster survivors by reducing funds that will provide better access to affordable housing, jobs, and educational opportunities in disadvantaged communities is not the answer. The Affordable Housing Access Program is an investment in communities that have too often been left behind, including rural areas and communities of color, low-income neighborhoods. These funds will provide affordable new transit options for those struggling to balance the high cost of housing and transportation, all while trying to support themselves and their families. Governors and other tribal and territorial chief executives already have the authority to request the assistance thanks to the gentleman's efforts during the development of the Disaster Recovery Reform Act. The current balance of FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund is north of $40 billion, so an additional $200 million taken from the Affordable Housing Program isn't going to make a lick of difference. It is incumbent upon any chief executive of state, tribe, or territory to request a waiver of the duplication of benefits that the gentleman refers to, and for the president, regardless of party, to render a decision based on such a request. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I look forward to trying to work with the gentleman to find a way to make the federal disaster recovery program less bureaucratic for survivors, both his and survivors in every state of a similar disaster.
Will the gentleman yield 30 seconds?
I would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to be very clear for the record here. I might not have done the best job explaining this, but the governors of the respective states and territories that I mentioned, they specifically asked for the waiver that is granted under the law. And it is HUD and OMB and FEMA that have come back with this crazy interpretation that have said a certain group of people are ineligible. In my home state alone, just from a 2016 flood, we have over 3,000 families that have been excluded. And so I want to be clear, I'm not asking for anything that's not allowed under the law. It's a crazy interpretation. The law says notwithstanding the previous section. I mean, it waives the previous section. Our Democrat governor is supportive of this, and I just wanted to state that for the record. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed say no.
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 Oh,
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. According to the gentleman's list, the next up would be amendment number 20, Mr. Graves' amendment amendment 27 on the list, amendment number 152. The clerk will designate the amendment. Graves, 152.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 152.
Without objecting, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I intend to withdraw this amendment, and I'll tell you why. The quick background is that, as you know, we just had Hurricane Ida, devastating storm. We still have thousands and thousands of people without electricity. In fact, I think in Lafourche Parish alone, I think I read 70% of the population is still without electricity. One of the Thibodaux and Raceland, one of the more populated areas that we represent, still without electricity, a huge percentage of the folks. FEMA, to their credit, came up with a program to where generators could potentially be provided to those that have extended loss of electricity. I think it was innovative what they did. The problem is that we have a number of communities that are very rural, isolated. You have no hardware stores there, none, no retailers at all. These are areas that still don't have fuel or gas stations, and so the ability of these folks to even get generators was challenging. I've been talking to FEMA, as I know my friend and fellow Louisiana delegation member Troy Cotter has been talking with them as well, had long conference calls with them as recently as Friday evening. It is my understanding that just today they have actually developed a workaround here, so a solution whereby those folks can have access to generators that have long-term electricity loss. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if my friend Mr. Cotter is live right now or not. I'd be happy to yield him time. If not, then I do know that he is fully supportive over what we're doing here and has been a good advocate and ally trying to help out folks in South Louisiana on this generator issue. So, oh, there,
Congressman
yield my
Graves?
time to Mr. Carter.
Congressman Graves, I'd like to also thank you. Yes, well, you've been great, and we both have been working FEMA very diligently to get them to do the right thing in these areas. And we should give them credit where credit is due. This is one that they got it right and stepped up to make that change. So thank you very much for your advocacy.
And thank you, Mr. Carter, again. I want to give credit where credit's due. FEMA did step up and do the right thing in this case. I appreciate them doing that. I think it's the best solution for disaster victims. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw number 27 in order, which is Graves 152.
I thank the gentleman, and the amendment is withdrawn. The next amendment on the revised list would be the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa, number 17. He has to roll on that.
Oh.
I mean,
We skipped 17.
Mr. Lamalfa, you want 17, 19?
yeah, you have your choice, Mr. Lamalfa. Whichever amendment, 17 on 19 on the order list.
It's known as number 58 on the big list.
Okay, we can take that.
Is that correct, or?
That's correct, yeah, that's 17, but yeah, it's amendment number 58, right?
Okay, I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and proceed. I was
All
going
right.
to try and consolidate the other ones on the roll here in the interest of time, but we'll do this one. This is a big one.
All right, thank
So-
you. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Lamalfa, number 058.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa, to speak for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, sir. All right. This concerns the Klamath dams on the northern part of California, 3 in my district and 1 in Mr. Benson's district on the other side of the border in Oregon on the Klamath River. Long-time hydroelectric dams that have been in place. It's the desire of some to remove those dams. So earlier this year, the Army Corps signed a memorandum of understanding with FERC to work on reviewing the environmental impact of these attempts to remove these hydroelectric dams. So if approved, the dam removal project would be the largest in U.S. history. And this is something I don't think we should be hurrying through because there's implications not only on our electrical grid, which is already stretched, but on what the actual impact would be for, they're looking for a positive impact on fish populations, which I don't believe it will achieve. So I don't think we should be rushing into this process. Indeed, the state of California is trying to set aside the CEQA process, which is a state equivalent more or less of the NEPA process, when we have questions, big questions on what is behind the dams. So what we believe right now at this point is those dams contain 20 million cubic yards of sediment behind them with unknown amounts of perhaps heavy metals in that sediment. And we all know that sediment seems to be the enemy of fish populations and river systems. As much effort as is done to prevent sediment along a highway project or a farmer's fields from getting into a river 10 miles away, this is already in the river and would be released with the removal of dams. What we saw previously on the removal of the Condit Dam up in the state of Washington, which is called the White Salmon River, we saw that there was an estimation of about 1.7 million cubic yards, which was a very low underestimate, truly, because it ended up being about triple that. And so we're concerned that if the estimate here in these 4 dams is 20, if that holds, you'd be looking at 60 million cubic yards of material going all the way down the Klamath River. So now some of the salmon involved have a 3-year life cycle. Is it even possible that you could flush 60 million cubic yards or 20 down the river all the way 150 miles to the ocean that amount of time and not completely negatively affect what salmon you have in there? Now, there's other things you can point to, is that the lake is already a warm lake itself. It has other issues with material in the lake that's causing plant life. The dams are not causing what they're purported to be caused. Indeed, the research on them is pretty skinny as far as why the justification for their removal. So when we're looking at the underestimation on the sediment and the seeming rush to put it through, I think it's very dangerous. So we do not think that that it's a good move to set aside the process that Army Corps would be doing along with FERC. So my amendments would block the Army Corps from doing an EIS, an environmental impact statement for the dams, until it's completely gone through a review process of its sedimented related errors on the Condit Dam up in the state of Washington. Because if we're going to pull these dams out in order to ostensibly help the fish population and release more sediment, then you can possibly imagine, and make the river worse than what the hope and desire was. In the meantime, losing enough hydroelectric power to help at least 70,000 homes on the grid, it's not a win for anybody. So the environmental work that has already been done, my understanding is dates back to 2001. So we have, and any other project that you would try to do, if the environmental work was that old, they would require you to update it. So there's a lot of holes in the environmental work already to be done, or that has been done, that needs to be reevaluated when we're looking at the whole picture here on the Klamath dams. So that's what this amendment is for, is merely to require Army Corps to take a closer look at what happened on Condit Dam and do a better assessment of what's going on with the amount of sediment behind these dams. So I ask for the committee's aye vote.
I thank the gentleman. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment?
Yes, Mr.
Recognize the
Chairman.
gentleman from
Huffman here.
California, Mr. Hoffman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this discussion seems like a non sequitur in the context of the bill we're supposed to be considering today, well, it's because it is. But I represent the downstream tribes and communities that would be hurt if this wrong-headed amendment were somehow able to become law, which it won't. So I do need to speak on this because it's critically important to my district. This is an attempt to keep the Army Corps of Engineers from engaging in certain activities that are not even funded by the base bill. Let me be clear. It is a messaging amendment from my neighbor in Northern California. It is simply intended to keep alive this fiction that somehow removing 4 obsolete dams on the Klamath River is a scary thing that has to be stopped. In reality, these dams have long outlived their usefulness. They provide no water supply or flood control benefit. They are privately owned, and the owner wants to take them out. Think about that. The party that claims to defend property rights should probably think about the corporate owner that owns these dams wanting to take them out. The states of Oregon and California want them out. The party that used to talk a lot about states' rights should perhaps think about that. The major Indian tribes in the region want these dams out. And if my friends across the aisle care about Indian country, I hope you'll think about that. The commercial and recreational fishing industries want these dams out. So those of you who represent fishing communities should think about that. You know, if these were Corps of Engineer dams, and if we were considering a bill today that actually funds the Corps of Engineers, then maybe this amendment would not be totally frivolous. But this bill has nothing to do with any of that. Again, the corporation that owns these dams wants to take them out because they've outlived their usefulness. They're a huge liability to Pacific Corp. The one thing these obsolete dams do very well, though, is they heat up the water in the Klamath River. They fill it with toxic algae and parasites, and they devastate what used to be one of the most prolific salmon rivers on the Pacific coast. Letting Pacific Corp remove its dams will enable the largest river restoration in U.S. history. And it'll bring environmental justice to downstream tribes and communities that have been devastated by these dams for too long. My colleague from inland Northern California is right about the severity of drought that has impacted the entire West, but let's be clear, these dams provide no water supply. Removing them actually helps solve a Western water problem rather than making things worse. So with that, I will just urge all of my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I oppose it and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair stands in opposition to the gentleman's amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
have a
who seeks
colleague
your-
who wants to yield me time.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
My video is not working. This is Representative Carbajal.
Okay, wait a second. The chair recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to yield time to Mr. Lamalfa.
Thank you, my colleague from Arkansas. I appreciate a chance to rebut some of this. Only to those that want to tear the dams down are they seen as useless or obsolete. They produce hydroelectric power for 70,000 homes in a grid that is already overtaxed,
On another one.
already
I can't vote. And that's it.
overextended.
Hold on a
Uh,
second.
You still.
So we have a situation where originally, whether those dams are currently owned by Pacific Core or would be relinquished to someone else, they would like to operate the dams. The only reason they've given up is because it's so hard to get a certification to get relicensed because of the hounding of the state of California, state of Oregon, and the federal government, making it almost impossible to recertify, as they do on just about everything, trying to extract from a recertification process things that have nothing to do with producing power. So in a perfect world, they would like to recertify the dams, but they've given up on that. As far as property rights, that's being violated by the certification process. The two counties affected, which are in my district, not the downstream part of the district Mr. Huffman's talking about, as well as Mr. Bentz's district, they voted overwhelmingly, the people there, to retain the dam, 79% and 72% in an advisory vote. And nobody ever claimed that these are storage dams per se. They do store water that makes it possible for aircraft to go in there and dip water in order to put on fires. They do provide a flood control aspect. And by removing them, we're going to lose a fish hatchery down on the lowest dam that produces much more fish that go into that river than what are naturally spawning these days. And so the history on this is that the amount of fish that were in the past from before the dams couldn't possibly have been going as far upstream as purported because there was a natural reef barrier partway up the river that no fish could ever get past. But we're not allowed to get this information out there because the narrative is to push into place the removal by all means, and then the domino effect, not only on these dams, but more the dams that want to be taken down by the environmental movement all over the West. So we're making our stand here because we need the power, and it's very dubious that this is really going to help the river. Sure, people have been bought into the line that's going to somehow help the fish population, but 60 million cubic yards or 20 million cubic yards are not going to help the population. The lake is where the warm water comes from. When we sure like the cold water that comes off of Lake Shasta and Lake Oroville and the others, when they hold the water back and don't let it go to farmers because they want the cold water to come off the bottom of the lake at the bottom of the dams on those in order to lower the temperature of Sacramento River and Feather River and others like that around the country, because we now have the luxury of mitigating for cold water. So you don't think a deep lake makes cold water on these dams because it's a convenient argument to continue to tear them out. So we're vehemently opposed. The people up there are opposed. It's the environmental movement just wants to domino more and more dams all across the West. And that's why I'm asking for at least a pause so the Army Corps, who's in charge of dams and flood control in the country to that extent, can do their job and really assess what's going on with some real science on what happened here. So that's what my amendment is for.
Mr.
Gentleman
Lamalfa,
yield.
reclaiming my time.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Lamalfa, isn't this the lake that has the ESA ruling that requires water to be held in it? So I think it's the snakefish will have spawning ground. Isn't this one of the lakes on that river?
They are using the dams in order to mitigate for the seasonal aspect of releasing water when they want for various uses down the stream in the spring and the fall. And the Klamath Lake itself has had all the water held back in order to release their fish. There's still 0 acres of agricultural land that's been planted in the Klamath area, and they're even negatively affecting the wildlife refuges up there. They got a little shot of water, so we're having a terrible effect on the waterfowl that comes from the Klamath Basin here. The dams are in some way are separate from that, but they do use the dams as a tool to mitigate when they want to have releases on the lake and kind of in a back and forth checking account, so to speak. So
If
yes,
the
there is an
gentleman would like a
answer on that.
correct answer, I'm happy to answer it for him.
You can do it in 5 seconds.
Don't need your help. Don't
Yeah,
need your
it
help.
is not the snakefish, it is the suckerfish.
Suckerfish, that's it.
And removing these dams have nothing to do with Klamath Lake levels.
It won't kill the suckerfish.
Gentleman's time has
No.
expired. Any other member who wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair stands in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The effect of the amendment would be to block funds to the Army Corps of Engineers for the environmental review work along the Klamath River. If the focus is on the environmental health of the Klamath River and its salmon, the chair believes that the best course of action would be to allow the Corps to complete the environmental review and then allow further action to be based on that review. So in sum, the chair urges a no vote. Are there any other amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is also Mr. Lamalfa, number 060. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered Mr. Lamalfa, 060.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa, to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. This gets back into the wildfire issue that we have so much of here in Northern California, all of California, in the West. You may recall that what we had in 2018 was a fire that got started west of Redding, California, known as the Carr Fire, C-A-R-R. And so what happened there was that somebody innocently pulling a camper or boat trailer or such, one of the tires blew out. The driver didn't really notice right away. So the rim was grinding away on the pavement and sent sparks and caught the foliage on the edge of the road on fire. So those sparks ended up causing a fire, which, accidentally, nonetheless, burned 230,000 acres. 8 people died in it, including 3 firefighters, and over 1,600 buildings were destroyed in what's known as the Carr Fire at a cost of at least $1.7 billion. So the spark started the fire, but unfortunately, the poor management of our federal lands and forests caused the fire to go much further than it really should have. So my amendment would require that highway trust fund programs for land owned by the federal government, which this committee does have jurisdiction over, be prioritized for wildfire mitigation programs in these cases. We would like to target these funds towards cleanup of these roadways in these areas in the wake of these disasters, doing salvage after fire, but also doing proactive work before fire that would make it where when things like this happen, mankind along the roadways, things are going to happen occasionally. So a small fire doesn't have to become a giant fire if the asset is being maintained properly. So we know we know all the other aspects post-fire: erosion, mudslides, especially on that Highway 299, as my colleague over there knows. We have frequent mudslides because when you lose that foliage, it generally ends up in a situation where you have the highway shut down for periods of time. So if we can use an existing categorical exclusion, it would accelerate the work we need to get done to make sure we can avoid the next disaster by having the pre-work done when, before fire, but also at least get the salvage done after fire if there's trees involved that we can salvage, and then get it replanted. We're not doing nearly enough to get replanted and put things back in place with federal land that has been devastated by fire. So what we're trying to do is prevent the vegetation that should be removed and managed from being tied up in endless lawsuits for endangered species. We're doing more damage to endangered species and all other wildlife by having these out of control wildfires that we burned larger than the size of Delaware in areas just in my district. So our endangered species would be better. It would be better for air quality, water quality, the air quality even affecting the East Coast and the Midwest from our fires out here. So what we're asking in this amendment is to be able to do the work and have less litigation, less delay for permit process to get it done and have a much better, safer situation and all the pluses that come with a managed area. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair rises in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would increase the cost of the bill by about $85 million for wildfire mitigation activities and seek to statutorily deem categorical exclusions for wildfire mitigation activities by the U.S. Department of Transportation. The western states, as the gentleman has said, have been absolutely devastated by wildfires, which are fueled in part by climate change-induced droughts and heat waves. I would urge the gentleman to work with us to help address wildfire risk and resilience, as well as the root causes of these devastating disasters. This bill includes key investments in wildfire mitigation and resilience, including $500 million to help seed hazard mitigation state revolving loan funds, which states would use to fund wildfire mitigation activities, as well as $300 million to help communities implement relevant consensus-based codes, specifications, and standards that incorporate the latest hazard-resistant designs and establish criteria for the design, construction, and maintenance of new and existing structures. In addition, this committee has done transformative bipartisan work to mitigate wildfire relief through passage of the Disaster Recovery Reform Act, which expanded post-wildfire mitigation assistance, as well as established a dedicated stream of funding for pre-disaster mitigation. In addition, many bipartisan resilience-related provisions to mitigate wildfire risk were included in the Invest in America Act. With that, I look forward to continuing to work with the gentleman on the important issue of wildfire resilience and prevention and relief going forward. However, because adoption of this amendment would lead to a fatal consequence for this bill in the Senate, I must urge opposition. And I ask
It's
my
gonna take
colleagues
a
to
while
vote
for him to
no.
come.
Mr.
Are there
Chairman,
any amendments to this amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
Westerman.
Oh, Mr. Westerman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, after hearing your remarks, I'm convinced that there's a misunderstanding about the amendment that my colleague from California has offered. He actually wants to provide the means to do the work to make the forest resilient along the roadways. It doesn't matter how much money you've got in this bill or any other bill or whatever provision other committees have. I know the Natural Resources Committee wants to resurrect the 1930s FDR work program. But if you can't touch the vegetation, you can't do the management. So what my colleague's asking is an amendment that allows you to actually manage that, interface there with these road systems so that you can actually take a little vegetation out, make it fire resilient so that when you get a spark off of an automobile or whatever causes the spark, you're not creating a huge wildfire right there on the side of the road. So this doesn't have to really necessarily have to do with funding or what kind of programs you want to put out there or what kind of money you want to spend to restore property after it's been damaged. And it's actually the economical thing to do a little bit of prevention here instead of spending a lot of money on a cure. So just want to make sure everybody understands the intent of the gentleman's amendment, that it's actually allowing the work to be done. I think people think the problem is there's not enough money or enough resources to do the work. The problem is you can't do the work. We don't have the laws here in DC that allow the work to actually take place. So my colleague's got a common sense amendment that would allow that work to actually happen. So I would encourage everyone to vote for the
will the
amendment.
gentleman yield?
Yep.
The ranking member of the Resources Committee, just a quick question for you. I noted that there was concern or opposition to this amendment because there was concern about the cost of $85 million. I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
The cost of $85 billion?
No, 85 million.
85 million, yeah. Well, I always thought you were going to talk about the cost of fires when we were using the billion term, but we're spending billions of dollars every year, billions. And that's just the cost to fight the fire. That doesn't count all the property damage, residential, commercial property damage. It doesn't count the lives that are lost. And I would think 85 million would be a pretty good deal if we could stop some of these catastrophic wildfires from happening. Maybe the majority could find some money, like there's 200 million to go to Speaker Pelosi's golf park. Maybe you could pull some money out of that and use it for fire mitigation along the roads.
It's a great idea. If the gentleman would yield, I want to make note in here that there's criteria that has to be put together under this amendment by the Secretary of Transportation, Secretary of Interior, and Secretary of Agriculture. It requires that they prioritize high-risk wildfires, the areas with high risk of wildfires, and that have experienced multiple wildfire disasters in the last 3 years. It seems like that's criteria that would make sense. It's being put together by this administration, so it's not like it would be, like giving this to some kid with a crayon.
Yep, I think you're using a lot of common sense there, and just like the gentleman from California is trying to apply common sense to the situation with this amendment to, again, allow the permissions to do the management and to hopefully save the taxpayers a lot of money and save people's lives, save people's property, and not to mention not put millions of tons of carbon and smoke into the atmosphere and cause all those environmental injustices out there by creating poor air quality. With that, I yield back.
The chair will just note that the bill does include key investments in wildfire mitigation and resilience, including $500 million to help begin hazard mitigation efforts. It's got a state revolving loan fund, another $300 million to help communities implement their own relevant consensus-based codes. And for those reasons, I urge a no vote. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed say no.
No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is also the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, amendment number 059.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the
Appreciate the time
amendment.
once again.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. LaMalfa, 059.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. What we've seen through 2020 and 2021 is large increases in the cost of preparing for, responding to, and recovering from disaster. So parts of my district are placed on the very edge of bankruptcy with our small rural towns that are just on the edge of being able to be fiscally viable. So with all the damage they've had, in some cases they qualify for FEMA disaster assistance, and sometimes they don't. While state and federal agencies perform much of the firefighting, there's still costs to the local government from their own firefighters and law enforcement being paid, a lot of times overtime, long hours, much more than they can afford, especially in these poor communities that have had their industries legislated out of existence. So sometimes the calculations for how damage is arrived at, fires can devastate entire regions, but not quite qualify for federal aid. So what we have on what's known as the Beckworth complex this year destroyed a small town called Doyle. They don't qualify under current guidelines. So Congress set several large sums of funding to the state, local governments for COVID, as we know, but that distribution hasn't always evened out. So in a populated region in California, you might receive twice as much funding as some rural areas because of how Sacramento doled out money on that COVID recovery. So though Congress has sent a lot of money out to our states, a lot of it hasn't been distributed either timely or even gotten to the end point where it was really needed, such as a lot of my constituents in recent fires. So what we're looking for is that the help on these small communities with small counties, small towns with very tight budgets is that we amend the cost share from 75% that frequently is reimbursed or aided in these disasters to the 90% level, which makes all the difference in the world to these very small communities. So this week we would apply this amendment to 2020 disasters back and then into the 2021 disasters that we're still assessing and actually finishing up right now as we're in the middle of fire season. So there's been precedent for the 90% cost share done on other previous efforts, and we need to continue that as long as some of these rural communities don't qualify otherwise and are under a 75% cost share are already almost impossible for them to make that mark. So it would mean a very great amount in the wake of these disasters for 2020 and 2021. So that's what I have, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. I do share his concern, and I understand his argument, and it is a strong one, and I think well placed. However, regarding the need to adjust cost share for at least 2020 disasters to not less than 90% federal share to limit the budgetary hardships to disaster-ravaged state and local, tribal, and territorial government, with the gentleman's support, this committee already passed and reported out H.R. 1951, which did adjust the federal share for 2020's non-COVID disasters to 90% federal. Further, as a result of our efforts and the gentleman's own work, the House Appropriations fiscal year 2022 mark for Homeland Security includes the provisions adjusting the federal share to not less than 90% for all emergencies and disasters, with the declaration granted or incident period occurring during the calendar year 2020. So there are several viable avenues ahead for us to achieve this goal via regular order. And I urge my colleagues to vote no, but I do commend the gentleman for his efforts on this important matter, and I look forward to his support as we advance this effort elsewhere. With that, does any other member have an amendment to the amendment? If not, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment in order is Mr. Graves' amendment number 148. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 148.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's no secret to anybody, Hurricane Ida just hit Louisiana and even went all the way up to New York and New Jersey. Let me say it again. This storm had winds that were recorded up to 194 miles an hour, 15 feet of storm surge, and up to 18 inches of rain. My state had the trifecta. We had all three of those. To sit here and listen to people carelessly and recklessly spend $3.5 trillion on just complete junk is amazing to me, yet to not spend anything on real priorities of Americans. This amendment would take $2 billion out of the already overfunded transit program, and which leaves over $7 or around $8 billion in that program, again, still overfunded, and it would put it into the Economic Development Administration and Department of Commerce. This committee has jurisdiction over it to assist victims of Hurricane Ida. Mr. Chairman, it's absolutely disgusting to sit here and represent people from South Louisiana who, I'll say it again, don't have electricity 2 weeks after the hurricane, don't have internet, cell phones aren't working, don't have gasoline because there's a fuel shortage, water and wastewater systems are down, and here we are talking about giving $200 million to fund the Presidio Park in California in Speaker Pelosi's district. I think it's disgusting. I think it's absolutely disgusting. And I think that people should be ashamed of themselves for sitting there and just blindly following orders from above and not doing what's right for people. We don't represent parties, we represent people. And they're people that are in need, and they're in need much greater than those in need in the blocks adjacent to the Presidio Park that have homes worth $46 million. These are people that are fishermen and fisherwomen that have homes that are completely destroyed. You wouldn't believe the scenes of what it looks like down there. And I invite all of you, and I encourage you to come down and look at it, to come see what this looks like. So this, again, it's $2 billion for Hurricane Ida victims, including those up in the Northeast that experienced impacts. I know that my friend from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, feels the same way I do about the needs for people from Louisiana and other states from this hurricane. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I'll yield back.
Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair, Stauber from Minnesota.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It won't take me that long. I rise in support of my colleague's amendment. The devastation that we've seen from Hurricane Ida and along the East Coast, Louisiana area, I think it makes all the sense in the world. I can't imagine what they're going through right now. When my colleague invites us down to go see that, I truly believe he means it. The devastation, hurt, the pain, the loss of property and life. I can't imagine it. And this seems to be a reasonable request and needs to be done in immediate fashion to help these people. In addition to the other help that's moving down there as well because of Hurricane Ida. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I will.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Westman, I see you.
I'd like to yield some time to Mr. Graves from Louisiana.
Of course.
Mr. Chairman, I want to take a minute. I want to put a face. I want to put an understanding over what we're dealing with at home. These are pictures from South Louisiana from this hurricane. This is a stone building that is just completely blown away. This is what 194-mile-per-hour winds do. Mr. Chairman, this is what our utility infrastructure looks like right now. This is on Grand Isle, Louisiana. This is what some of our utility infrastructure looks like. Actually, this might be Leeville. Sorry, I don't remember which one. Here we have, this is Leeville, Louisiana. I mean, this community is just going to be completely wiped off the map, just destroyed. You can see vessels in the background, just completely wiped in this case. Mr. Chairman, I want to put a face on it. This is in Houma. This is a house that's just been wiped. This has been completely destroyed. The woman and her dog sitting there on the rubble of what's left of their home. Again, here's our utility infrastructure. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like at home right now. How would y'all like to be in a place where for 2 weeks, no electricity, no cell phones, no water, no gas, no internet, cell phones, nothing. This is what things look like. And look, I could do this all day long. We printed what we could real quick. Here's another one. I mean, these are steel and stone buildings just destroyed. Sheet metal buildings destroyed, just peeling back all of the outer layer of the building. Now let me compare that. Let me compare that to something else. So under this bill, it's okay. This is Presidio Park. It's okay to put $200 million to this. $200 million to Presidio Park. Think about the comparison of that lady and her dog sitting on the rubble to this. Compare and contrast that. Oh, don't worry. We're going to manicure this golf course even more because they need $200 million. Or you want to go inside? Look at that. That's when I look at that, I think these guys need $200 million. This is ridiculous. We're asking for people to be helped. I heard Mr. Sears say earlier that 9 months was too long. I agree with you, Mr. Sears. I do. And so we're trying to do something that would help out New Jersey, help out New York, the areas that have been impacted, because you know what? This is how Congress needs to respond. We do need to step up, and when you have urgent situations like this, we need to step in and do what's right. I tried Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, Maria. I tried to step in and be helpful to you all that had impacted areas in Texas and Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico and Florida and other places. We need help. These aren't people that are rich. These are people that live off the land, work on the water, and they've lost it all. And I'm asking you all to consider the conditions under which they're living in right now, they're experiencing. And I'm asking you to be a little sensitive and have a little bit of humanity and help out. Yield back.
I thank you. The gentleman's time.
I yield back.
Okay. Any other member wish to be heard on this amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to be heard.
Mr. Chairman, this is
Gentleman from
Babbitt, Brian
Tennessee,
Babbitt,
Mr.
Texas.
Cohen is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't take long. I'm going to support Mr. Graves' amendment. I hope it goes to a vote. I know it'd take about 6 more on my side to make it pass, but we watched the horrors of what's going on with those the hurricane that went through Louisiana and also Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York. We feel for those people, which we properly should. And as Mr. Graves says, they're people and we ought to care about them, and that's important. And we need to support them. And I'm going to support the amendment, and I hope others will join me. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support this amendment because I know exactly what Mr. Graves has gone through. We have had storm after storm down here for the last one after the other for the last 7 years. 5 declarations of disaster in my district alone. And I have lots of kinfolks that live in South Louisiana, and many of them live in that district or over in Mr. Scalise's district, farther over. And I think that, and I appreciate Mr. Cohen going and supporting this amendment. I certainly hope that more Democrats will see fit to do so. We've heard some testimony today that it took 9 months to get help for Hurricane Sandy victims, but it's taken a lot longer than that for many other victims, including some of mine in my district. So I'm very, very happy to be supporting Mr. Graves. I would urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to help these poor victims of this hurricane out. Yield back.
The chair, the gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually lowered my hand. Absolutely would rise in support of Mr. Graves here, but lowered my hand and would associate myself with the comments of others rising in support of Mr. Graves.
I thank the gentleman, and the gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, let me just say a couple of things. First of all, I'm a little bit hurt that I was accused of not being sensitive to the needs of the people of South Louisiana. As an iron worker who worked out of Local 56 in New Orleans and who has nothing but love in my heart for the people of Louisiana, look, I'm from Boston and I'm a big LSU fan. I worked at the Shell Oil Refinery in Norco. I've spent a couple of years when I was a young iron worker working down there in New Orleans, and just loved the people of Louisiana and loved their food as well. But look, I have to rise in opposition to this amendment, which would provide $2 billion to Economic Development Administration for assistance to communities affected by Hurricane Ida. And the reason is this, and I don't doubt the gentleman's good intentions in offering this amendment. However, I remain unable to support it. Look, the balance of the Disaster Relief Fund, as it sits right now, is currently at $40 billion. The Disaster Relief Fund, that is what it's for. And it should be more than sufficient to address the recovery needs of the states that have been affected by Hurricane Ida. But I will go further. If by some, now, there's no indication right now that $40 billion will not be enough to cover that damage. However, if it was, then after we spend that $40 billion trying to fix up the disaster that the gentleman has pointed out, then I think it would be, after we spend that $40 billion, if they need more, that would be the appropriate time to come back and ask for more money for the good people of Louisiana and Texas and the other states that have been impacted. Further, finally, the amendment proposes that we cut almost a quarter of the funding for the Affordable Housing Access Program, which really hurts, which I consider to be a vital investment in transit opportunities for communities that have been historically overlooked in this country. So we're robbing from the poor to help the people who are put out by this storm. And for these reasons, I ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen, certainly why we yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to clarify something. You were making reference to the funds that were in the Disaster Relief Fund. That is the account that funds the immediate recovery operation, the immediate response. Let me say that again, the immediate response operations. We're asking for recovery funds. These are for funds to help those people that I showed you in the picture to put their houses back together again. The Disaster Relief Fund doesn't do that. It funds individual assistance and public assistance, but those programs are not designed for recovery. Those are designed for response, for the immediate aftermath. That's why we've asked the funds through the Economic Development Administration, which is actually a recovery program similar to, although one of the most poorly performed programs or implemented programs across government. And I want to be clear, I don't care if it's a Bush, Clinton, Trump, Obama, Biden, it is awful, awful. We're 5 years after 2016 floods. You still have over 60% of the money in the bank. I don't even remember from North Carolina, but I know that Mr. Rausser's got some incredible frustrations with the delays in that program. So this is for recovery, which is not an eligible use of funds under the Disaster Relief Fund. And I want to make note, yes, we're taking funds from transit. Of the $69 billion that we've provided for the transit programs through the COVID bills dating back to February of last year, February or March, I don't remember. February or March of last year, one of those months. It was the 27th, I remember that. Only 65% of the relief funds have been spent. Only 65%. So here we are dumping another $10 billion on top of them. They haven't spent what they have. There's not an urgent need. I mentioned it earlier. They're somewhere between like 75 and 90%, 95% down in terms of passengers. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there. I apologize for going off, but okay. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to clarify the difference between the funds and why we're asking for the EDA recovery dollars. I yield back to you.
Reclaiming my time. So I got 30 seconds left. So we have done this before with DRF money, Disaster Relief Fund money, and have funded recovery functions. We have. So we have a difference of opinion on that because I've seen it done before, and I believe it can be done in this case. So like I say, let's spend the $40 billion and as much of it as we can on recovery, and then If it's not enough, then we'll go back to the well and see what we could do. I yield back. The question is now, does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Are there any other amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, if not, the question is now on the amendment, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
All those opposed say no?
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is amendment number 061 by the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered from Mr. Lamalfa, number 061.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, once again. My last one, and that's about how much voice I have left for today, too. So that's a relief for everybody, right? This is one that utilizes a bill from my colleague, Mrs. McNorris Rogers, 3917. Most of the language of that bill is in this amendment. It's known as the Malden Act, which stands for Making Aid for Local Disasters Equal Now. So the bill would create a 30-day deadline for the approval of disaster declaration requests. If no response is received, then a major disaster would be declared. FEMA would also be required to work with local officials and emergency managers to better prepare for disasters and recovery in the long term. In the event a disaster declaration is denied, FEMA would be required to ensure states are still properly assigning disaster caseworkers to be available for rural communities. The 30-day deadline will not impact the vast majority of disasters. According to the Congressional Research Service, most disaster declaration requests about wildfires receive responses within 21 days and even faster. Been a pretty good record lately. And for all other types of disasters, the average is 13 days. But in some cases where approval drags on longer, the bill will be a lifesaver. It will give state and local officials assurance that they will receive a response in a timely fashion. We know of other cases where it's in some it's taken even years to get a declaration. They've had it hanging out there. And so we think with people's lives on the line, people's livelihoods, and getting their lives back in order, it would be kind of nice in order to have a declaration that could be pending actually decided, because in most cases that data should be well enough available to make a determination. So I urge my colleagues on both sides to allow us to address the gaps in these disaster programs that affect all of rural America, especially, even if they don't necessarily apply to cities and heavily populated areas, which do generally are able to get a faster assessment with bigger numbers to begin with. The Dixie Fire in my own district is right at 960,000 acres, which is 1,500 square miles. On the 24th, when the federal government approved the disaster declaration of the fire, it was already at 735, or about 3/4 of that number. The response would be nice if it was more agile, more attentive, and listen more to what the locals are having input on. And I think we get to better conclusions that would not actually be more costly, but just more effective and better serving of all constituents that are at this time of great need. So I'm proud to help carry this amendment, and I think it's certainly worthy of the consideration of the committee. And just look at it in the context, not of trying to undermine the rest of the bill or this or that, but really who we're serving here on those that are in dire need and getting a quick response of an ask for a disaster declaration. It should be pretty easy in most cases to make that assessment and see if it reaches the numbers and give them a thumbs up or thumbs down. That's what people are asking for. So I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman, and the attention of the committee, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, and look, I fully understand the distress that the gentleman's constituents are under, and we've seen some awful disasters across the country during the last 12 months and even before that. But I must rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, even though I share his concerns as it relates to rural communities being underprepared. And some of these disasters, there's no way you could be prepared for this, but for dealing with the bureaucracy of the federal disaster recovery process. Notably, I want to say, though, that this is really a substantial change, and it's change without any committee discussion or debate to the longstanding authority provided by this Congress to the President to grant emergency and disaster declarations pursuant to the Stafford Act, which is normally how this goes about. Currently, the President is given necessary time to make a determination on a state, tribe, or territory chief executive's request for an emergency or major disaster declaration. This amendment, however, would negate that and would essentially institute a pocket approval, forcing a Stafford Act declaration without any presidential determination after a 30-day waiting period. Further, the amendment would authorize additional federal assistance to rural communities, even if that request for federal assistance was denied by the President. Ignoring the fact that this assistance could not be paid from the Disaster Relief Fund, such a change would bypass the longstanding emergency management responsibilities of locals and states, with the federal government serving as a last resort as capabilities are exceeded. So the federal government is the backstop, and this would turn that all around. This amendment bypasses the responsibility of the states and locals to first fill in any local resource gaps. So I urge while I sympathize with the gentleman, I understand his heart is in the right place. I urge my colleagues to vote no, but I look forward to working with the gentleman to examine other ways to bolster emergency preparedness at the local level in those rural communities across the nation that we all care about. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the gentleman's amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying no.
Aye. Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, may I request a recorded vote?
A recorded vote is requested and will be postponed until a later time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next amendment is amendment number 149 by Mr. Graves of Louisiana. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 149.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in addition to all the impacts we had Hurricane Ida in Louisiana, we normally evacuate hospitals that are in the hot zone, that are in the zone, the target zone, within the cone. And this year, because of COVID, we didn't have capacity to evacuate our hospitals that were within the cone to other areas because everybody was full. As a result, we had full hospitals in the cone that ended up having all kinds of problems. We had Our Lady of the Sea that had their roof pulled off. We had Chabert Hospital that ended up losing power and having structural impacts. Terrebonne General losing power, having structural impacts. We had, St. Anne's Hospital that again, structural damages and lost power. We ended up having to evacuate, I believe it was 13 hospitals after the hurricane. Some of them, like Our Lady of the Sea, roof came off during the hurricane as it was being pounded in Galliano, Louisiana. So Mr. Chairman, what this does is this amendment takes $500 million and dedicates that money through EDA, Economic Development Administration, for a program to harden critical facilities. So, Mr. Chairman, that could be a hospital. It could be a medical special needs facility. It could be energy infrastructure. Again, resilience for power for those critical facilities. So hospitals, any critical facilities, special medical special need facilities, and also can be used to harden the energy infrastructure for those very facilities. So $500 million, it does take it from your favorite transit program, Mr. Chairman. It's $500 million out of a $10 billion program. But I'll say it again, they still have not spent 65% of the $69 billion we gave them just from the COVID funds. They're getting replenished $91 billion through the bipartisan bill and $12 billion through the regular appropriations process. I urge adoption amendment, yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Would any other member like to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair must rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The amendment would take $500 million from the Affordable Housing Access Program and set it aside as economic adjustment assistance funding for Economic Development Administration to approve resilience of critical facilities in disaster-impacted communities. While I support improving the resilience of medical facilities and energy infrastructure, not just in disaster-stricken communities, but in communities all over the country, however, much of the economic adjustment funding in this legislation can already be used for those purposes. Economic Adjustment Assistance is one of EDA's most flexible programs. The agency has broad discretion with economic adjustment to fund projects with a wide range of purposes, including disaster resilience. Further, there is over $1.4 billion included in this legislation to fund resilience and mitigation activities, including the adoption of hazard-resistant codes, assistance to emergency managers, and funding for hazard mitigation revolving load funds. Finally, I must oppose the amendment because it proposes to take funding away from the Affordable Housing Access Program, which does provide better access to affordable housing, jobs, and educational opportunities for low-income, persistent poverty, and disadvantaged communities. This is a program that I strongly support. I look forward to working with the gentleman to improve our nation's resilience in the future, but because this amendment is duplicative and negatively affects other important programs, I urge my colleagues to vote no. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the gentleman's amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the gentleman's amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Oh,
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. The next amendment is amendment number 150, also by Mr. Graves of Louisiana. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 150.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment sets aside $50 million under existing programs. It does not divert from transit for emergency operations centers.
On the radio.
Would members please mute? The gentleman has a right to be heard. Thank you.
It sets aside $50 million to make investments in the resiliency of Emergency Operations Center. Mr. Chairman, Hurricane Ida, we've had Emergency Operations Center that have lost power. Emergency Operations Center, for example, in Matthews, Louisiana, where one of the EOC operators told me that he watched the roof lift up off their building and could see outside in the middle of the hurricane. Mr. Chairman, this is not limited to Hurricane Ida. This is in any areas affected by a major disaster that occurred during calendar years 2019, 2020, and 2021. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Would any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair must stand in opposition to the gentleman's amendment to create a $50 million set-aside for emergency operations centers that are vulnerable to known natural hazards in the areas subject to a major disaster declaration in any of the last 3 calendar years. First, the recent declaration target is a misnomer. For the first time in FEMA's 42-year history, every state and territory received a major disaster declaration in 2020 to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, for example. So that proviso does nothing to target these funds any more narrowly. As for existing emergency operations centers being vulnerable to known natural hazards and risks, I think we all know that much of the infrastructure built prior to the turn of the century is likely not up to par given the known natural hazards our communities are experiencing with more severity and greater frequency. The underlying legislation includes a requirement that any emergency operations center construction project that is funded must be built to the latest consensus-based hazard-resistant codes and standards, quote, for the purpose of protecting the health, safety, and general welfare of the building's users against disasters, rather than the potentially outdated codes and standards currently in place in the communities seeking these funds. So we have a clearer picture that ever regarding our community's risks against the 18 most common natural hazards thanks to FEMA's Natural Risk Index and the complex disaster census, insurance, and disaster cover-related information it synthesizes. As FEMA administers this program, there's no doubt it will ensure that the current vulnerability of any existing emergency operations center is taken into consideration as part of the evaluation of what will surely be another oversubscribed grant opportunity. While I appreciate the gentleman's efforts, I believe they will not result in any more effective targeting of these investments to help bolster emergency management and readiness in state, local, tribal, and territorial governments.
Can you call me on her other number?
Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment?
Okay.
Someone seeking recognition? Members must mute then. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The chair now calls up amendment number 154, offered by the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves. 154. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 154.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to also designate amendment number 30, number 155 to offer the 29 and 30 on block.
Without objection. So we will ask the clerk
154 and 155.
to on block 154 and 155. 155 revised. The clerk will designate those amendments on block.
An unblock amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 154 and 155.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on both of his amendments for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, amendment number 154, ensures that as the grant funds that are allocated under the transit and the program in the bill, that it prioritizes communities that have been impacted by disasters. It ensures that those communities are prioritized. They have other prioritization criteria in the legislation. This would simply add that. Number 155, it urges the administrator of FEMA to prioritize the hazard mitigation grant program funds for those communities that have had major natural disasters within the last 3 years. Urge adoption of the amendments and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to be heard on this? Any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair is forced to rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. which would modify the Affordable Housing Access Program to include a focus on communities impacted by a major declared disaster in the last 3 years. Because the entirety of the United States has been impacted by a major declared disaster in that time frame. Of course, I'm speaking of COVID. The gentleman's amendment distorts the purpose of the underlying program. The Affordable Housing Access Program is currently targeted to support disadvantaged communities or neighborhoods, persistent areas of poverty, and low-income riders. As part of the program's implementation, the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Federal Transit Administration will develop criteria for identifying these areas, which will include many rural areas and communities of color who often lack access to reliable transit service. This innovative program is far outside the scope of our traditional transit programs. It marks a new opportunity to tackle the two most expensive items in a typical household budget: housing and transportation costs for communities most in need. And the gentleman's amendment works at cross purposes to this need, so I urge a no vote on that. I also rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would allow for any state, tribe, or territory receiving a seed grant from FEMA for a state-administered hazard mitigation revolving loan fund to prioritize assistance for areas impacted by a major disaster during any of the most 3 recent calendar years. As noted by the chair earlier, such a provision does not target resources given the unprecedented nationwide series of disaster declarations related to COVID-19. More importantly, the revolving loan funds that will be established using this investment will be administered at the state, tribal, or territorial level, not dictated by the federal government. I appreciate the General's co-sponsoring of Representative Craig's Resilience Revolving Loan Fund Act last year, which authorized this program, and his continued attention to ensuring its success as we try to provide this initial investment in its establishment. But I must urge my colleagues to vote no, as I do not believe the amendment provides state, tribes, and territories the flexibility they need to best manage their eventual revolving loan funds. And I yield back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Does any member have an amendment to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the en bloc amendments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendments are not agreed to. The chair now calls up amendment number, which one? 153, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 153.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the Disaster Recovery Relief Act, Reform Act, excuse me, Disaster Recovery Reform Act, in 2018, this committee decided that if you have a local law enforcement entity or first responders that have a housing solution in the aftermath of a disaster that is 1/2 the cost or less than the alternative being provided by FEMA, then the local law enforcement officers could be reimbursed. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you have a Hurricane Ida. Let's say that the Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Office has 20% of his deputies that are homeless. Let's say that FEMA comes in and says, you know what, Sheriff Soigné, don't worry about it. We're gonna take care of you. We're gonna get you a housing set up for your deputies, and we're gonna have it ready in 3 months. Sheriff Soigné has looters right now. He needs his law enforcement there now. He doesn't have 3 months to wait. So he says, you know what, I'm gonna pay for it out of my own department's budget, which in Louisiana, our sheriffs are actually independently elected, independent tax authority, independent budget authority, only state in the nation that has that. So they're totally independent. So he says, you know what, I'm going to pay for it out of my own budget. So what we did is we said, look, if you have a sheriff's office, for example, that can do the solution for 50% of the cost or less from what FEMA estimated, you can just reimburse them. It's faster, it's cheaper for taxpayers, and it ends up working better for the first responders, for the sheriff's deputies in this case. So that's what we did. And you know what? It worked really well for Livingston Parish Sheriff Jason Ard. It worked really well for him. But in this case, what's happened is FEMA's come back and they've said, oh, well, the way that y'all wrote it, it doesn't allow you to tap disaster relief fund dollars, which is mind-boggling because all of the folks that I've spoken to disagree. So what this does is it takes $100 million and it sets it aside for prospective reimbursements. If you have a sheriff's office or you have whoever, first responders, that have a housing solution that is 1/2 the cost or less than that prescribed by FEMA, they can do it and they can be reimbursed. That's it. That's all this does. It ensures that our first responders have a place to live and aren't homeless. Mr. Chairman, you wouldn't believe the conditions that people are working and living in right now. I was in Sheriff Soignier's office where they're working out of right now, holes in the roof, water coming in, desk with a cot behind it because the guy that was in that office, he works right there and he sleeps right behind it because his home got destroyed. This is something this committee's already done. We've already intended that the dollars come out of disaster relief fund, and some tortured amendment out of FEMA attorneys has resulted in them not allowing it to happen, ignoring the will of Congress. So I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, look, I appreciate the gentleman's efforts to provide more funds to FEMA for disaster survivors. That is a noble cause and well-deserving. However, that said, by reducing funds that will provide access to affordable housing and jobs and educational opportunities for low-income and disadvantaged communities is not the way to go about that. What the gentleman is currently seeking funds for is already allowable under a Stafford Act amendment that he, I'm proud to say, authored as part of the Disaster Recovery Reform Act. And we've already established FEMA has the resources to support a state request for that assistance. I understand the frustration with the bureaucracy and some of the decisions that are being made, but the money is there. The money is there to get that done. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back. Does any other member wish to be heard on?
Will the gentleman yield some of his time here?
Of course, I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to be very clear. We acted on this. Everyone in this committee who was around believed that it was the right solution. As recently as Friday, FEMA reaffirmed to me that they do not have the legal authority to actually pay this. So we provided the authority. I'm just telling you. I've had conference calls with them. I've had 3 conference calls with them. I've got some folks here who can shake their head and agree, who've been on some of these conference calls. FEMA says they do not, contrary to what that statement that you made, they have told us they do not have the authority to pay these claims. Mr. Chairman, it was the intent of this committee. It is so frustrating to watch us go through all of these steps to make something become law and then to have the agencies ignore it. That's exactly what's happening right now. I love that you agree with us. We had all agreed on this the first time when we passed this bill in a bipartisan, unanimous manner out of this committee and had it ultimately signed into law in October of 18. But Mr. Chairman, they're not agreeing with that interpretation. I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Chairman. If y'all will agree that we can address this with urgency, I will withdraw this amendment. But I want to be clear that they're telling us no, and they told me no as recently as Friday night, that they don't have the authority to spend the money. We have sheriff's deputies that have housing problems today that can't wait for FEMA to think their way out of a wet paper bag right now.
Well, I can commit that I would join the gentleman on a letter explaining our position, which I believe is shared here, that FEMA has the authority and has been directed by Congress to do exactly that. So, I have had frustrating moments with FEMA on occasion myself, so I can understand where the gentleman is coming from. But again, the gentleman's amendment is giving more money to FEMA, so, you know.
There are outstanding liabilities there right now. As a matter of fact, with Hurricane Laura, Sheriff Mancuso in Calcasieu Parish, outside of our district, but he is right now holding the bag on an invoice that from last year that they're telling him they don't have the authority to pay him. So it's a real issue, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment. I look forward to working with you all in good faith in figuring this out.
We will work in good faith with you to try to resolve this situation. I have the authority to commit the chairman, full committee chairman on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Does the gentleman
Withdraw.
withdraw? The gentleman withdraws. The chair now calls up amendment number 147 revised, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 147.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the committee, I want to thank you for your patience and indulgence. We just went through one of the most powerful hurricanes that's ever made landfall in Louisiana, made landfall in the United States. I know we're taking up a lot of time right now. This is I've got this amendment and one last, and again, I apologize for taking up so much time, but this is great urgency at home. So earlier I offered an amendment that set aside $2 billion that it took from the overly funded transit program, and it put it into a Hurricane Ida recovery program. And the chairman and I had a debate about whether the disaster relief fund with FEMA is eligible, or if economic recovery expenses are eligible under that fund. The chairman and I disagree on that right now. But what this amendment would do, it's similar to the one that I offered earlier, except this one would set aside $3 billion rather than $2 billion. It sets aside $3 billion, and it also would limit the funds to disasters in 2020 and 2021. So this is intended for things like hurricanes Laura, Delta, Zeta, all the storms that we went through last year. Mr. Chairman, I want to remind you, we had 7 named storms that impacted Louisiana. Last year, there were storms that impacted Texas and other states, Florida, other states as well. Of course, it would be eligible, but this sets aside $3 billion for states that are affected by disasters in 2020 and 2021. I want to say it again that the chairman and I disagree on whether economic eligibility, economic recovery being an eligible expense under disaster relief fund that FEMA has. And so I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Would any other member like to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I will rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would provide $3 billion to the Economic Development Administration for recovery from the federally declared major disasters in 2020 and 21. Given the unprecedented number of major disasters that we've had in the last 2 years, I certainly understand and empathize with the gentleman's desire to provide additional funding for disaster recovery wherever possible. In fact, much of what is in this legislation was included as a direct response to increasing extreme weather events and to curb the future effects of climate change to the fullest extent possible. However, this amendment would provide 2.5 times the funding level that Congress appropriated to EDA through disaster supplementals in fiscal years 2018 and 2019 combined. Additionally, the amendment proposes that we take funding away from other programs in the bill. We're not accepting amendments that shift money from one program to another, especially given how large the shift is in this case. So I look forward to working with the gentleman on expanding EDA's role in disaster recovery in the future, but I must urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I have an amendment to the amendment.
Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment before we entertain an amendment to the amendment? All right, hearing none, Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment to the amendment is fairly simple.
Hold on, we have to designate it.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, there is no amendment at the desk.
It's coming.
Oh, it's coming, okay.
Amendment to the amendment by Mr. Graves, number 147, to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offer Mr. Rouser. Strike all, insert the following. There is appropriated for fiscal year 2022 out of the Disaster Relief Fund economic adjustment assistance as authorized by Section 209 of the Public Works and Economic Development Act of 1965, 42 U.S.C. 3149, to provide assistance to victims of federally declared natural disasters that occurred in calendar years 2020 and 2021.
The amendment will, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize Mr. Rouser to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple amendment. It simply clarifies that FEMA can provide economic recovery assistance through the Disaster Relief Fund, as you indicated that you thought it could do anyway. This amendment just simply clarifies your belief, and we encourage adoption of the amendment. It's a very simple amendment, just simple clarification. I yield to my friend from Louisiana.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentleman from Louisiana, gentleman from North Carolina for amending our amendment. I think that his amendment is an improvement, and more importantly, Mr. Chairman, it codifies exactly what the interpretation that the committee conveyed earlier. Right? Again, it's an interpretation we disagree with, but this does codify exactly what the chairman said was the interpretation. The chairman noted earlier that the Disaster Relief Fund has $40 billion and that those funds are available for economic recovery. So my friend from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser's second degree amendment simply makes it clear. It says that you're right, that economic recovery funds are available out of the Disaster Relief Fund, out of that $40 billion the gentleman mentioned. This would be available for natural disasters from 2020 and 2021. This would include Tropical Storm Arthur, Tropical Storm Bertha, Tropical Storm Cristobal, Tropical Storm Dolly, Edward Faye Gonzalez, Hurricane Hannah, Hurricane Izanas, Tropical Storm Josephine, Tropical Storm Kyle, Hurricane Laura, Hurricane Marco, Hurricane Nana, Tropical Storm Omar, Paulette, Renee, Sally, Teddy, Vicky, Wilford, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, and Iota. These impacted virtually all the coast of the Atlantic, the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic. This is, I can't say it enough, Mr. Chairman. I showed you pictures earlier. Of what this bill does. This bill leaves out, it excludes the communities that I showed pictures of that are completely destroyed. But this bill's priorities are so flawed that rather than helping out disaster victims, it leaves them in the lurch, and it provides $200 million for Speaker Pelosi's Presidio Park, which I showed you pictures of, the manicured golf course, the beautiful indoor area. The place looks like a palace. This underlying bill provides funds for butterflies and desert fish. It doesn't provide funds for people in need. What Mr. Rouser's amendment does is it simply codifies exactly what you said earlier, and most importantly, it reprioritizes funds for actual people and real needs, not a socialist agenda, not inventing priorities, not throwing political gifts to political power players in this Congress. It does the right thing. I urge adoption of Mr. Rouser's second degree and the underlying amendment, and yield back.
Does any other member wish to be heard on these?
Mr. Chairman, it's still my time. I had a
Oh, okay.
minute 20 left. No, I just want to
What do you-
underscore,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
that's okay. I just want to underscore what my friend from Louisiana said. This is a very simple, straightforward amendment. It essentially ensures that what you said actually will be true. And we see no reason why it shouldn't be adopted. In fact, there's no reason to vote no against this amendment at all, unless you just want to vote no to vote no. I yield.
Well, okay. Does the gentleman yield? Okay. There are several problems with this bill. The greatest is probably the fact that by taking the money out of FEMA and putting it into EDA, you probably exercise an operation that is in violation of the rules of the Senate, which would make this fatal to our efforts to get this through reconciliation. So with that, I would just recommend no vote on, we all agree that FEMA needs resources. The gentleman's having a difficult moment getting certain funds targeted to specific needs that he has, but taking the money out of FEMA and putting it in EDA is not a viable solution that is in harmony with the reconciliation process. So I'm going to recommend a no on the gentleman's further amendment.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment doesn't move any money around. It just simply makes this eligible. The recovery dollar is eligible through FEMA. That's all it does. It doesn't move any money anywhere.
As I read it, the money that was designated for FEMA is going to the
No, it just simply makes
EDA,
it just
right?
it just ensures that it's eligible as you said it was.
As I read it, and this is drafted right now, so we don't have a CBO, opinion on this. It looks to me as you're solving the problem by taking FEMA out of the equation and working it through EDA to accomplish the goal.
It's just listing it as an eligibility for the funds. It doesn't
Right.
it doesn't move money anywhere.
Right. That's not how I read this. You're going around the obstacle that you were confronted in the first instance. I understand that. So you're moving money around.
Well,
That's the whole purpose of the amendment. I get the reason why you're doing it. I'm just saying you can't do it.
Well, your statement at the outset was that this was an eligible function of that account. We are just clarifying that it truly is.
Right. Again, this is
It's the same amount of money regardless. We're just ensuring that it's eligible for this purpose.
at this point, without the ability to have the CBO say what the ruling is, we're not going to jeopardize the entire bill in reconciliation by accepting your amendment. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we have time between now and floor action where we can work this out.
No, we're up against deadlines.
We can if you want to withdraw and talk to us going to the floor, but we don't control the process at that point.
We can't include it, you know what I mean? You want to postpone it or table it and talk about it, you can do that, but as it's currently worded and without any further opinion on it, I would have to rule against it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw the amendment under the condition that you work with us to try to address this issue as we go to the floor.
Fair enough, fair enough. I agree to that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. The amendment is withdrawn.
But the base amendment's not, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered, And pursuant to rule, we are going to postpone that till a later time. The next amendment up is also number 151, also offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute, the committee print, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 151.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is my last amendment tonight, and I tried to describe this earlier, and I don't know that I did a great job, but let me see if I can do this again. There is, under current policy within the administration and previous administration and previous administration and so on, if someone gets a disaster loan from the Small Business Administration, that can be an individual. You don't have to have a business to get a small business loan, disaster loan. If I'm a homeowner, my home's destroyed, I get a loan from the Small Business Administration. The reason that you get a loan from the SBA is because in the immediate aftermath of a disaster, it automatically turns on. Congress doesn't have to act to do anything to turn funds on to make them available. So the only funds that individuals have, you have potentially individual assistance you can get from FEMA to give you some type of bridge funding to get you through a few days or a week. And that's limited. Right now it's $500 for Hurricane Ida. But then you can get a loan from the Small Business Administration. Again, Congress doesn't have to do anything. It's automatically turned on. So two options. You get that loan and you go rebuild your house and you then get your family back in it. The people are leaning forward. They're being proactive. They're back in their community as quickly as possible. The other option is, and this is also eligible under existing law, I can say, nope, I'm going to sit back in my FEMA paid for hotel room, or I'm going to sit back in my FEMA bought or paid for trailer. Trailers, FEMA all in, we've seen costs in excess of $200,000 for a mobile home, for a trailer. $200,000. Then, if Congress acts and if they provide recovery funds, because that's not eligible under the Disaster Relief Fund to provide economic recovery funds, then folks can get a grant. But the geniuses up here in their cubicles have said, if you got a loan from the SBA, you can't get a grant because that's you getting paid twice. I remind you, you pay a loan back. Now, Mr. Chairman, this isn't just a problem in Louisiana. I said it earlier. The governors of Texas, Louisiana, Puerto Rico, North Carolina, they all sent a letter, because the law requires governors to send letters to the president requesting the waiver authority. All four governors, and maybe others, have sent letters requesting it, the waiver authority, that says that you can actually get both a loan and a grant because they're not duplicative of one another. For my friends in New York and New Jersey, this is a problem in your states from Hurricane Sandy. Good news, it fixes it. Our amendment fixes it for Hurricane Sandy, for your states. It fixes it for the Great Flood of 2016. It fixes it for the hurricanes in North Carolina, the hurricanes in Florida. It fixes it for folks in Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands. So what this does is it sets funds aside for those people that have been victimized by their own government by penalizing those people that were proactive, found whatever funding source they could find, and went and rebuilt their homes. Now, Mr. Chairman, if your interpretation earlier was correct, that economic recovery was an eligible expense of the Disaster Relief Fund, then Congress wouldn't have to act, and people wouldn't have to choose between waiting and doing nothing toward their recovery and getting a loan. They wouldn't have to choose because they would both be available. The grants would be available and the loans would be available. So they wouldn't have to choose. But because Congress actually has to act to make the economic recovery dollars available. You heard Mr. Sirius say earlier, it took 9 months for Sandy. That's what he was talking about because the law doesn't allow the Disaster Relief Fund to fund economic recovery activities. This amendment affects all of the disasters last year because they haven't gotten anything either. So all the way back to 2012, Hurricane Sandy, moving up to the present. It provides funds to make people not whole, but at least to pay back their loans if they were deemed as having duplication of benefits. I remind you, Mr. Chairman, we fixed this in the law already, and it's the cubicle dwellers here in Washington that have determined that they're going to box some people out. I think it's wrong. We shouldn't be discriminating. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I just want to point out that the fix that you're suggesting here is to take $2.5 billion out of the affordable housing program. That is not a fix for people who are looking for affordable housing. It might be a fix for some people who were affected by the disaster, but to take it from people who are also in an equally difficult position doesn't wash. So I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. I do appreciate the gentleman's efforts to provide additional relief for disaster survivors. That's a noble and a worthy cause. But reducing funds that would be available for affordable housing, educational opportunities, and persistent poverty in disadvantaged communities is not the way to go about this. The Affordable Housing Access Program is an investment in communities that have, for too long, been left behind. And that includes rural communities that you're trying to help and areas of, with communities of color and low-income neighborhoods and urban areas. And those funds would provide affordable new transit options for those struggling to balance the high cost of housing and transportation while trying to support themselves and their families. And as we have been down this road before, and frankly, the governors and other tribal and territorial chief executives already have the authority to request assistance. I know you say they have, but it's not moving. And seeking thanks to your efforts during the development of the Disaster Recovery Reform Act. So the current balance, as I mentioned before, is right now stands at $40 billion, and it'll get another $17 billion upon the enactment of the upcoming continuing resolution. So there's $57 billion, and suggesting that we take $2.5 billion from the affordable housing program is just adding insult to injury for all those families that are homeless and are looking for affordable housing. So it's incumbent upon any chief executive of the state, tribe, or territory to request the waivers of duplication of benefits, and for the president, regardless of his political affiliation of disaster survivors, to render a decision based on that request. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I continue to look forward to working with the gentleman to find ways to make federal disaster recovery programs work the way that we intended, with less bureaucratic obstacles for survivors, just not at the expense of the Affordable Housing Access Program. And I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Westerman.
Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I support the gentleman's amendment, and I find it hard to believe that we're marking up, our little part of a $3.5 trillion spending bill, our little part that's about twice as much as the yearly state budgets of 27 states in the country. And there seems to be this fiscal responsibility of not spending too much money. And then we look in other parts of the underlying bill. There's $350 million in this bill to shut down a copper mine in the underlying bill. There's $200 million to put into a park next to where Speaker Pelosi lives, that when the park was established, it said no taxpayer funds shall be used on this park. So we want to come here and talk about fiscal responsibility in a bill that has zero fiscal responsibility, that's going to do things like create a 1930s jobs program when employers can't find people to hire right now. Mr. Graves has had a hurricane in his district. We've seen the devastating pictures, people who are really in need, and all of a sudden we can't find the money to spend on people who have real needs, but we can find many, many ways to waste money, many ways. And to give special earmarks and perks to Speaker Pelosi and who knows who else once this gets into the Senate. But I think it's dishonest to talk about fiscal responsibility when this is the most fiscally unresponsible bill that's probably ever come before Congress. With that, I yield time to Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman, and just to put a face on what it is that we're talking about, this is what $200 million is going to. For those of you that are interested, there's a house just adjacent to here that's on sale for $46 million that you can go buy if you want to live near this Presidio Park. So this is getting funded to $200 million. And Mr. Chairman, I again want to clarify some things. Number one, the Disaster Recovery Fund, I don't care if it has $1 gazillion in it, you can't use it to fund duplication of benefits. You can't, period. That's incorrect. Number two, the Disaster Relief Fund, and if anybody disagrees with me, say it. You're wrong. You can't use it to refund duplication of benefits victims under DARA. You can't. It's Community Development Block Grant, Disaster Recovery Funds are the only funds that can be used. That's what this provision applies to, period. Number two, the Disaster Relief Fund cannot be used for economic recovery for individuals. It can't. You can do the critical needs, which again is $500 right now for Hurricane Ida, for those people who meet certain conditions. $500, good luck. Your house is destroyed, you don't have electricity, cell phone, $500, good luck. Now, the gentleman also said that he didn't understand why we'd be taking money away from the housing program because those are people in need too. Let me compare this. Let me compare, because I want to make sure people understand this. If you're a duplication of benefits victims, number one, you have a mortgage on your house that was destroyed. Let's make up numbers. $150,000 mortgage, your house is destroyed. Number two, you got a loan from the Small Business Administration for $150,000 to rebuild it. Okay? So now you're in the hole $300,000. $300,000. And you don't have a house. You're working to rebuild it. So then you rebuild your house and you have $300,000 worth of loans. So you're trying to compare this to people that need housing. These people have $300,000 in debt. They've just doubled their mortgage because they now have two loans. Everybody else, if I sat back in a FEMA hotel room or a FEMA trailer, I can get my house repairs totally paid for free, through a grant. These other people are double saddled with debt. There's no comparison here to this and people that are out there looking for housing. There's not. And so three things. Disaster Relief Fund can't pay duplication of benefits victims. Disaster Relief Fund is not eligible for economic recovery of individuals. And number three, you can't compare somebody who just went through a disaster, lost their house, and just doubled the cost of their mortgage and compare them to somebody else who is out there looking for housing whenever we already have dumped billions and billions of dollars out there. Urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment?
Mr. Mast has his hand raised.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. I just really wanted to understand from the chair, why does the chair support, if the chair could tell the rest of us why we should support this Presidio Park allocation?
Is that a question?
Yes, I'm happy to have a colloquy with you.
Sure. Yes.
Yield your time back.
So
I would
as
love to know
you well know,
why
the
should we vote for
Presidio
this
Park
park?
is not within the Transportation Committee, T&I's jurisdiction. You know that, right? That came out of the Interior Committee, and that's the proper place for your question, if you want an answer.
So would you be working with the members of the committee then to remove the allocation for that? Would you help support legislation to remove the allocation for that?
That would have to happen in the Interior Committee. You'd have to ask your colleagues in the Interior Committee have jurisdiction over that appropriation, right?
But it would be a great help from the chair of the majority to work with us to get those dollars going to clearly such a well-financed park already. It would be a great help, I think, to everybody if the chair from Transportation and Infrastructure would assist with that. I would dare say that the chair in T&I has quite a powerful voice.
It would not be in order, right?
Would the gentleman yield?
I would yield to you, Mr. Westerman. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Master. That ship has already sailed through the Resources Committee. We offered many amendments to strip out Presidio Park, but not a single Democrat voted for one of those amendments. They've all embraced giving $200 million to Speaker Pelosi. It's in the underlying bill that this bill will become part of the text. It'll go through the Budget Committee, and everybody will get to vote on that on the House floor one of these days. We don't know when that will be, but the assumption is that everybody in the House will get a chance to vote on Speaker Pelosi's $200 million earmark.
Will the gentleman from Florida yield for a statement and a question?
I will regain from Mr. Westerman. I will yield to Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast, I want to make you aware of an amendment that was offered in Natural Resources Committee that attempted to reprogram the $200 million from this luxury golf course and facility to recreational opportunities for Gold Star families, for veterans, and for active duty military members. That amendment was rejected. Instead, we're putting $200 million toward this and whatever else. And our Gold Star families, our military service members, our veterans, recreational opportunities for them was shot down, but don't worry, we're gonna better manicure these greens. Secondly, I have a question for you, Mr. Mast. All I've heard is affordable housing. Mr. Mast, does the Transportation Committee have jurisdiction over affordable housing?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Mr. Mast. Yield back your time.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. I appreciate the colloquy between the chair and yourself and Mr. Westerman. Chair, may I ask how much time remains? I don't see the timer clock up on the Zoom.
1 minute and 34 seconds, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. And again, I would just seek to regain our colloquy on this. It would be an important statement from the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Chair to speak out against such a wasteful project, whether we can do something legislatively about it right now in this piece of underlying legislation. I would say we always have a responsibility to certainly voice and advocate for the right things. You've spoke passionately about the need to have dollars going into affordable housing and how so many other things that Mr. Graves has spoke about and others certainly couldn't hinder those affordable housing programs whatsoever. I would ask again, what say you about this luxury park and the resources that it takes from Mr. Graves or from what you want to see with affordable housing?
Well, let's talk about something that's actually before this committee. And what the gentleman has suggested is okay, we have two groups of people who are homeless. And what the gentleman is saying, let's take money from people who are homeless trying to get affordable housing and give that money to people who just had their nice house damaged on the water. So that's, they're in a bad space too, but they got a mortgage, they got a big mortgage. And we can't
Mr.
be
Chair,
so we got to take the money from the people who don't have a house, don't have a pot to pee in. They got nothing.
Mr. Chair,
so take their money, and give it to the guy at the mansion on the waterfront. That's what you're suggesting, which explains a lot. Explains a lot.
I would regain at this point. Thank you for the colloquy.
It's all right.
I appreciate
Happy
that,
to do that. The gentleman's time has expired.
It's definitely naive to say that somebody who is flooded or destroyed is necessarily in a luxury
Chair
home on the water.
recognizes Mr. Stanton
that's
for
very
5
naive
minutes.
to say.
The chair moves strike the last word,
Gentleman is recognized.
and I'll yield back to the chair for any additional points you'd like to make.
Thank you. The gentleman was kind enough to yield me enough time, but that's, think about that we are put in a position that we have to choose by between two groups of people that are homeless. You want to take money away from the affordable housing. Now, these people are homeless. They're trying to, and look, we got people all over this country.
Unfounded
rural
assumption.
areas and urban areas that are desperate for housing. And you got people that are dirt poor, don't have a nickel to their name, and they're looking for housing, looking for affordable housing. You have another group, and look, I got sympathy for them. They had a nice house on the water, and they got a big storm, and maybe they got insurance, or maybe they don't have enough, and their housing is destroyed. And so, look, they deserve help too. All I'm saying is, let's not take the relief away from the people that are desperate for affordable housing and say that's the only source that we can help to bring money over people who have been rendered homeless because of this storm. That's
Mr. Chairman,
that's
would
not
you yield?
No, I will not yield. And that's basically the hard choice and it's a false choice. It's a false choice. There's $57 billion in the disaster relief fund. $57 billion, and everyone here has said they haven't spent nearly any of it. It's still sitting there, and we're all frustrated about that. So the solution is, let's take money from affordable housing for people who don't have a roof over their head. They're trying to get in to some affordable housing. So that's the solution we come up with. That's the solution. Because somebody got them, and look, I'm close to the water myself. I represent a coastal area, and people can be devastated. And I'm not happy with the flood insurance program either, because people are paying way too much. But to say that the solution is to take the resources from people who don't have two nickels to rub together is not the way to go about it. That's what I'm saying. And I yield back, and I ask members to vote against this amendment.
Mr. Chair, may
I think it's my
Mr.
time.
Chairman.
I'm not sure how
Mr. Chair.
much time I have left.
Mr. Chair.
So, someone else asked to yield time. I'm certainly willing to yield time to another member that asked for it earlier, if I have more
Mr. Chair.
time.
Zero time.
Oh, I ran out of time. I yield back. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, Stauber wants to be recognized. Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from
Stauber
Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boy, you went through a lot to try to convince us that $200 million Presidio Park is the right thing to do for the multi-millionaires. You went through extreme language and passion to try to convince us that it's the right thing to do. I yield the rest of my time to my colleague, Mr. Mast.
Mr. Stauber, I think you just made thank you for the time. I think you just made an incredible point. Mr. Chair, we're talking about a luxury area, multi-million-dollar homes, and having the comparison made that because somebody is in a flooded area of a home, that's somehow equivalent to waterfront property, which is absolutely laughable. Somebody being in an area that's prone to storms is not at all the same as waterfront property. And I'm not going to make any bones about what I'm seeking out of you. I'll be perfectly transparent and clear. I would like for you to speak out against this giveaway to Speaker Pelosi. Will you or will you not speak out against this luxury park? Whether our committee deals with it or not, will you or will you not speak out against it? Let's just put it on the table that clearly.
In every piece of legislation, there are things that we like and we don't like. I've never ever voted yes on a perfect bill. And I won't when we put this bill on the floor either. Because it's far from perfect.
Do you like or not like the park?
It's far from perfect.
Do you like or not like the park? We deserve to know if the chair of Transportation and Infrastructure likes or doesn't like this.
I have zero. You have more to do with that park than I do. You probably live closer to it than I do. You know?
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Florida's
Mr. Mast,
not too
Mr. Mast,
close,
may I reclaim my time?
Hey,
absolutely, Mr. Stauber. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Stauber's time.
Mr. Chair, like I say, the diatribe you went through to try to protect the speaker and the egregious taxpayer funding for this multi-millionaire area and park for the speaker is something that I won't forget. And I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Weber seeking time.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You make an interesting argument. And so if you go back and you look at your discussion about how there's two sets of people, one who had a house on the waterfront, as you called it, Mr. Mass rightfully pointed out, and I have a coastal district, a lot of flooding, Hurricane Harvey and Imelda and on and on and on. Many of those people don't have anything of the sort. And they are those who are living hand to mouth week in and week out. And then you compare them to those who don't have a house. So you've essentially drawn two categories of Americans or two categories of individuals. And so would it be fair, Mr. Chairman, to say, well, how about this? If we were to take that $200 million from the Pelosi golf course, for lack of a better term, would it be fair to distribute that half and half to each one of those groups of individuals? I'll wait for your reply.
If that were in our jurisdiction, we would address it. We would address it.
But you would argue here today, or admit today, or agree with us today that would be much more equitable.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
About taking that $200 million and divvying up between a group of people who don't have any homes, and you want to get affordable housing for them, and then also the group of people who had homes, not necessarily big luxurious homes on some ocean front somewhere, but you'd say that to divvy it up between those two groups of individuals that you brought up would be more equitable than giving it to a golf course in Pelosi's district.
I would say this, that I would be equally willing to help people who have been forced out of their homes by a storm as I would helping people who were homeless for economic or other reasons, or maybe live in a poor rural area. I would be equally willing to help them as well. I wouldn't be forcing a choice between helping one or the other.
But
in this
Mr.
country,
Chairman,
with the amount of money, that we have is $57 billion in the relief fund, and I understand the bureaucratic difficulties we're having here, but there's no reason why we should be trying to choose, and that was the way this is posed. It's to take the money away from the Affordable Housing Access Fund and putting it towards that. I didn't create that construct. I was confronted with it. That was the amendment, to take the money out of the Affordable Housing Fund to put it in the other. I didn't create that construct. I didn't make that choice. That was laid in my lap. And
if I may reclaim my time.
Sure.
That was the construct that you created between the two groups of people in the discussion about the 200 million that went, as I think Mr. Mast called it, to the millionaires. So I'm just saying that I would think you would agree with us here today that our job would be more equitable, serving the American public, to divvy that money, if we had the chance and the power to divvy that money up and put it into those two groups that you outlined, as opposed to the millionaires. You would agree with that, I hope.
Well, look, I think there's probably some very affluent people that are going to be helped by the disaster relief fund, and it's not. Look, I'm not against them just because they had nice houses. I'm just saying if they were impacted, and maybe they got good jobs and they got a lot of money and they got insurance on their homes, all that aside, they've been struck by a disaster, and I'm willing to help them. But you have to admit, in that pool of people, there are probably some people that are doing quite well. And on the other hand, when you look at the group that's struggling to get indoors, that are homeless, I don't think you got a lot of people that are really doing well there at all. So,
but you're taking the money from the millionaires in this particular scenario and helping those two groups. I will stop there and I will yield back.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, sir, I did. I yield
Oh,
back.
okay, all right, thank you. I thank the gentleman. I thank him for yielding me the time as well. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Anthony Brown from Maryland.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your role in the chair right now and having to manage and lead this discussion. But the truth of the matter is, this is not the Representative Steve Lynch town hall. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. Chairman, I'm not really focused on what you think or what anyone else on this committee thinks about decisions and actions decided in other committees. It was pointed out rightfully by one of my colleagues on the other side that there was robust debate in natural resources about a project in California. That's not in front of this committee. And to spend time querying the chairman of the committee about what you think is a waste of everybody's time. This sounds a lot like a middle school debate or conversation where we think that just repeating ourselves over and over and over again, showing the same pictures, taking the same shots at certain members of the Democratic caucus, that somehow that's going to persuade us to change our vote. If you're speaking to your voters, be crisp and succinct in what you have to say. Use your 5 minutes effectively. Maybe you get some yielded time from one of your colleagues for some short rebuttal.
Would you like to yield to
If
Mr.
you've got to
Mast?
go back, I'm not yielding to anybody during my short 5 minutes.
I thought you just recommended
But-
that. My bad.
But if you've got to take someone's 5 minute and then someone else 5 minutes, someone else's 5. I learned early on that you must realize that you're losing the argument. You're losing the debate. So just be efficient in the use of your words. Communicate your message, 5 minutes, use a little bit of short rebuttal. But at the end of the day, this isn't the Stephen Lynch town hall. It's not the Peter DeFazio town hall. This is the Transportation Infrastructure Committee where we're marking up this portion of budget reconciliation. So let's focus on the things that we can change in this markup. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Westerman or Rouser?
Well, I plan to yield to Mr. Westerman.
Oh, okay. All right. I recognize Mr. Rouser.
I yield to Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Rouser. Mr. Chairman, I think this debate is pertinent to this committee because this is the underlying putrid stench to this whole bill, this whole reconciliation process. It was brought out in the debate on Presidio Park that the speaker actually works harder than the rest of us and she deserves a little slush fund. It's a pure earmark. It's an earmark and for a park that we've seen the pictures of. We also know that the people on the board of the trustees of that park contributed $18.8 million to Speaker Pelosi. They contributed $1 million to the DCCC back in June. So even though this particular issue isn't in this committee, it's in all of the committees. It's in all of Congress because it's the underlying principle behind this bill. It's where this bill came from. It came from Speaker Pelosi. I don't think a lot of people in Congress really support this. I know on one side of the aisle they don't, and I think there's a lot of hesitancy on the other side of the aisle. I think there's hesitancy in the Senate, but it's going to get pushed through. It's probably going to go on the floor and have a vote, and the American people and everybody in Congress needs to understand what's underlying this bill, what we're voting on. The largest spending bill in history. This makes the New Deal and the Great Society pale in comparison. And everything about this bill needs to be known, especially the underlying philosophy of how it was developed and who gets their special projects and who don't. And I'm glad we're having this discussion. Now yield back to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Would Mr. Rouser yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Rouser. And to retort with some additional debate advice, if only we could rise to the level of a high school debate team, that would probably amaze many Americans, to include myself. I would say it's not just important what we think, but more importantly, why we think something. And it's not a waste of time when you consider the leverage that the chair, and if somebody can't take the heat of sitting in the chair, then get out of the chair. I'm not saying that the chair hasn't handled this, but I think the chair did a just fine job enough speaking for himself. Then don't sit there. But to say that you shouldn't have to give us the explanation of why or why not the chair who yields such a great deal of leverage over all of those that are going to follow his recommendation. No, it is important to have this debate, as Mr. Westerman was speaking about. It's important to know why you do or do not support something, not just for this, but for future engagements that we have. That is the most important part of it. Why? And I thank I thank the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for yielding to me.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Are there any further amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, request a recorded vote, and pursuant to previous rules, the request will be postponed until a later time.